Chapter 1988, 3-Star Reward. Chapter 1988, 3-Star Reward. System, congratulations! You are the first player to accept a 3-star unique exploration quest. You have the right to choose between two options. System, the first option will reduce the quest difficulty by 15%, but the reward will remain the same. System, the second option will maintain the quest difficulty, but increase the reward by 1 rank. System, you have 10 minutes to consider. If you do not make a decision within 10 minutes, the difficulty will remain the same by default. I have such an option. Shifeng read his notification window in surprise. He had picked up 3-star exploration quests in the past, but this was the first time the system had presented such an option. While the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest was more difficult than ordinary epic quests, it awarded far more. It would also grant him the opportunity to occupy Thunder Axe City before other players. That benefit alone was worth the effort of completing the Giant's Hideout exploration quest. If he could lower the quest's difficulty by 15%, it would become easier than completing an ordinary epic quest. Giving him a much higher chance of completing it, however, he could increase his reward by 1 rank if he maintained the quest's difficulty. In other words, he would receive the reward of an inferior legendary quest that was just as tempting, and Shifeng had accepted the Giant's Hideout exploration quest with the understanding of the quest's difficulty. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided on the second option, maintaining the quest difficulty and upgrading his reward. The exploration quest's reward was a large part of the reason he had chosen it, aside from access to Thunder Axe City's resources. Although the Adventurers Association did not mention the quest reward, he knew what to expect. Conversion slots for players. It wasn't easy to convert to a neutral race in God's domain, especially for the races with powerful racial traits. The stronger a race was, the more difficult the conversion quest would be. However, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded conversion slots for players upon completion. With these slots, he could convert the players into a giant without having to complete the conversion quests. As far as he could remember, the Giant's Hideout quest awarded 1,000 conversion slots upon completion. While the players he converted would not be able to enter most NPC cities in God's domain, they could enter towns and cities guilds and neutral races operated. With a bunch of powerful MTs, Zero Wing would have a much easier time raiding team dungeons and field bosses. The Giant's racial traits were too perfect for MTs to pass up, and unlike half-elves and beastkin, becoming a giant didn't improve a player's 5 senses or magical abilities. Instead, it granted a massive boost to players' basic attributes. If a Tier 1 metric ton converted to the giant race, they would gain the strength and defense to rival Tier 2 MTs. Their HPs would increase drastically as well. In return, though, their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed would decrease, making it more difficult to complete future promotion quests. If a Tier 2 metric tons converted to a giant, they become more powerful than human, top-ranked Tier 2 MTs, although they wouldn't reach the Tier 3 standard. The superpower that had completed the Giant's Hideout quest in the past had increased its strength by a large margin very quickly due to the 1,000 conversion slots. Its development speed had easily surpassed the other superpowers, and although the other superpowers had sent their own experts to attempt the conversion quest, they hadn't been able to catch up due to the amount of time needed to complete the quest. After Shifeng made his selection, the NPC clerk took out an ancient, yellowish-brown magic scroll and handed it to Shifeng. Lord Spirit Slayer, this magic scroll will help you temporarily remove the magic seal on the path. However, you can only use it once, so please choose your timing carefully. If you expended the magic scroll without completing your quest, a replacement will cost 1,000 magic crystals, the NPC clerk respectfully explained. I understand. Shifeng nodded as he accepted the magic scroll. Quests from the Adventurers Association were different from exploration quests found elsewhere. If players failed the quests they had accepted from the association, they'd at most lose some coins or magic crystals. They wouldn't suffer penalties that affected their performance in battle, such as basic attribute reductions. This was why most players preferred to accept quests from the Adventurers Association. Once he left the association, Sherfong made his way to the teleportation hall and traveled to a border town in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. This was also the closest town to the Icefire mountain range. Unbeknownst to Sherfong, his actions in the Adventurers Association had aroused quite the commotion. No quest requiring a 1,000 gold deposit was ordinary, and many players within the association had begun to search for the Giant's Hideout quest. Although multiple players couldn't accept some of the Adventurers Association's quests, they would show up on the list of available quests until they were completed. What's going on? Why isn't there such a quest on my list of exploration quests? Maybe we aren't a high enough rank. That can't be possible. I'm a 2-star adventurer. Was that guy a 3-star adventurer? That's even less possible. Not even the first-rate guild's peak experts, who have focused on the Adventurers Association's quests, have reached the 3-star standard yet. A 3-star quest? Who was that guy? After Sherfong left, the players within the Adventurers Association fell into a heated discussion. They all wanted to know the identity of the player who had accepted this mysterious exploration quest. News of the event quickly reached the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City. I've never considered that the Adventurers Association had hidden such a major quest. Have someone notify Crimson Feather and the others. Tell them to become 3-star adventurers as quickly as possible. Galaxy Past, who sat in the guild leader's office, commanded after reading the report he had received from a subordinate. The various large guilds often had numerous teams focus on different aspects of development. Some teams specialized in completing the Adventurers Association's quests and raising their rank within the association, while other teams focused on quests that were only available out in the fields, and other teams focused on increasing their reputation in particular NPC cities. By doing so, guilds could secure greater advantages in the game. HI notify Crimson and the others immediately. Purple Eye, who currently wore a set of luxurious, dark blue robes, replied, Guild leader, what should we do about the Witch's Hill situation? The guilds that own the 2 guild towns in the area have invited us to join their alliance, and I've heard that multiple corporations are now supporting the towns. Even Sin Realm, a first-rate guild from the Purple Thorns Kingdom, has joined the alliance. Why don't we join as well? The Witch's Hill had already become the center of attention in Starmoon Kingdom. The map was the sole producer of primordial crystal fragments, and as long as players reached Tier 2, they could enter the Otherworld Gate, which offered bountiful resources. If the Star Alliance could secure a foothold in the Witch's Hill, it could help the guild's development considerably. Sin Realm, is it? After giving the matter some thought, Galaxy Past shook his head and said, let's wait and see for now. Tell them that our guild has some matters to settle first, so we can't join them at the moment. Are we really going to give up on such a good development opportunity? Purple Eye asked, confused. According to the Secret Pavilion's information network, the evil god's temple hides in the Sin Realm shadows. I doubt that Zero Wing will tolerate the guild towns parading much longer, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. If those 2 towns can truly defend themselves, we can join them then. I understand. Purple Eye nodded. She then sent the guild towns' representatives a reply. The upper echelons controlling the guild towns in the Witch's Hill received Galaxy Past's reply at the same time. He has rejected the offer. How cowardly. He is actually willing to ignore such a golden opportunity? It seems Zero Wing has beaten the Star Alliance into submission already. I agree. How can the Star Alliance even be considered a first-rate guild with such a cowardly attitude? The Star Alliance's cooperation doesn't matter. Once we've completed our preparations, not only will we destroy Zero Wing City, but we'll also keep more of the profits for ourselves. We'll make Galaxy Past regret his decision. Multiple major powers' upper echelons revealed delighted grins as they gazed at the map of the Witch's Hill on the table before them from within a secret meeting room. Chapter 1989, Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Chapter 1989, Basic Level Strengthening Potion. Purple Thorn's Kingdom, Glory Town. Glory Town was built atop a mountain and surrounded by tall walls. Although it was only a border town, its defenses nearly rivaled a fortress. There are already so many players here? Feng was a little surprised to see the thousands of players outside of the teleportation hall. The monsters near Glory Town were level 70 and above, and a neutral map not far away was a level 80+ map. Just surviving in Glory Town's map would be challenging for current players, not to mention setting foot in the neutral map. Most of the thousands of players Feng could see were level 56 or above, with the highest at level 59, and more than 100 Tier 2 players wandered the street outside of the teleportation hall. Moreover, most of the players in the town didn't wear a guild emblem, proving that they were independent players. Independent players were typically weaker than guild players in terms of levels and equipment, yet so many independent players were visiting an area that the various large guilds had yet to touch. Why wouldn't Feng be surprised? The independent players around him didn't think anything of Feng's arrival. They simply went about their business. Wind Basilisk Grinding Party is recruiting a healer. Must be level 57 or higher. Recruiting 2 level 57 or above DPS for the Black Cave Bat quest. Tier 2 players get priority. Players shouted as they recruited teammates from the street outside of the teleportation hall. Whether they planned to quest or grind monsters, they all acted as if this were normal. However, if Starmoon Kingdom's experts saw this, they'd be astonished. Wind Basilisks and Black Cave Bats were level 70+ monsters, at least 10 levels higher than current players. The level suppression would be substantial with such a massive difference. Even level 60, Tier 2 players would struggle against these monsters, much less Tier 1 players. Yet these independent players intended to grind these monsters as if it were natural. After a short moment, Feng noticed that these parties and teams had recruited quite a few members before they headed past Glory Town's main entrance to grind or quest. Is this really the Purple Thorn's kingdom? Feng was momentarily stunned as he watched these teams leave. He was quite familiar with Glory Town, a place the Purple Thorn's kingdom's army constantly had to protect from monster assaults from the nearby neutral maps. This wasn't a safe place. In the past, players had only dared to visit this town after they had reached level 65. Wind Basilisks were level 72 chieftains, and although the Black Cave Bats were only special elites, they usually moved in large groups. The Great Black Cave Bats that led these groups were also chieftain-ranked monsters. The 6-man parties and 20-man team Feng had seen might be able to take down one Wind Basilisk or a single group of Cave Bats, but only barely. If they accidentally aggroed additional monsters, they could even team wipe. These players might have a chance if they all wore top-tier equipment, but that wasn't the case for these independent players. From what Feng could see, they all wore average equipment. With such equipment, killing the area's high-level monsters would take a long time. In Feng's opinion, these independent players would be much better off grinding level 60 or so monsters. Feng also soon discovered that these players weren't limited to those outside of the teleportation hall. Plenty of players occupied the rest of the town streets as well. Similarly, these players were all level 56 or above. Feng guessed that there should be more than 30,000 players in Glory Town at the moment, and they were all elites or stronger. Normally, one would be hard-pressed to find such a gathering of elite and expert players in an NPC town, even in the various empires. Yet this phenomenon was occurring in the Purple Thorn's kingdom's Glory Town. As Feng reached the town's main street to investigate further, he noticed that an extraordinarily large number of players were setting up stalls alongside the street. Player stalls took up every available space on both sides of the street, and every one of them sold considerably valuable items. They either sold rare herbs or high-ranking items that were normally hard to find on the market. Among the items sold, one item, in particular, caught Shifeng's attention: the basic level strengthening potion. This was a super rare potion that, when consumed, granted players an ignore levels +7 buff for 6 hours. While ignoring a difference of 7 levels might not seem like much, fighting monsters that were 10 levels higher was still incredibly difficult for Tier 1 players, despite the recent reduction on the system's level suppression during the previous updates. Only Tier 2 players had the power to do so without too much of a problem. However, as long as Tier 1 players had sufficient attributes and combat standards, they could fight higher-leveled monsters efficiently, increasing their leveling speed, after consuming the level strengthening potion. In the past, the level strengthening potion had been immensely popular among elite and expert players. No wonder why so many players are grinding here. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Although the basic level strengthening potion wasn't as effective as Zero Wing's Void Field Magic Array, it was the best option for independent elite and expert players when grinding higher-leveled monsters. After this discovery, Shifeng approached one of the stalls selling the basic level strengthening potions. More than 10 players had lined up at the stall, everyone a level 57 or higher expert. The strongest among them was even a level 59 Tier 2 expert. Producing the basic level strengthening potion was laughably cheap compared to the Void Field, with each bottle only costing 8 silver to brew. In the past, basic level strengthening potions had sold for roughly 50 silver per bottle. Unfortunately, the potion's recipe was painfully rare and could only be acquired by opening treasure chests found in level 50 plus maps. Moreover, the luck attribute wouldn't affect its drop rate, so players had to rely on their personal luck to obtain it. Each recipe had easily sold for around 800 gold in the past due to its rarity. Meanwhile, only 2 players manned the stall that sold the basic level strengthening potions, a man and a woman. Both appeared quite young. The handsome young man was a level 58, Tier 2 assassin named Smiling Breeze. Most of his equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, with a few pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment. Even independent experts would have a hard time getting their hands on such items at this stage of the game. As for the beautiful young woman, she was a level 57, Tier 1 summoner named Cool Summer, and her equipment was in no way inferior to her companions. However, unlike Smiling Breeze, she did not possess a Tier 2 class insignia. Instead, she wore an advanced alchemist's insignia. Why are these 2 people? Shifeng was astonished to see these 2 players. He was actually familiar with both of them. After all, the brother and sister duo had been very famous in the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Smiling Breeze had ranked as one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 10 assassins, while Cool Summer had been a master alchemist. Moreover, Cool Summer hadn't just been a basic master alchemist, but an advanced master alchemist. Even the various superpowers had been wary of her. Although the siblings were independent players, ordinary large guilds had avoided provoking them due to their superb combat power. Although the younger sister, Cool Summer, hadn't been as strong as her brother, she had still been a refinement realm expert, and the various large guilds' ordinary experts had been no match for her in battle. As Shifeng wondered why these 2 were in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, a group of players approached the stall, surrounding it. Sin Realm is conducting business here. Anyone who isn't a member needs to scram. Chapter 1990, Heavy Sword. Chapter 1990, Heavy Sword. The town's main street fell silent as the shouted announcement echoed. Very quickly, the players waiting in line distanced themselves from Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer stall. Even the expert players that had waited to purchase basic-level strengthening potions had retreated. Why are Sin Realm's people here? Does Sin Realm plan to expand its control to Glory Town? Damn it, Sin Realm's members again. They've already prevented us from grinding in the normal resource maps. And now they want to claim this town, too. I don't think that's it. Glory Town isn't a resource-rich map. By the looks of it, it seems they're interested in the basic-level strengthening potion. Those two players are certainly unlucky. They've actually attracted Sin Realm's attention just for selling some products. As the crowd watched Sin Realm's 100-man team, which had already surrounded Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer stall, they flashed the guild players indignant looks. They also pitted the sibling pair. But despite their true feelings, the surrounding players only dared to discuss the situation in whispers. Even though only 100 of Sin Realm's members were here, which the crowd outnumbered by several fold, no one dared to voice their opinions loudly enough for the guild players to overhear. Even the level 59, Tier 2 experts gritted their teeth and reluctantly left the scene. They all knew that they wouldn't have a future in the Purple Thorns Kingdom if they provoked Sin Realm. They'd be lucky if they only died a few times. In the past, players' accounts had been crippled, forcing them to start over, due to Sin Realm. In the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Sin Realm was king. Other kingdoms generally had 2 or 3 first-rate guilds and over a dozen second-rate guilds. The Purple Thorns, however, only had 1 first-rate guild, Sin Realm. The kingdom's second-rate guilds could also be counted on one hand. Sin Realm had absolute control over the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Otherwise, independent players wouldn't have bothered to come to a place like Glory Town to grind. Under the crowd's hateful gazes, the fierce young man leading Sin Realm's team stepped forward. He wore dark gray armor and carried a great sword with a deathly aura. As he emerged from the Sin Realm group, the crowd gasped. What? Crocodile Breaker. Why is the heavy sword here? This young man's appearance gave the watching players goosebumps. Sin Realm had 7 great experts, and every one of them was one of the guild's core upper echelons. Crocodile Breaker was one of these great experts. His role in the guild was to deal with players that opposed Sin Realm, and he had easily over 3,000 expert player deaths under his name. He had even set the record for defeating 100 players single-handedly, and those 100 hadn't been random nobodies. They had all been guild experts, and one had even ranked on the God's Domain expert list. The reason behind Crocodile Breaker's astonishing success was his unbeatable strength. He had even whittled the expert that ranked on the God's Domain expert list down until the player had died. Due to Crocodile Breaker's immense strength, he had gained the nickname Heavy Sword. While the watching players were surprised by Crocodile Breaker's appearance, the young man arrived before Smiling Breeze's stall. Pack up. Today, you too have the honor of joining Sin Realm, Crocodile Breaker proclaimed, flashing Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer an arrogant grin. The guild leader has decided that you too will be instantly promoted to core members when you join, and you won't have to grind for GCPs like everyone else. If you perform well, you might even become guild elders in the future. If you don't have any questions, come with me. Although Crocodile Breaker's words seemed like an invitation, his imposing aura hinted that he'd slay the sibling pair if they rejected his invitation. When his aura and pressure washed over the spectators, they shuddered. However, many of the watching experts envied Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer for receiving this forceful invitation. Although Sin Realm behaved like a tyrant in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it had the strength to stand behind its actions. Becoming one of the guild's core members was a golden opportunity. At the very least, one could freely roam the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Even the upper echelons from the kingdom's second-rate guilds had to tread lightly around Sin Realm's core experts. As for Sin Realm's guild elders, even the kingdom's guild leaders treated them with respect. As everyone expected the siblings to leave with Crocodile Breaker, Smiling Breeze shook his head and stated, "Thank you for your invitation, but my sister and I are used to living on our own, and we prefer to keep it that way." Cool Summer nodded in agreement with her elder brother. As soon as Smiling Breeze finished speaking, however, the crowd felt the surrounding temperature fall by several degrees. An intense killing intent filled the street, so powerful that even the various Tier 2 experts felt a chill crawl down their spines. "You're rejecting Sinrealm's invitation." A cold glint flashed in Crocodile Breaker's eyes as he stared at Smiling Breeze. "Do you know the consequences for those who reject Sinrealm's goodwill?" As Crocodile Breaker finished his question, the Sinrealm members around him stepped forward, clearly ready to act at a moment's notice based on their postures. Is Smiling Breeze stupid? He actually rejected Sinrealm. Sinrealm has even sent Heavy Sword for this. Does that guy think he can escape with his life? The crowd watched Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer in shock. They had never expected to find players who would dare to reject Sinrealm within the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The overbearing guild had even annihilated peak adventure teams, and those teams' upper echelons had been so crippled that they had to delete their accounts and start over. Getting rid of 2 independent players would be child's play for Sinrealm. Even Smiling Breeze felt a little nervous in this situation. He had no doubt that if he continued to reject the invitation, Crocodile Breaker and his minions would take action. Although NPC soldiers patrolled the town, he wasn't confident of escaping if Crocodile and the other Sinrealm members attacked. It would take the NPC soldiers too long to react and arrive to stop Sinrealm's members. As Smiling Breeze tried to find a way out of this predicament, a low voice rang out of the crowd. "Excuse me, but are you still selling basic level strengthening potions?" As this voice broke the silence, the tension on the street loosened considerably. Almost as one, the crowd turned toward the voice's origin. They were all curious to know what fool dared to interfere with Sinrealm's affairs. As they turned, the spectating players found themselves looking at a cloaked player. At a glance, everyone assumed that this player was a young swordsman. As the swordsman approached Smiling Breeze's stall, his leisurely gait made it seem as if Sinrealm's players were nothing in his eyes. Chapter 1991, Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1991, Power of a Bronze Combat Technique. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer were dazed as the swordsman youth arrived before them. They had never expected that someone would dare stand out during such a critical moment. The swordsman youth was none other than Sherfong, who currently used his original appearance as Yi Feng. Both siblings would be a benefit to Zero Wing. Since he had found them here, he might as well use this situation to make them owe him a favor. "We do. We still have plenty." Cool Summer instinctively responded to Sherfeng's question. However, she spun toward Sinrealm's members after snapping out of her daze and hesitantly said, "But..." Crocodile Breaker frowned at Sherfong. Although he said nothing, the relaxed atmosphere regained its prior tension. Everyone could see that Crocodile Breaker was truly furious now. Sensing Crocodile Breaker's rage, the surrounding players could not help but take a few steps back. This guy must be nuts. Is he really trying to challenge Sinrealm's prestige? The crowd stared at Sherfong as if he were a dead man walking. "Brat, you sure have guts, don't you? You dare to interfere with Sinrealm's affairs?" Crocodile Breaker hissed as he glared at Sherfong. "Are you trying to die so soon?" It had been quite some time since he had encountered anyone who openly dared to provoke Sinrealm. Naturally, he didn't mind teaching everyone the price for such an insult. While Crocodile Breaker had addressed this stranger, the several Tier 2 experts around him surrounded Sherfong, sealing off any path of escape. Seeing this, Cool Summer began to worry. She felt that Sherfong was simply too foolish. Although the town had NPC soldiers to protect its citizens, players weren't absolutely safe from harm. If Sin Realm's members wanted to act, not even her brother could stop them. As she considered the situation, Smiling Breeze called out to her through their party chat, saying, "Once the battle starts, I'll hold them back as long as I can. Use the chance to flee with this swordsman. As long as you two find the town's NPC soldiers, Sinreem's members should give up the chase. Brother, you need to be careful. Crocodile Breaker won't be an easy opponent." Cool Summer said as she nodded. She agreed that the plan was their only way out of this predicament, although everyone expected Sherfone to make a move. He didn't seem on high alert in the least. Instead, he looked at Cool Summer and calmly asked, "Wonderful! I'd like to buy every basic level strengthening potion you have. How much will it be?" Hearing Sherfang's offer, Cool Summer was speechless. Despite the situation's painful tension, Sherfone was in the mood to discuss the potion. If they didn't make a move now and allowed Sin Realm's members to surround them, they'd be doomed. She even began to suspect that Sherfone truly wanted to purchase the potions and that he didn't actually have any intentions of helping them. "Brat, you must really be tired of life," one of the Tier 2 assassins around Sherfone bellowed. He hadn't thought that Sherfone would dare to belittle them to this extent. The Tier 2 assassin dashed toward Sherfone to scare the swordsman, although he didn't plan to attack the man. Crocodile Breaker hadn't given the command to attack, and if he struck this swordsman, the town's NPC soldiers would attack him and the rest of his team. However, after the Tier 2 assassin used shadow steps to appear behind Sherfone and before he could place a tracking mark on the swordsman, a blue light flashed before him. The level 58 Tier 2 assassin's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the ground, a piece of equipment appearing next to his corpse. As if space had frozen, the main street fell deathly silent. Everyone only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. What's going on? What just happened? How did that Tier 2 assassin die? Although the spectators saw that the Tier 2 assassin was dead, they didn't understand what had just occurred. The Tier 2 assassin had been charging at Sherfone a moment ago, yet his body had fallen to the ground a second later. "Brother, do you know what just happened?" Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze as she stared at the slain assassin. "I didn't get a clear look, but I think that swordsman is responsible," Smiling Breeze said as he stared at Sherfone, an indescribable shock filling his heart. Despite having reached the trial tower's 7th floor, he had failed to witness Sherfone take action. All he has seen was a blue flash envelop the Tier 2 assassin. To make matters worse, he hadn't been able to react to the situation. He had only realized that Sherfone had acted after the assassin had died. It was unbelievable. Sin Realm's members were just as stunned, unable to believe that their companion had fallen. What did he do? This question consumed their minds. It wouldn't have been as unusual if anyone else had died, but the Tier 2 assassin was one of Sin Realm's top-ranked experts. Why wouldn't they be afraid after watching such an expert die in an instant? "What are you afraid of?" Crocodile Breaker roared. "We're in an NPC town. He attacked us first. The NPC soldiers won't let him off the hook." Crocodile Breaker's reminder snapped his companions out of their daze, and they began to close the distance between them and Sherfone. They planned to distract this swordsman until the NPC soldiers arrived. "Fellow friend, you need to run. You'll be in trouble if you stay until the NPC soldiers arrive," Smiling Breeze hurriedly warned Sherfone. Despite Sherfang's frightening strength, attacking another player in a town was unwise. If the NPC guards captured him, he'd suffer a tragic end. "Run? You think we'll let you get away so easily?" Sin Realm's members sneered at Sherfone as they began to attack. They had been rather apprehensive of making a move, but now that Sherfone had attacked them, the system would determine that this swordsman was the guilty party. If they attacked now, they'd simply be defending themselves. Spells and arrows bombarded Sherfone as Sin Realm's Tier 2 MTs formed a tight circle around Shifeng, leaving no gaps for escape. However, when the spells and arrows struck, they only hit Shifeng's afterimage. Before anyone had time to realize what had happened, Shifeng had appeared beside the approaching Tier 2 MTs, his blade slicing the MT's vital points. Purgatory Pentaslash. Despite targeting Tier 2 MTs, Shifeng ended them in no more than 2 slashes. In the end, 2 Tier 2 MTs died without the chance to activate their life-saving skills. When Crocodile Breaker saw his companions dying, his expression darkened. He immediately activated his Berserk skill and launched a vicious slash at Shifeng with his greatsword. Sinrealm's other Tier 2 experts activated their Berserk skills as well, assisting Crocodile Breaker from the side and aiming to pin Shifeng down. Despite seeing the greatsword, with its deathly aura and the multiple Tier 2 spells flying toward him, Shifeng didn't move to dodge. Instead, he dashed forward and brandished his 2 swords against Crocodile Breaker. Swords Transmigration. Suddenly, a beautiful galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng before exploding. Boom! The impact threw Crocodile Breaker back by over 10 yards. Even after he landed, he had to stumble several steps back before he could stabilize his position. Both of his arms had gone numb, and he couldn't lift his weapon. He had also lost 20% of his HP. In contrast, Shifeng remained unharmed. How is this possible? Crocodile Breaker stared at Shifeng, dumbfounded. When he activated his Berserk skill, his strength was even higher than a Great Lord's of the same level. He nearly had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord, and he had the support fire from the Tier 2 Elementalists and Cursemancers around him. Still, Shifeng had sent him flying, not the other way around. To make matters worse, he could tell that this swordsman hadn't used a skill or spell, both of which would change the user's ambient mana when activated. Crocodile Breaker's companions were just as stupefied. The Berserker, known as Heavy Sword, had been thrown from a head-on clash. Moreover, Crocodile Breaker had already activated his Berserk skill, while his opponent hadn't. So this is the power of a bronze combat technique? Shifeng was similarly surprised to see the results of his attack. He had never thought that a bronze combat technique would be so powerful. Boss Croc, the NPC soldiers are here. This swordsman is dead for sure. Sinrealm's players sent Shifeng gleeful sneers when they noticed the approaching NPC soldiers. Although Shifeng's combat power had exceeded their expectations, his demise was assured now that the NPC soldiers had arrived, regardless of how powerful he was. It's over. Why didn't he run away? Cool Summer anxiously muttered as she watched the town's guards surround Shifeng. Just as Sinrealm's members assumed that they'd get to watch Shifeng struggle against the NPC soldiers, the Tier 3 NPC leading the patrol squad approached the swordsman and respectfully asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may we be of service?" Chapter 1992, Taking Action in Purple Thorn's Kingdom. Chapter 1992, Taking Action in Purple Thorn's Kingdom. Rows of level 150 NPC stood at attention before Shifeng between him and the street crowded with players. When they heard the level 150 Tier 3 patrol captain's question, the watching players were stunned. How is this possible? Why aren't the soldiers arresting him? Who is that? Is the system bugged? Questions plagued the players' minds, and Sinrealm's members were particularly stupefied. The scene they had just witnessed had thoroughly altered their worldview. It was common knowledge in God's domain that any player that attacked another within an NPC town or city would be killed, captured, or both. It was an ironclad rule. Yet this player had just broken that ironclad rule. In fact, the NPC soldiers who were supposed to administer justice to Shifeng treated the swordsman with respect. "Brother, am I dreaming?" Cool Summer asked as she tugged on Smiling Breeze's sleeve, blinking in confusion as she watched Shifeng. Glory Town was one of the most heavily fortified towns in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, and its laws were just as strict as in NPC cities. The NPCs that ensured order within the city wouldn't ever pardon a player that had intentionally committed murder. Not only would the guards kill the offender on the spot, but they'd also lock the player in jail for another 2 or 3 days. Unless one could escape the NPC soldiers' pursuit, avoiding punishment was impossible. Despite hearing his sister's question, Smiling Breeze didn't reply. He was preoccupied with his frustration over this situation. Naturally, Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised by the NPC soldiers' reactions. He was, after all, a bronze legatee, enjoying the status of a baron in any NPC city he visited. Although the baron rank was the lowest among nobles, one was treated differently in NPC cities based on their title. Although Sin Realm's Tier 2 assassin hadn't attacked Shifeng, the assassin had planned to use a tracking skill on him. Using a tracking skill on a normal player in an NPC city might not be a crime, but using it on a titled noble was. The system would consider the act as a premeditated attack. The NPC soldiers wouldn't question him for killing the Tier 2 assassin. Needless to say, although the other Sin Realm members hadn't landed an attack, they had attacked him. He could kill these players without consequences from the system as well. This was the true benefit of being a titled noble. Of course, if 2 titled noble players fought, the system would deem the first to cause damage as the offender. However, an advanced town like Glory Town might not have a single ordinary noble, much less a titled noble. Hence, Shifeng didn't have a reason to hold back and could slay all who had attacked him. These people attacked me. What is the most severe punishment they can receive according to the laws? Shifeng asked the patrol captain, smiling as he gestured to Crocodile Breaker and his minions. Lord Bronze Legatee, since they have attacked a titled noble within the town, they can be imprisoned for a maximum of 3 days. The patrol captain replied, flashing Crocodile Breaker's group a frosty glare. Good. Lock them up for 3 days, then. Shifeng nodded. Understood. Upon hearing Shifeng's instructions, the patrol captain waved a hand and signaled his soldiers to arrest Crocodile Breaker and the rest of Sin Realm's members. The crowd gaped in shock as they watched the NPC soldiers arrest Crocodile Breaker's group. Shifeng had clearly attacked and killed a player first. Yet Sin Realm's members were going to jail. This would be a huge loss for the guild. Damn it. How does he have a titled noble position in Glory Town? Crocodile Breaker's expression darkened after hearing the patrol captain's command. He knew a little about the privileges a titled noble enjoyed, but he hadn't dreamed that Shifeng would be a titled noble here. Spending 3 days in jail was far less acceptable to expert players like himself than losing a single level. In God's domain, time was money. He would fall far behind the frontline players if he lost 3 days. Not only would he fall behind in terms of levels, but his weapons, equipment, and skills would as well. Boss, what should we do? Sin Realm's members grew anxious as the NPC soldiers approached. Spending 3 days in jail was akin to being locked out of God's domain for 3 days. To players like them, who had already gotten used to living in God's domain, this outcome was worse than death. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Crocodile Breaker shouted. The only way to escape imprisonment was to flee Glory Town. They'd be ruined if the NPC soldiers captured them. As soon as Crocodile Breaker gave the command, the Sin Realm members held nothing back as they used their life-saving tools to flee. Trying to fight the NPC soldiers would be suicidal. The level 150 Tier 2 NPCs could kill them with a single hit. They'd be pulverized. If they fought, not only would they die and lose a level, but they'd still be stuck in prison for 3 days. When Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer saw Sin Realm's members turn and run, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now that these guild players were gone, they could escape danger. At worst, they would have to leave the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Although doing so would waste the investments they had poured into the kingdom, It was a better option than being hounded and killed by Sin Realm's members. However, as Crocodile Breaker fled, he retrieved a magic scroll from his bag and activated it. Suddenly, a pitch-black magic array formed above the main street, radiating a dense, lethal aura. The aura extended toward Sherfong and the two siblings so quickly that it was almost impossible to evade. However, the aura didn't inflict any damage, but left Sherfong and the sibling pair a debuff. The death mark. No matter where the marked players ran, the death mark would reveal their location to Crocodile Breaker during the next 12 hours. The death mark would even be effective while the players were offline, and its duration would only decrease while they were logged into the game. Although I don't know who you are, I promise that only death awaits you since you have made an enemy of Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Crocodile Breaker bellowed as he glared at Sherfong with bloodshot eyes. Many of the expert players in the crowd felt a chill crawl down their spines as they sensed the killing intent within his voice. He had wanted to kill Sherfong to prove Sin Realm's might to the watching players, but he hadn't expected the swordsman to use him as a nameless pawn and damage Sin Realm's reputation instead. He swore to himself that he wouldn't rest until he killed Sherfong personally. Naturally, he couldn't let Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer off the hook either. It's over. Those three are doomed. I knew something like this would happen. Provoking Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is simply suicide. No one can save those three now. The various expert players and adventure team members present could not help but sigh at this turn of events. They knew Crocodile Breaker wouldn't easily let this matter rest. He would kill the trio back to level 0 at the very least. Realizing the same, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer revealed grim expressions. Now that they bore the death mark, Sin Realm would track them down and kill them even if they left the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Is that so? Let's see you try it. Glancing at Crocodile Breaker, who was about to activate an instantaneous movement magic scroll, Sherfong used Instant Strike to appear before the Berserker. He then brandished Killing Ray. Sword's Orbit. With the attack speed boost from Instant Strike, the sacred sword moved so quickly that not even Crocodile Breaker, who still had an active Berserk skill, could defend himself before multiple sword lights devoured him. In the blink of an eye, his HP plummeted, and his body collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1993, Kingdom Uproar. Chapter 1993, Kingdom Uproar. Crocodile Breaker's death shocked the spectating crowd and Sin Realm's retreating members. None of them could believe what they had just seen. He's dead. This is a trick, right? The heavy sword actually died in a single move. Players new to the Purple Thorns Kingdom might not be familiar with Crocodile Breaker, but those who resided in the kingdom knew his name and nickname quite well. He had become many players' nightmare. Many of the kingdom's expert players that had resisted Sin Realm had died by Crocodile Breaker's hand, yet such a powerful expert had died instantly. No one would believe them if they retold this tale. That player is amazing, brother! Cool Summer exclaimed as she watched Sherfong loot the battlefield. He might even be stronger than you. MHM, his swordsmanship is so fast. Smiling Breeze nodded in agreement. Sherfang's performance had shocked him as well. I've seen almost every top-ranked swordsman in the kingdom in action, but none of them are close to his level. Just who is he? Not only was he a Tier 2 player, but he was also an assassin, the class famed for its speed. But he hadn't been able to keep up with Sherfang's attack. He hadn't even caught the moment this swordsman had executed the skill. By the time he had realized what was happening, Sherfang's attack was over and Crocodile Breaker was dead. When he tried to put himself in Crocodile Breaker's shoes, he doubted that he'd be able to activate Vanish, an almost instantaneous life-saving skill in time. When he recalled his decision to send Sherfong and his sister away while he protected them from behind, he found the idea laughable. Crocodile Breaker's death had undoubtedly dealt Sin Realm's members quite the mental blow. As a result of their momentary pause, only a small number of the guild players had actually escaped Glory Town. The NPC soldiers captured the rest of them. The players that had died lost a level and a piece of equipment as a result, in addition to resurrecting in the town's prison to spend 3 days behind bars. Friends, Sin Realm's people have left. If you intend to flee, you should do so now. I doubt it will be long before the guild sends reinforcements. It will become far harder to leave Glory Town once they arrive. Sherfong addressed Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer once he finished collecting the items Sin Realm's members had dropped. Sherfang's warning snapped Smiling Breeze out of his daze, and he gratefully replied, "Thank you. I'm Smiling Breeze, and this is my little sister, Cool Summer. May I have your name, friend?" "Yi Fong," Sherfong answered truthfully. Although he had considered using Black Flame, it would cause a commotion if the public learned that Zero Wing's guild leader had appeared in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The kingdom's various major powers would certainly pay more attention to him, and if that happened, it could affect his quest. "Yi Fong, could you be Zero Wing's honorary elder?" Smiling Breeze stared at Sherfong in surprise. Zero Wing had become considerably famous in God's domain. Its success in repelling a veteran super first-rate guild's offensive and joining the secret chamber of commerce had earned the guild some notoriety, increasing Zero Wing's chances of becoming a super first-rate guild itself in the future. With so much attention on Zero Wing, it was only natural for the public to grow familiar with the guild's peak experts, including Yi Fong. Thus far, Yi Fong had displayed great strength in multiple battles in Star Moon Kingdom. Not only had he become well known in his own kingdom, but he had become extremely famous among the Purple Thorns Kingdom's expert players. During their free time, expert players enjoyed discussing nearby kingdoms' experts and comparing themselves to figure out who was stronger. Cool Summer stared at Sherfong in shock as well. She felt as if she were dreaming. "Brother, is this really happening? We actually got to meet Zero Wing's honorary elder Yi Fong." Cool Summer whispered to Smiling Breeze, her eyes glowing with excitement. Even existences like Crocodile Breaker were out of reach for independent players like them, not to mention an honorary elder from a guild with the potential to become a super first-rate guild. A single sentence from Yi Fong was enough to cause most second-rate guilds to shudder with fear. When nearby players overheard Sherfang's introduction, they couldn't help but gape at the swordsman. They finally understood why Sherfong had been so relaxed during the earlier exchange with Sin Realm's members and shrugged off Crocodile Breaker's mighty aura. "That's right," Sherfong replied, at a loss for words after seeing the two siblings' surprise. Both Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer had been beyond his reach in the past. Smiling Breeze had been one of the top 10 assassin experts in the Black Dragon Empire during his peak, and if not for his status as an independent player, he would have likely reached Tier 5. As for Cool Summer, she had only been a step away from becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. Second-rate guilds hadn't had a prayer of encountering her, and even first-rate guilds had treated her like a VIP, doing almost anything to recruit her. "May I know what plans you two have after this?" Sherfong asked. "Remaining in the Purple Thorns Kingdom is no longer possible now that we have a tracking mark on us. We'll probably head over to the Black Dragon Empire and check out the situation there," Smiling Breeze replied, sighing. "The Black Dragon Empire? That is certainly a good place to develop," Sherfong said after giving the matter some thought. He then sent the two players friend requests and said, "Zero Wing has a branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire as well. If you encounter any trouble or run into Sin Realm's people, you can contact me. If you need to buy or sell anything, you can also do so at the Candlelight Trading Firm. I'll make sure you both enjoy the membership benefits." Although Sherfong had considered inviting Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer to join Zero Wing, he knew that they'd never accept. Many superpowers had tried to recruit them in his previous life, as well, even offering incredibly lax conditions that barely restricted their freedom. In the end, however, the siblings had rejected every offer. This proved to him that these two weren't interested in joining any guild. So, he shouldn't try to force the situation. Befriending them would be a wiser choice. If these two ever changed their minds, they'd at least consider joining Zero Wing. Thank you. Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer expressed their gratitude. Continuing, Smiling Breeze said, "We really don't know what to say. If you need our help with anything in the future, please feel free to ask. We'll help you to the best of our abilities." Ordinary players might not understand the benefits of Zero Wing's protection and the Candlelight Trading Firm's membership, but they did. Countless independent players dreamed of such an advantage. After conversing with Sherfong for a little while longer, Smiling Breeze and Cool Summer departed from Glory Town. Meanwhile, the players on the main street were in an uproar over Sherfang's battle with Sin Realm's members. Some players had even uploaded the battle videos they had recorded to the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. The instant the battle videos were available, they became the most popular topic of conversation throughout the kingdom. Many of the kingdom's players had negative opinions of Sin Realm due to its tyrannical behavior, but since the guild was so powerful, they were forced to endure its control. Now that Sin Realm had suffered a massive defeat in Glory Town, with one of its 7 great experts falling in battle, it was only natural that the populace's general mood was quite jubilant. For a time, the kingdom's population grew curious about Sherfang's identity, and many players found themselves admiring the swordsman. As news of the battle spread, everyone soon discovered that Sherfong was actually Zero Wing's Yifeng. Due to this revelation, the entire kingdom was in an uproar, with many players expressing their desire to join Zero Wing, hoping that the guild would establish a branch guild in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. The overwhelming reaction even surprised Sherfong. At this point, over 200,000 players, a truly frightening number, had voiced their desire to take down Sin Realm. Just how much of a tyrant is Sin Realm in the Purple Thorns Kingdom? Sherfong was astonished as he read the forum post containing a petition to deal with the offending guild. The average large guild didn't even have 100,000 members. Only second-rate and above guilds could amass such a collection. It didn't take long for news of the matter to reach the Purple Thorns Kingdom's various major powers, especially the kingdom's tyrant Sin Realm. Chapter 1994, Unexpected Joy. Chapter 1994, Unexpected Joy. Purple Thorn City, Sin Realm's residence. The glorious, magnificent guild hall was hectic due to the incident in Glory Town. The guild members in the building struggled to control their bloodlust after learning about the defeat, and some players had even tried to form an expedition to flatten Glory Town. Meanwhile, Sin Realm's upper echelons had gathered in the guild leader's office. "Guild leader, we've looked into the situation. The player that killed Crocodile Breaker is Yifeng, Zero Wing's honorary elder." An indifferent man in purple gold robes and carrying a silver staff addressed the emaciated man in the guild leader's seat. Although the emaciated man looked like a shriveled tree, he felt like a towering mountain. Some of the guild's upper echelons didn't even dare to look him in the eye due to the powerful pressure he gave off. Sin Realm's members only felt awe and reverence towards this emaciated man. He was the strongest guild leader in Sin Realm's history. Lone Beacon. Sin Realm had still been considered a lowly second-rate guild a few years ago, but after Lone Beacon had become the guild leader, Sin Realm had rapidly developed. Now, it was a publicly acknowledged first-rate guild. Under Lone Beacon's leadership, Sin Realm had increased its development speed after joining God's domain. The guild was now even stronger than some veteran first-rate guilds and had taken full control of the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many first-rate and super first-rate guilds had even failed to accomplish such a feat. Zero Wing's Yifeng. Lone Beacon's lips curled into a smile. "That is interesting. As soon as we lay our hands on the Witch's Hill, someone from Zero Wing appears in the Purple Thorns Kingdom?" Guild leader This Yi Feng is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill Crocodile Breaker in our own territory. It's a slap to the face. A robust, tanned berserker growled angrily. Please, let me lead a team to teach this guy a lesson. We'll show Zero Wing that just because it barely resisted an offensive from Miracle, that doesn't mean that it can strut around before Sin Realm. Iron Tooth is right, guild leader. Yi Feng has come to our territory alone and killed Crocodile Breaker. If we don't take care of him, we'll become a laughingstock in the kingdom. Everyone will assume that we fear Zero Wing. The other guild upper echelons promptly voiced their agreement. It might have been acceptable if Zero Wing had sent an army into Purple Thorn's kingdom, and the two guilds had clashed, but Shifeng had come here on his own. He had even publicly announced his identity before the kingdom's populace. If they didn't deal with this player and prove to Zero Wing that they weren't to be trifled with, then Sin Realm's reputation would be in tatters. All right, Iron Tooth, take a team to Glory Town, Lone Beacon said, nodding. He, too, felt that it was necessary to teach Zero Wing a lesson. He then continued, however, Yi Feng is extraordinarily strong. Take the steel puppet with you as a precaution. The guild's upper echelons were surprised by Lone Beacon's decision. Sin Realm had only obtained the treasured steel puppet after many difficulties. The guild had lost more than 10,000 lives and numerous tier 3 magic scrolls. Although the steel puppet couldn't fight on its own like a summoned creature, needing a player's control, it could kill players as easily as killing ants. The steel puppet wouldn't have any issues dealing with tier 3 experts, much less tier 2 players. Yet, Lone Beacon wanted to use the steel puppet against a single expert player from Zero Wing. He was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. Now that Shifeng bore the death mark, the guild could easily track his movements. Sending Iron Tooth and his team, along with some magic scrolls and magic array scrolls, would be more than enough. There was no need to mobilize the steel puppet. The steel puppet! Iron Tooth rejoiced when he heard his guild leader's command. Hurriedly he replied, "Leave it to me. I'll make sure Yi Feng regrets ever setting foot in the Purple Thorn's kingdom." Following which, Iron Tooth, one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts, walked out of the guild leader's office to organize a team for his trip to Glory Town. In the meantime, Shifeng had arrived at Glory Town's town hall. Although Glory Town was not located in a high-resource map, based on the situation, Shifeng felt that this was an excellent place to make money and recruit expert players for Zero Wing. Although the monsters around Glory Town were average in all aspects, a specific rare herb was available in the area, the Phantom Flower, the main material for producing the basic level strengthening potion. Even in a herb-rich country like the Purple Thorn's kingdom, the Phantom Flower was far from common, and it didn't even grow in Star Moon Kingdom. Other kingdoms and empires that contained the Phantom Flowers didn't produce the flowers in large quantities either. This was why Cool Summer had come to Glory Town. Due to the basic level strengthening potion's popularity in the past, the Phantom Flower had become incredibly valuable. Each flower had initially sold for 3 silver, but the price had eventually skyrocketed to 15 silver. Currently, one could count the number of basic level strengthening potion recipes that existed in God's domain on one hand. Since so few players grinded in high-level maps right now, the demand for this potion wasn't particularly high yet, either. However, as players progressed in the game, they would need more EXP per level, making it far more difficult to level up. Fighting higher-leveled monsters would soon become a necessity if players wanted to increase their level quickly. At that time, the basic level strengthening potion would become intensely popular, which in turn would increase the scarcity of the Phantom Flowers. Although Shifeng didn't yet have the recipe, he could take advantage of the situation to stockpile Phantom Flowers. Producing basic level strengthening potions would become impossible without them, after all. Naturally, more of the potion's recipes would surface as time passed. "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service today?" The town hall's senior administrator took the initiative to approach Shifeng as he entered the building. "I wish to buy 2 plots of land," Shifeng replied. "Very well. These are all the lands available for sale in the town," the senior administrator said as he revealed a map of Glory Town. Despite being an advanced town, Glory Town's size was only the size of an intermediate town. As a result, it didn't have many lands for sale. As Shifeng inspected the lands in the town's central district, he noticed a dark blue marker. It was particularly eye-catching since the rest of the markers on the map were light blue. How is this possible? There's actually a plot of advanced land for sale? Shifeng was stunned as he stared at the dark blue marker. Chapter 1995, Advanced Land. Chapter 1995, Advanced Land. How much for this plot of land? Shifeng asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart as he pointed at the dark blue marker on the map. In the past, the various superpowers had considered advanced lands extremely valuable. Unlike ordinary lands, players had absolute control of the advanced lands they purchased. In other words, like guild towns and cities, players wouldn't be limited to the type of construction they could build on the land. Instead of building shops, guild residences, or private houses, players could construct auction houses or battle arenas. Though only a fool would build a battle arena in an NPC town, as doing so would not yield any profits. NPC towns didn't have much mana, and a battle arena wouldn't provide enough benefits to the player's training without a high mana density. The wisest way to use a plot of advanced land was to build an auction house. Auction houses couldn't be constructed on ordinary lands, and NPC towns didn't usually possess auction houses. Of course, player-constructed auction houses didn't hold much attraction for players. They were already available in NPC cities, and every NPC town and city had a teleportation hall, allowing players to travel from one location to another easily. Moreover, NPC auction houses were usually connected with multiple other NPC auction houses, which allowed players to sell and purchase items from multiple NPC cities. In contrast, player-constructed auction houses were only connected with other auction houses the player owned. However, player-constructed auction houses had an advantage that NPC auction houses lacked: the freedom to choose the form of currency required. Instead of coins, players could use credits or magic crystals. Many of God's domains, players dreamed of earning real-world money through the game, but transactions involving credits and in-game items were troublesome. Normally, players were only willing to go through the trouble for bulk or high-value transactions. However, player-constructed auction houses removed the hassle of credit trades. The services player-constructed auction houses offered were convenient for small transactions, and the guilds operating the auction houses could collect processing fees, earning a large sum of credits. If the auction house's trade volume was sufficiently high, the ruling guild could even earn enough credits per day to make the various superpowers jealous. Of course, obtaining such an income was impossible if one relied on a single NPC town's auction house, but there was a saying, "Many a little makes a mickle." If Shifeng could construct an auction house while God's domain was still in its early phases, he could earn a fortune. Moreover, an auction house in an NPC town would be far more popular than one in a guild town. This was due to the more convenient transportation methods. Every NPC town and city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom allowed direct teleportation to Glory Town. Lord Bronze Legatee. This plot of land's price is somewhat special. In addition to 14,000 gold, you'll also have to pay 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores if you wish to purchase it, the senior administrator said. Mana stones and pure magic cores. Shifeng released a sigh of relief when he heard the senior administrator's price. Normally, advanced lands cost both coins and resources. Fortunately, the resources required this time were not particularly valuable. Shifeng could easily synthesize mana stones from magic crystals, and he could collect pure magic cores from killing level 50+ Great Lord ranked demonic beasts. Neither of these items would be difficult to acquire for Zero Wing. As for the 14,000 gold, the cost was practically negligible. Zero Wing had earned quite a bit of profit recently, and he had the compensation the Black Dragon Empire's various large guilds had paid for their transgressions. Even though most of the compensation had been paid in materials and lands, quite a few guilds had paid with coins. Overall, Sherfong currently had over 170,000 gold in his pockets. This was also why he had decided to activate a super large-scale neutral city. After speaking with the senior administrator, Sherfong contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send some manpower to Glory Town. He also instructed her to send mana stones and pure magic cores. In less than an hour, Sherfong had received the required 300 mana stones and 300 pure magic cores. He then purchased the advanced land in addition to 2 plots of ordinary lands, spending a total of 18,000 gold. After purchasing the lands, Sherfong used the auction house design, which the guild had recently acquired, and instructed his guild's architects to construct the auction house on the advanced land. He then spent another 5,000 gold to construct a guild residence and a shop on the 2 plots of ordinary land. Suddenly, 3 extremely eye-catching buildings rose within Glory Town. The Candlelight trading firm was especially impressive, and although it wasn't as majestic as the advanced auction house, it was a 3-story building. Moreover, it occupied just as much area as Zero Wing's new residence. Glory Town's players immediately noticed the appearance of Zero Wing's residence and the Candlelight trading firm. The town wasn't particularly large, after all, and none of the town's lands had been purchased by any major powers. Glory Town was merely a border town, a temporary leveling area for a small number of independent players. There was no real value to purchasing the lands here. Why is there a player-constructed auction house? Didn't they say that it wasn't possible to construct auction houses in NPC towns? Zero Wing is so awesome. It has even pulled off something like this. But what's the point in constructing an auction house here? Player-constructed auction houses don't usually have a lot of items for sale. The customer base is so much smaller than NPC auction houses, so there isn't much point in using a player-constructed one. True, but isn't Zero Wing Starmoon Kingdom's overlord? It also has a big city like Zero Wing City. This auction house here should be connected to the one there. If that's the case, it should have a lot of items for sale. Glory Town's players were all curious about the Candlelight auction house that now graced their town. They immediately entered to inspect the building and its services. However, once players examined the items for auction, they were stupefied. The Candlelight auction house had just as many items as the auction houses in NPC cities. Most importantly, many items could also be purchased with either coins or credits. Players could even spend credits to buy a single piece of bronze Oregon. This discovery excited the players that didn't have many coins but had spare credits lying around. Moreover, the weapons and equipment the Candlelight auction house offered were much cheaper. Amazing! The Candlelight auction house is simply amazing. Crap, there are so many pieces of level 55 mysterious iron equipment for sale. You won't even find this many in NPC cities' auction houses. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot as they read through the item lists in the Candlelight auction house. Meanwhile, news of Glory Town's new auction house soon reached the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums with a particularly eye-catching title. Candlelight Auction House appears in Glory Town. Chapter 1996, Popular Auction House. Chapter 1996, Popular Auction House. Due to the appearance of the Candlelight auction house, the players viewing the Purple Thorn Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar, especially the ordinary independent players. Once they read the forum thread, they headed to Glory Town. Normally, these independent players struggled to earn money, yet God's Domain had many aspects that required coins. Exchanging credits for coins wasn't easy either, since most workshops and money farming teams sold coins at a minimum of 5 gold. Sellers very rarely sold small amounts, such as 50 silver or 1 gold. Players from ordinary households couldn't afford to spend the credits on 5 gold, and although they were willing to purchase individual pieces of bronze or mysterious iron equipment with credits, such opportunities were incredibly rare. Most players only sold bronze and mysterious iron equipment for credits when they were selling in bulk. Although it was possible to purchase individual bronze and mysterious iron equipment with coins in guild towns' auction houses, there was generally a limited supply. Furthermore, traveling to guild towns wasn't very convenient. Now that the Candlelight Auction House had appeared in an NPC town and had a large stock of items, Purple Thorn's Kingdom's general populace couldn't sit still and do nothing. In less than half an hour, Glory Town's sparsely populated streets had become crowded with players. Everyone visiting the town swarmed toward the Candlelight Auction House to purchase and sell items. The town had become even more lively than Zero Wing City. Sher Feng was overwhelmed as he watched from within the auction house. According to the auction house's statistics, over 30,000 items had been put up for auction, and over 50,000 items had sold. Meanwhile, the auction house had collected over 200,000 credits from processing fees and over 100 gold in consignment fees. Glory Town's Candlelight Auction House made even more money than Zero Wing City's. Suddenly, Melancholic Smile contacted Sher Feng and demanded, "Guild leader, what did you do in the Purple Thorn's Kingdom?" The Candlelight Auction House has gained several thousand members in the last few moments. We've earned over 40,000 magic crystals via membership fees alone. In addition, the total trade volume for the auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town has increased drastically. It's 30% higher than usual. The auction houses in Zero Wing City, Silverwing Town, and Stone Forest Town were some of Zero Wing's main income sources. However, the trade volume for these auction houses had increased by 30% and continued to rise. At this rate, the 3 auction houses would soon generate half of Zero Wing's credit income. At that time, Zero Wing would no longer have to sell secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment to maintain the training ground. The guild might even be able to afford to recruit more internal members. A 30% increase in trade volume. Sher Feng chuckled. That's only the beginning. If everything goes smoothly, we should see an increase of 70% at the very least. All right, send someone out to collect phantom flowers. As long as they don't cost more than 5 silver per stalk, buy as many as possible. An ordinary guild city couldn't compare to the convenience of owning an advanced land in an NPC town or city. This was even true for Zero Wing City, which had a player population of over 10 million. No other guild had built a guild auction house in an NPC town in the Purple Thorn's Kingdom, and Sher Feng's success would attract a large number of players to Glory Town. Soon, the NPC town would see more player traffic than Zero Wing City, and almost every player that visited had done so specifically to use the Candlelight Auction House. Melancholic Smile was dazed when she heard that the trade volume would increase by at least 70%. If it really were possible to secure so much income, they wouldn't have to worry about the new training ground's operation costs. Phantom flowers? I'll have my people purchase them via secrets channels, Melancholic Smile said after recovering from her shock. No, we cannot purchase the flower through secret. I don't want to attract any unnecessary attention. Have people purchase the flowers from the various kingdoms and empires in secret, but try not to affect the market price, Sher Feng said. Although the phantom flower wasn't particularly special, if Zero Wing purchased the flower in bulk through the secret chamber of commerce, the chamber's other members would notice. That could affect his plans to stockpile the phantom flowers. He was not willing to take such a risk. I understand. I'll have people collect phantom flowers in secret, Melancholic Smile said, understanding Sher Feng's intentions. She then disconnected the call and began to arrange the necessary manpower. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked players had reserved a bar not far from the Candlelight Auction House and had settled in to observe the situation. Commander Irontooth, I've sent some players to investigate, but we haven't discovered how Zero Wing got permission to construct the auction house. We only know that Zero Wing had dispatched a group of architects to construct it on that plot of land. A masked level 58 Tier 2 assassin reported. Zero Wing has also constructed a residence in the town. By the looks of it, the guild plans to recruit members from Glory Town and begin its development in the kingdom from here. What an arrogant guild. First, Zero Wing kills our guild members, and now it intends to start a branch guild in our kingdom? This is an insult to Sin Realm. Rage flared within Irontooth as he listened to his subordinate's report. Commander, why don't we go and kill Yi Feng now? A level 58, Tier 2 ranger suggested. No, we'll wait until he leaves Glory Town. Irontooth growled, shaking his head. Although Glory Town is only a town, it is a heavily fortified border town. Moreover, he must be aware that he has a tracking mark on him. He will expect an ambush and remain around a high number of NPCs. He might even have a bunch of companions with him. If we strike abruptly, we'll just end up like Crocodile Breaker. Right now, we need to wait. Once the tracking mark disappears, Yi Feng will sense it. He'll think that he is free and will act more boldly. That will be the perfect time to take his life. Notify Feather Hunter and tell him to keep a close eye on Yi Feng. Understood. The Tier 3 tracking scroll Crocodile Breaker had used was incredibly rare and effective, but it had an obvious flaw. The targeted player could perceive the mark. However, Sin Realm used such a tracking scroll for that reason, letting their prey know that they were being tracked and hunted. The tracking scroll was merely a distraction, a setup for the true attack that would occur after the death mark disappeared. Their killing move was a special legacy Sin Realm had obtained Covert Killer. Not only did the Covert Killer hidden class allow a player to track others without being detected, but it also allowed the player to land a fatal blow from an extremely long distance. The class was almost tailor-made for rangers. Sin Realm had nurtured a group of true tracking experts with this special legacy. Feather Hunter was the best among the players that had obtained the Covert Killer hidden class. While Sin Realm's Feather Hunter watched his target, Sherfong boldly left the Candlelight auction house and headed for the trading firm a short distance away. The Candlelight trading firm's interior was finally complete. The first floor would be reserved for selling daily necessities, the second would sell valuable items Candlelight produced, and the third would contain workspaces and a warehouse. The shop was also fully staffed by NPCs and Candlelight members from White River City. Now, all that was left was the shop's grand openings. Once Sherfong entered the Candlelight trading firm, he instructed an NPC to purchase materials and focus on buying phantom flowers. The guild members would be responsible for managing sales and producing items. With everything set up, Sherfang's true purpose of setting up the trading firm in Glory Town should remain hidden. I should head to the Icefire mountain range now. Sherfong glanced at the time once he had settled his affairs in Glory Town. Since the tracking mark on him had disappeared some time ago, he decided that it was finally time to leave. He immediately donned his black cloak and snuck out of the town. He only called out his mount and made his way towards the neutral map after he had put some distance between himself and Glory Town. The moment Sherfong left the town, Feather Hunter notified Irontooth of the development. Commander Irontooth, Yi Feng has snuck out of Glory Town. Feather Hunter reported as he watched the moving red dot on his system map. Good. He's finally getting impatient. Follow him closely. We'll head to your location immediately, Irontooth said, laughing as he finished the beer in his hand. Chapter 1997, Ancient Stone Box. Chapter 1997, Ancient Stone Box. Sherfong headed south after leaving Glory Town. Is this guy insane? He's running out in the fields without a care. What's going on? Why haven't the monsters noticed him? The players grinding in the fields were astonished as they watched Sherfong brazenly charge through the wilderness. They were stunned further when they realized that the high-level monsters nearby completely ignored the swordsman, while some actively avoided him. After a short moment, Sherfong vanished. The players here have already gotten used to killing higher-leveled monsters. As Sherfong rode through the wilderness on his mount, he noticed many parties fighting in the wild. Seeing these elite players' performance, he realized that they were slightly stronger than Star Moon Kingdom's elites. The monsters these elite players faced were clearly level 70 or higher. Not only did the monsters have an advantage in levels, but their basic attributes were also much higher. However, these elite players handled the monsters adeptly. They never tried to take the monsters head-on, sending the party's MT to distract the target while evading the monsters' attacks instead. Meanwhile, the party's ranged players bombarded the monsters, slowly but surely whittling down the higher-leveled opponents. While this combat method might seem simple, it was not easy to implement since the monsters in the area had considerably high combat standards. Including the attribute differences, distracting these monsters without taking a hit would be very difficult for current MTs, much less doing so for a long period. Players' combat standards would be tested here. However, despite their excellent performances, the best these players could manage was grinding in Glory Town's nearby maps. The farther they were from Glory Town, the stronger the monsters would be. Players would encounter more than just special elites and chieftains. They'd also run into lords and high lords. Even level 60, Tier 2 experts would have to flee from level 70+ lords and high lords, not to mention Tier 1 players. Not only were these monsters' combat standards superior to special elites and chieftains, but they also had an arsenal of skills. If Tier 2 experts were not careful, they could die in the blink of an eye. Of course, these monsters were no trouble for Sherfong. He had already reached level 70 and could easily move through these level 70+ lords and high lords. After over 2 hours of travel, Sherfong finally arrived in an open gravel plain. An ancient altar, surrounded by stone pillars that formed a maze, stood in the center of the plain. Meanwhile, level 75 and higher elemental creatures roamed the maze, the majority of which were Lord-ranked monsters. This was the Elemental Altar, the most famous location in Glory Town's map during Sherfeng's previous life. Sure enough, no one has come this far yet. As Sherfong arrived before the Elemental Altar and gazed upon the ancient stone box upon it, he couldn't help but smile. Any player that had wanted to travel to Thunder Axe City had almost always done so through Glory Town in the past, but by the time he had made it to the town, players had long since explored the area. Meanwhile, among the various locations found, players had talked about the Elemental Altar more than any other. The altar had become such a hot topic due to the stone box enshrined on it. While the stone box might look ordinary, it contained an amazing treasure: the sealing stone. Although the sealing stone was a one-time use tool, it had astounding power. When used, it could seal the strength of one monster, reducing its rank by 1 for 3 hours. While this effect might not seem impressive, the sealing stone was even effective against mythic monsters. The tool would reduce ordinary mythic monsters to Grand Lord rank, and mythic-ranked archaic species would become as weak as ordinary mythic monsters. The player that had opened Thunder Axe City's entrance in the past had only succeeded due to this sealing stone. The guardian boss that protected the entrance would have been unbeatable for individual players at that time otherwise. As proof, many Superpowers Apex experts had failed to unlock the neutral city. Now that Sherfong wanted to open Thunder Axe City, he had to get a sealing stone of his own. However, opening the stone box was easier than said due to the Thunder Beast that guarded it. Thunder Beast, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 77, HP 85 000 000/85 000 This Thunder Beast would be a challenge, and as more players gathered, it would become stronger. Unlike other field bosses, it would grow stronger once more than one hostile life form was within range. If more than 6 life forms were nearby, the Thunder Beast would grow into a Grand Lord ranked archaic species, and it would become as strong as mythic monster. If more than 20 life forms were within range, although it wouldn't grow past mythic rank, its combat standards would skyrocket. The Thunder Beast would become impossible to defeat if more than 100 life forms were nearby. Meanwhile, the life forms in question included summoned creatures and players' personal guards. To make matters worse, the Thunder Beast would obtain more and higher quality skills as more life forms entered its range of influence. Because of this, the Thunder Beast had remained undefeated even after many guild experts had reached level 70 in the past. The Sealing Stone had only been discovered after a level 75 peak expert had visited the elemental altar and defeated the boss with special tools in hand. Although Shi Feng had yet to reach level 75, he had incredibly powerful outside help. Following which, Shi Feng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a level 85 Tier 3 lava demon. When the lava demon emerged, the surrounding temperature rose sharply due to the molten lava that covered its body, creating a natural domain. The lava demon was fond of melee combat, and while it might not be able to contend with a Grand Lord of the same level, it shouldn't have any issues against a Grand Lord 8 levels lower with the Bible of Darkness's strengthening effects. Go, Shi Feng commanded, gesturing at the Thunder Beast that slumbered beside the elemental altar. The lava demon released a war cry before charging at the Thunder Beast, appearing before the Grand Lord in an instant and activating the Tier 3 taboo skill, Lava Claw. By the time the Thunder Beast woke from its slumber, the lava demon's claw had struck the monster's lightning-formed body. Roar! The Thunder Beast cried out in agony, instantly losing more than 2 million HP. Due to Lava Claw's weakening effect, the Thunder Beast's basic attributes dropped by 10% as well. However, not one to be outdone, the Thunder Beast responded with a swipe of its tail, sending a whip of lightning at the lava demon. Tier 3 skill, Lightning Annihilation. With just one swing of its tail, the Thunder Beast launched a lightning attack in a 100-yard cone. Even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level with an active life-saving skill would barely survive the attack if they were on the receiving end. Any other class would die. Fortunately, the skill was nothing to the lava demon. The summoned demon only lost a little over L5 of its 24 million HP. Shi Feng finally made his move after the lava demon and Thunder Beast struggled against each other for some time. Activating Instant Strike, he appeared beside the Thunder Beast and bombarded the Grand Lord with his attacks. Shadow Blade, Purgatory Pentaslash, Flame Burst, Phantom Kill. Shi Feng used one skill after another, each hit dealing tens of thousands of damage, with some even dealing over minus 100,000. The Thunder Beast's HP began to plummet. 90%, 70%, 50%. Since the Thunder Beast only had 2 opponents, Shi Feng and his Lava Demon, it could only use 2 of its skills. The AoE Tier 3 skill, Lighting Annihilation, and the single target Tier 3 skill, Lightning Claw. Against Shi Feng, a player with the strength to rival a great lord of the same level, the Thunder Beast could only watch helpless as it continued to lose HP. In the end, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and landed the killing blow when the Thunder Beast's HP fell below 1%. The Grand Lord's body then dispersed as countless arcs of lightning, vanishing from the elemental altar. Chapter 1998, Sin Realm So Much EXP. Chapter 1998, Sin Realm So Much EXP. Shi Feng stared at his experience bar in astonishment. After the Thunder Beast had died, his experience bar had increased by 11%. If he were grinding normally, he'd need at least half a day to earn that much EXP, but he had gained so much after less than 20 minutes. When he remembered that the Thunder Beast, as a special boss, so much EXP made sense. If a 20-man team killed an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level, Every member of the team would receive a significant amount of EXP. Not only was the Thunder Beast 7 levels higher than Sherfong, but he had also killed the Grand Lord without help, monopolizing the awarded EXP. It was only natural that he received so much. Any other level 70 player would have likely gained enough EXP to fill 20% of their experience bar. When the Thunder Beast had fallen, it had also dropped over 30 items, filling Sherfong with delight. Past level 50, even ordinary mythic field bosses only dropped around 30 to 40 items. Although he was responsible for the Thunder Beast's first kill, 30 items were still impressive. Meanwhile, over half of the items were materials, and all of them were unique materials from the Thunder Beast's body. Thunder Skin, epic rank material. When producing leather armor, the Thunder Skin can be used to enhance the armor's basic attributes and grant lightning resistance. Thunder Claw, inferior legendary rank material. When added to a weapon's production process, the Thunder Claw increases the weapon's attack power and adds additional lightning-type damage. All of the materials were unique items for tailoring, leatherworking, forging, alchemy, enchanting, and engineering. Every one of these items was incredibly valuable. The Thunder Claw was just as valuable as an ordinary epic weapon, since materials that altered a weapon's damage to lightning type were particularly rare. Any weapon that could use lightning would ignore a significant amount of defense unless the target had very high lightning resistance, but equipment that provided that resistance was just as rare. Melee players in the past had dreamed of enlisting a master forger to create a custom weapon with lightning-type damage for them. With such a weapon, players would have a massive advantage when fighting monsters or players. As expected of a unique boss, its loot is amazing. Sherfang's eyes glowed as he gazed at the weapons and equipment the Thunder Beast had dropped. The Thunder Beast had dropped a total of 7 weapons and equipment. 6 pieces were level 70 equipment, of which 3 were fine gold rank and 3 were secret silver rank. Of the 3 fine gold equipment pieces, 1 was a cloth chest piece, 1 was a pair of leather pants, and 1 was a pair of plate armor boots. The lightning combat boots pleased Sherfong the most. Although the cloth armor and leather pants were good, they weren't quite as powerful as the boots. Not only did the lightning combat boots add 10 points of lightning resistance, but they also possessed a powerful additional active skill called Lightning's Shadow. When activated, the skill transformed the wearer into a streak of lightning for 10 seconds. Players wouldn't be able to attack during this time, but they would move as fast as lightning. If the player attacked during the transformation, they'd revert to their original state. The skill also had a 10-minute cooldown. This skill would undoubtedly make up for a plate armor class's lack of mobility. Whether the player used the skill to chase an opponent or flee, it would be exceptionally effective. Moreover, the lightning combat boots' basic attributes were even higher than those on the level 60 fine gold boots Sherfong currently wore. Without hesitation, Sherfong switched his current boots for the lightning combat boots, gaining more than 20 points to his basic attributes overall. Although the increase was minor, the additional skill, which would drastically increase his survivability, was far more important. Level 70 experts would covet the 3 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, since each item offered lightning resistance. Not only would the resistance protect the wearer from lightning-type damage, but they'd also have more defense against skills and spells that inflicted numbing effects. The 3 pieces were even more valuable than ordinary level 70 fine gold equipment. However, the weapon the Thunder Beast had dropped, an extremely rare epic growth-type weapon, was even more impressive than the 6 pieces of equipment. Howling Thunder, throwing weapon, bronze rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 1000, Agility 900, and Tier 2. Attack power: value is set at player's Strength *1, 7. Strength plus 36, Agility plus 27, Endurance plus 5 attack speed plus 4. Maximum throwing distance, 42 yards when attacking. Ignore 20% of target's defense. Attack speed increases by 12%. 20% chance to land a critical hit. 10% chance to trigger a knockback effect. 10% chance to trigger the thundering wind effect. Increasing attack speed by 150% and ignoring defense completely. Additional skill 1 dash. Lightning guidance. Deals 120% lightning damage every second for 5 seconds in a 10-yard radius around the targeted area. Can store to a maximum of 3 lightning guidance charges. Each charge has a 2-minute cooldown. Additional skill 2 dash. Sundering Thunder. Causes a lightning impact that carries 100% of user strength in a 30-yard cone. Cooldown 5 minutes. Upgrading this weapon requires a large amount of mana. Can be upgraded to epic rank at maximum. Currently bronze rank. Requires 1,000 magic crystals to reach the mysterious iron rank. Throwing weapons were extremely rare in God's domain, even more so than ornaments. They were also the only ranged attacks available to melee players. Moreover, throwing weapons were categorized by ranks, not levels. They were the only type of weapon that players could use throughout the entire game without becoming obsolete. Hence, every throwing weapon was worth a fortune. In the past, most melee experts had still used mysterious iron throwing weapons after reaching level 100. Very few had acquired secret silver or fine gold throwing weapons, and only the most fortunate players had obtained dark gold ranked throwing weapons. Sherfong hadn't switched to another throwing weapon since he had obtained the Blazing Meteor from Silura. The Blazing Meteor would even be incredibly rare after players reached level 200, after all. Of course, he hadn't expected to get his hands on an epic, growth-type throwing weapon after killing the Thunder Beast. The Howling Thunder was even more valuable than ordinary epic weapons. Sherfong immediately began to upgrade the Howling Thunder since he had so many magic crystals on him at the moment. After a short moment, Sherfong had upgraded Howling Thunder to Dark Gold rank. He would need 40,000 magic crystals to upgrade it to epic rank, however, which was 10 times more than upgrading it from fine gold to dark gold rank. Since he didn't have enough magic crystals for this final upgrade, he had no choice but to set the matter aside for now. Even so, the dark gold ranked Howling Thunder had already surpassed Blazing Meteor's power, satisfying Sherfong. Sherfong left the elemental altar after he replaced Blazing Meteor with Howling Thunder and retrieved the sealing stone from the ancient stone box. However, as he was about to use the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport to the Ice-Fire mountain range, a gigantic magic array appeared above him, forming a magic barrier that enveloped the area around Sherfong. Once the barrier was complete, a group of players wearing Sinrealm's guild emblem emerged from the ground. A playful light flashed in their eyes as they turned to Sherfong. Just as the guild leader guessed, you came to Glory Town for a quest. It's a pity your efforts will go to waste, the tall, robust Iron Tooth said as he stepped out of the crowd. Smiling, he continued, "Now, are you going to hand over the item, or will we need to retrieve it from your corpse? Decide." Chapter 1999, Instant Kill. Chapter 1999, Instant Kill. As Iron Tooth finished his question, the players around him burst into action. Wasting no time, these players formed a tight circle around Sherfong. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights stood at the forefront with their shields raised, followed by the Berserkers and Swordsmen who offered their MT companion support. The ranged DPS players and healers stood farther behind. Sinrealm's members left Sherfong no room to flee. Even if Sherfong could tear through the encirclement and escape, the area had been sealed off with a magic barrier. He was trapped unless he could destroy it. Based on this pressure, you must have used an intermediate magic array? Sherfong thought aloud as he glanced at the players channeling their ray. This magic array had also reduced his basic attributes by 25%. In God's domain, magic array suppression was far less effective against players than monsters, and the higher tier the player was, the weaker the suppression would be. To rob a Tier 2 player of 25% of their basic attributes, one would need to use an intermediate magic array at the very least. You've guessed correctly. This Earth's Wind is an intermediate magic array, and even a mythic monster would need some time to destroy it, while within the array, you won't be able to use teleportation spells or tools. Iron Tooth informed his prey, sneering. We prepared this magic array for you specifically. Is it to your satisfaction? Earth's Wind was one of the few sets of intermediate magic array scrolls Sinrealm possessed. They had originally saved it to use against particularly powerful field bosses. However, to ensure Shurfeng's death and teach Zero Wing a lesson, Lone Beacon had decided to send the scrolls with Iron Tith's party. You don't really think one intermediate magic array is enough to take me down, do you? Shurfeng calmly asked as he eyed the several hundred Sinrealm players before him. Around 50 of these players were Tier 2 experts. The rest of them were only Tier 1 players. The strongest player among them was Iron Tooth, a mere level 59, Tier 2 shield warrior, and Shurfeng could tell that his combat standards were not quite as powerful as Crocodile Breaker's. This man was only an ordinary refinement realm expert. This team wasn't enough to deal with a peak expert head-on. Peak experts had exceedingly powerful basic attributes, and even if those attributes had been reduced by 25%, they were still higher than ordinary Tier 2 experts. Naturally, killing ordinary Tier 2 experts would be child's play. They'd only need a little more time to complete the task. Of course, a single intermediate magic array and these ordinary experts won't be enough to deal with you, Irontooth said, smiling at Shurfeng. But what if these experts have violent blood potions? Earth's Wind would suppress Tier 2 experts' basic attributes by 25%, but a peak expert could still easily annihilate ordinary experts of the same level and tier while subjected to the array's effects. A 100-man team of ordinary Tier 2 experts still wouldn't be enough to take Shurfeng down. This team would need over a dozen Refinement Realm experts working together to have any chance of victory. Although Sin Realm did not have that many Refinement Realm experts, it did have the extremely valuable Violent Blood Potions. Sin Realm had gone to great lengths to obtain the recipe for this potion, and after consuming it, players would gain an additional 1,200 points to every basic attribute. Moreover, these attribute points would add to players' base attributes. With their weapons and equipment's percentage modifiers, the potion's effects would be even greater. Meanwhile, the Violent Blood Potion had a 20-second duration and 5-minute cooldown. An ordinary Tier 2 expert would instantly gain the combat power of peak experts after drinking the potion. Unfortunately, the materials to produce the Violent Blood Potion were incredibly rare and valuable, and not even an advanced alchemist would have a high success rate when brewing it. To ensure Shurfeng's defeat, Irontooth had specifically received 4 Violent Blood Potions from the guild. With 4 peak experts and an intermediate magic array suppression, they could even kill a superpowers apex expert, much less Shurfeng. When Irontooth had finished speaking, 3 Tier 2 experts near him took out their Violent Blood Potions and drank them. The intensity of the trio's auras instantly skyrocketed. The 3 Tier 2 players in question were a Berserker, a Swordsman, and an Assassin. In this lineup, the Berserker would act as the MT, the Swordsman would offer support, and the Assassin would find the opportunity to land the final blow. Yifeng, today we will prove to you and Zero Wing that resisting an attack for miracle doesn't mean that you can stand up to Sin Realm. Irontooth bellowed as he pointed at Shurfeng. Go, kill this arrogant fool. The trio then advanced on Shurfeng. The Berserker used Charge, the Swordsman used Wind Blade, and the Assassin entered Stealth. The Violent Blood Potion? Watching the approaching Berserker and Swordsman, Feng retrieved Howling Thunder and flicked it. Sundering Thunder. Countless arcs of lightning then surged forth. Once Feng had upgraded the throwing weapon to dark gold rank, Howling Thunder skills had considerably improved. Now, Sundering Thunder could exert 180% of its user's strength and covered a 45-yard cone. The attack's speed was also extraordinary. The attack caught the charging trio off guard. The impact sent all three flying while their HPs rapidly decreased. The Sin Realm members that had stood behind the trio had suffered an even more tragic fate. The Tier 1 players within Sundering Thunder's range died instantly. Only Tier 2 players had survived the attack, although their HPs had fallen to a critical level. While Sin Realms players were stunned, Feng took the opportunity to throw Howling Thunder a second time. Lightning Guidance. Suddenly, 3 arcs of lightning charred the ground beneath the 3 Tier 2 experts that had consumed the violent blood potions. Numerous arcs of lightning then descended from the sky and bombarded the area around the trio. Boom, boom, boom. Since Lightning Guidance was an AoE attack, players could only evade it by escaping its range. Meanwhile, numbed by Sundering Thunder's effects, the 3 Tier 2 experts had no hope of dodging out of Lightning Guidance's range before the skill struck. The expert trio lost their remaining HP to the skill after 3 seconds. Not even the healers had time to save them, as they lost tens of thousands of HP each second. How is this possible? Iron Tooth paled when he saw the 3 Tier 2 experts' corpses. Feng had killed 3 players with the combat power to rival peak experts without much effort. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while suppressed by an intermediate magic array. For a moment, Iron Tooth couldn't believe his eyes. Feng, however, wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. Peak experts were considered such due to their ability to react to danger. Some peak experts could even predict an enemy's attack before the player launched it. While Sin Realm's expert trio had greater combat power than peak experts, their ability to react was no more impressive than an ordinary expert's. Furthermore, even with the additional 1,200 points to their basic attributes, they were still no match for Feng's. "Commander, what should we do?" a Tier 2 assassin asked. As expected of Zero Wing's honorary elder, I had considered giving you an easy death. But since you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll make you suffer. Iron Tooth snarled. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the steel puppet from his bag. Chapter 2000, Combating the Steel Puppet. Chapter 2000, Combating the Steel Puppet. The steel puppet stood 8 meters tall and was comprised entirely of fine iron. It also wore thick, heavy, pitch-black armor. The steel puppet had 2 heads and 4 mechanical arms, each wielding a gigantic saber. Despite the steel puppet's inactive state, it radiated a dreadful aura. The boss is finally getting serious. Amazing! So this is the guild's steel puppet? When they saw the colossal steel puppet, Sin Realms members recovered their senses. They no longer feared Feng, but cheered with excitement. A steel puppet? Feng was quite surprised to see the massive construct. Like the guardian puppet, the steel puppet was a bronze puppet with the strength of an apex tier 2 being. Its defense was even greater than the Hell Tanks. Like the Hell Tank and other war weapons, bronze puppets didn't have HP, but durability. The steel puppet was capable of several times the Hell Tank's combat power, the perfect weapon to deal with players and take down buildings. Feng, you should be pleased. You'll be this steel puppet's first victim, Iron Tooth said, sneering as he sat in the steel puppet's control module. This was the first time Sin Realm would use the steel puppet since obtaining it. The guild simply hadn't needed to use it yet. Operating the steel puppet also cost a large number of magic crystals. Just to activate it, one needed to store 1,000 magic crystals within the puppet for every minute the steel puppet was operated. it would consume 50 crystals. In other words, the steel puppet could only operate for 20 minutes at full capacity. To make matters worse, using the steel puppet skills would cost additional magic crystals. Sinrealm hadn't bothered to use the puppet for these reasons, even when dealing with other guilds. Iron Tooth was only allowed to use the steel puppet now because Lone Beacon wanted to teach Zero Wing a lesson. As Iron Tooth fell silent, he used the steel puppet to advance on Sherfong. The steel puppet's movement speed was extremely high, crossing 50 yards in less than 2 seconds. Upon arriving before Sherfong, the steel puppet swung one of its sabers at the swordsman. Despite the attack's casual nature, its power was at the peak of Tier 3. The wind even howled as the saber soared toward Sherfong. So fast! Sherfong immediately responded by swinging Killing Ray. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the saber's trajectory altered, and it crashed into the ground beside the swordsman, the impact tearing a 20-meter-long gash in the ground. Sherfong instantly lost over 20,000 HP. You really are something to survive an attack like that. But how will you fare against 4 sabers? Iron Tooth brandished his 3 remaining weapons after seeing his target only lose a small fraction of his HP. Since a player controlled the steel puppet, all 3 sabers accurately flew towards Sherfang's defensive blind spots. Boom, boom, boom. As one slash after another descended, the blades devastated the ground around Sherfong. The earth trembled violently under the resulting impacts, and some of Sinrealm's nearby players lost their footing. The steel puppet's devastatingly destructive power stupefied Sinrealm's members. Setting aside the steel puppet's strength, its attack speed alone shocked many of the watching players. The sabers were far too quick, and even the Tier 2 players realized that they'd be hard-pressed to block a single strike. If they had to combat all 3 sabers simultaneously, they'd die on the spot. Once the dust settled, however, they were even more shocked. Sherfong still stood beside the steel puppet swords. He hadn't died in the flurry of attacks, and this time his HP was fully intact. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, its combat power is amazing. The Hell Tank is nothing in comparison, Sherfong thought as he looked at the deformed terrain around him. If he hadn't activated Power of Darkness in time, he would have likely lost more than half of his total HP. Controlling a combat puppet was very similar to controlling a divine. Beast players essentially merged with the combat puppet, and although they couldn't control the puppet as easily as they did their own bodies, executing simple attacks at maximum efficiency wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, a bronze combat puppet's every attack contained the strength and speed of Tier 2 at its peak. It was the equivalent of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. In addition, every attack a combat puppet executed would contain its full power, like a player at their peak. Even a Tier 3 expert would be at a disadvantage against a bronze combat puppet with the same combat standard. A berserk skill? Do you think that can save you? Iron Tooth sneered when he saw the black aura around Sherfong. He then raised his 4 sabers and attacked again. Although he couldn't control the steel puppet as nimbly as his own body, he was confident of defeating a real Tier 3 expert with the puppet's strength, speed, and 4 arms. We'll see about that. Sherfong brandished his 2 swords to meet the 4 sabers. Swords orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Sherfong, and he either blocked or deflected every attack Iron Tooth launched with the steel puppet. How is this possible? How is he keeping up with the steel puppet? Sinrealm's members watched the battle with dropped jaws as the steel puppet was rendered ineffective against Sherfong. However, none of them knew that Sherfang's attributes could normally rival a great lord's of the same level. After using Power of Darkness, his strength was as high as an ordinary Grand Lord's under the intermediate magic array suppression. He was also as fast as a Tier 3 player of the same level. Hence, the steel puppet's basic attributes were only slightly higher than his, and Shifeng could easily make up for the gap with his techniques. He's actually so strong? Iron Tith's expression darkened when he realized that he couldn't gain any ground against Shifeng. He had never thought that this swordman's attributes were so high that they could rival the steel puppets. After trading blows for a short moment, Shifeng lost interest in passively defending himself. He started to find opportunities to attack the steel puppet. Dang! 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 Dazzling sparks filled the air as Shifeng's sword stabbed and slashed to the puppet. But despite taking multiple attacks, there wasn't a single mark on the puppet's armor. It's useless. Even if you have heaven-defying basic attributes, they're nothing before the steel puppet's defense. I want to see just how long your berserk skill will keep you alive. Iron Tooth growled, sneering. He was fully confident in the steel puppet's defense, which had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. Only a Grand Lord ranked archaic species attacks could reduce its durability. Ordinary Grand Lords would only accomplish the feat if they used particularly powerful skills. Is that so? Shifeng chuckled. He then activated Blade Liberation and slashed at the puppet again. Hua! Suddenly, a visible tear appeared on the steel puppet's armor. Chapter 2001 Fire Spirit Appears. Chapter 2001 Fire Spirit Appears. The steel puppet stumbled 4 steps back after Shifeng's attack, nearly losing its footing. How is this possible? Shock filled Iron Tith's eyes as he stared at his puppet's cut. With a single attack, the steel puppet had instantly lost 3 points of its 1,000 total durability. Shifeng's attack power was ridiculously high, practically rivaling mythic monsters. Iron Tooth wasn't the only one dumbfounded, either. Sinrealm's nearby players were stunned. They had never considered that a player with the strength to stand against the steel puppet would exist at this stage of the game. Rather than a player, Shifeng was a monster. After his first attack succeeded, Shifeng charged towards the puppet once more. Shadow Blade. 10 strikes thrust toward the colossal construction, each attack carrying 100% of Shifeng's strength. Scram! Iron Tooth bellowed as he controlled his puppet. The steel puppet's 4 arms began to rotate, creating a storm that countered all 10 of Shifeng's attacks. The puppet's sabers created wind blades as it blocked the attacks, which flew toward Shifeng, forcing him to defend himself. The storm calmed after 3 seconds, resulting in a severameter deep crater where the steel puppet stood. The 50-yard radius area around the construct was void of life. So, this is one of the steel puppet skills? Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he watched his adversary. Truly amazing. It seems that it's truly impossible to defeat a bronze combat puppet as a Tier 2 player. Every one of the steel puppet's attacks resembled a defense turret. The fact that it had 4 arms meant it wielded 4 turrets. It could launch attacks without rest. Only, unlike actual defense turrets, the steel puppet wasn't capable of ranged attacks. Even so, it was strong enough to trouble any ordinary Tier 3 expert. Furthermore, the steel puppet had high defense and powerful skills, every one of which was more powerful than the average Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. These were the reasons that the various major powers used combat puppets as their most devastating trump cards. Although Shifeng had the strength to fight any ordinary mythic monster, while suppressed by an intermediate magic array after activating twofold Berserk, the compounded skills only lasted a little over 20 seconds. He couldn't defeat the steel puppet in such a short time. Yifeng, although you are quite strong, the steel puppet isn't limited to normal attacks. I'll give you a taste of its true power. Iron Tooth sneered as he glared at Shifeng. He had been surprised that Shifeng had actually damaged his puppet, but the steel puppet had 3 skills that were incomparably powerful. The skill he had used to drive off Shifeng had been a defensive skill with a powerful knockback effect. When activated, the skill would force all enemies within a 50-yard radius back. Both of the puppet's remaining skills were offensive skills, Steel Meteor and Death's Judgment. Steel Meteor was a single target skill, whereas Death's Judgment was an AoE. Since both skills consumed a lot of magic crystals, he had avoided using them, but he didn't have the leeway to conserve magic crystals with how this fight had progressed. Suddenly, the steel puppet's back bulged. Hundreds of magic bullets shot out of its back and flew towards the distant Sherfong. Although each magic bullet only contained power at the peak of Tier 3, the attack could even instant-kill a Tier 3 player since it fired several hundred at once. However, as everyone expected the magic bullets to shred Sherfong, golden, divine runes began to appear around the swordsman. The moment the magic bullets encountered the divine runes, they evaporated like snowflakes landing on a burning furnace. In the blink of an eye, the several hundred magic bullets vanished as if they had never existed. An invulnerability skill? Iron Tooth's expression darkened slightly as he watched the divine runes circling Sherfeng's body. But then he smiled and said, "Steel Meteor only has a 30-second cooldown. I want to see just how you plan to block the next wave." Sin Realm's watching members laughed. Sherfong might possess heaven-defying combat power, but at the end of the day, he was only a player. How could a lone player possibly defeat a war weapon? "I might not be a match for the steel puppet, but I doubt that is the case for your magic barrier," Sherfong said as he glanced at Iron Tooth. He then dashed towards the magic barrier. "Crap! Stop him!" Iron Tooth shouted to his subordinates. As Sherfong had said, although he couldn't defeat the steel puppet, he'd have no issues destroying the Earth's wind magic array. The barrier could only endure a few mythic-level hits before it shattered. Sin Realm's members responded by bombarding Sherfong with ranged attacks, but with twofold Berserk, Sherfeng's movement speed was just too high. Sin Realm's members could barely follow him with their eyes, much less land an attack. In a split second, Sherfong had reached the Earth's wind's magic barrier. Purgatory Pentaslash. As the 5 sword lights descended, the impact cracked the magic barrier. Boom! Following an explosion, the Earth's wind magic array transformed into countless particles of light and disappeared. Sherfong immediately recovered his basic attributes and regained the ability to use tools. "Yi Feng, don't even think about escaping." Iron Tooth charged forward with his steel puppet as the magic barrier faded. Although Sherfong was very fast, the swordsman still wasn't as strong as the steel puppet. As long as he kept up the chase, he'd have no problems reaching his target. "Escape?" Sherfong laughed. "It's impolite not to return what one receives. Since you want to fight, I'll give you one." After saying so, Sherfong retrieved the fire spirit from his bag and spent 300 magic crystals to activate it. Suddenly, a massive, crimson magic array appeared above him, enveloping the battlefield. The array began to fervently absorb the ambient mana, concentrating it to form an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. This flame dragon was none other than the fire spirit. Roar! The fire spirit released a furious cry as it descended, its roar shaking the very ground beneath it. At the same time, a frightening aura spread across the battlefield. A level 80, Tier 3 archaic species. How? The Sin Realm members who had been charging toward Sherfong slid to a halt as they stared at the fire spirit, which was roughly as large as the steel puppet, in abject horror. Chapter 2002, Steel Puppet Destroyed. Chapter 2002, Steel Puppet Destroyed. The fire spirit's appearance stunned Iron Tooth. He's just an honorary elder, yet Zero Wing gave him a Tier 3 archaic species to protect himself? Both surprise and envy overcame Iron Tooth as he stared at the flame dragon before him. He had never even heard of a tool that could summon a Tier 3 archaic species. A Tier 3 summoning scroll was already enough to cause a fight between the various major powers. Despite Sin Realm's success in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, the guild had only collected 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and everyone was reserved as a final trump card. The guild didn't even allow their players access to these scrolls while raiding a particularly important field boss. They would only be used when the guild faced annihilation. Yet, Shifeng had just summoned a Tier 3 archaic species, a creature even more powerful than those summoned with Tier 3 summoning scrolls. The guild had only allowed him to use the steel puppet because it could be used repeatedly. It only needed to be refueled with magic crystals. Had the steel puppet been a consumable item like summoning scrolls, he definitely wouldn't have been allowed to use it against Shifeng. When the other Sin Realm members saw the angry fire spirit, they couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't back away because the fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species, but because the dragon's aura was growing more intense, which felt painfully uncomfortable. Moreover, a radius of 30 yards around the flame dragon had transformed into a lava field due to its appearance. Players could feel the lava's scorching heat from over 100 yards away, and those with low fire resistance began to lose HP. The players around the fire spirit had no choice but to back up. Only Irontooth, who sat within the steel puppet, remained unaffected. "Go! Kill him!" Shifeng commanded, pointing at the steel puppet. Upon receiving Shifeng's command, the fire spirit roared again before extending its wings with a flap. "Yifeng, do you think you can destroy my steel puppet with 1 Tier 3 archaic species?" Irontooth sneered disdainfully as he watched the approaching fire spirit. He immediately controlled the steel puppet to meet the flame dragon in battle. At the end of the day, a monster was still a monster. Monsters were only capable of defeating players due to their powerful attributes. However, the steel puppet was different. Although controlling the steel puppet was a challenge, it would still exhibit greater combat standards than the average monster when driven by a refinement realm expert like Irontooth. In a situation where the difference in attributes meant nothing, the steel puppet could easily destroy the fire spirit. It would be akin to an expert beating up an ordinary player. The steel puppet swung 2 of its 4 sabers at the fire spirit's claws. At the same time, it swung the other 2 sabers at the fire spirit's head and neck. However, just as the 4 sabers were about to strike the flame dragon, the summoned creature altered its trajectory. Not only had it stopped the 2 sabers that aimed for its claws, but it had also diverted the blades to collide with the other pair of weapons, cleverly neutralizing the steel puppet's offensive. The flame spirit also swept its tail at its opponent, catching the steel puppet off guard with the additional attack. Pung! As the fire spirit's burning tail slammed into its target, the construct was forced to take a step back, now sporting a new burn mark. What? Irontooth's heart skipped a beat as he saw the scorched line across the steel puppet's chest. Irontooth had fought and defeated countless experts in God's domain. Hence, he could roughly determine an opponent's combat standards after a brief clash. After the exchange with the dragon before him, Irontooth was certain that its combat standards were in no way inferior to an expert player's, and not just any ordinary expert. By Irontooth's estimates, the fire spirit's combat standard should reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. It was terrifying. His combat standards, while controlling the combat puppet, were only on par with players that could reach the 5th floor's early stage. He barely hit the mark of an ordinary expert. Even so, he was confident of facing multiple Tier 2 Apex experts at once and coming out victorious. Yet, not only did this flame dragon have the strength and speed to rival the steel puppet, but it also had higher combat standards than the construct. Just thinking about it caused a chill to crawl down Irontooth's spine. With such power, the fire spirit would be even more frightening than a steel puppet in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Shifeng's eyes glowed after watching the exchange. As expected of an advanced fire spirit, it already possesses such a high combat standard despite only being a Tier 3 archaic species. It's no wonder why the Tier 5 Advanced Fire Spirit in the past had forced Tier 5 experts to run with their tails between their legs. Sherfong was ecstatic right now. Unlike an ordinary fire spirit, an advanced fire spirit's intellect wasn't constant. The more mysterious flames an advanced fire spirit devoured, the greater intellect it would possess. It would have no trouble surpassing refinement realm experts' combat standards. Including the dragon's superior basic attributes, not even apex experts of the same standard would be a match for the advanced fire spirit. Furthermore, the advanced fire spirit had a plethora of curses. Yi Feng, I have to give it to you. I didn't think you would use such a precious tool to save your skin. Iron Tooth said as he glared at Sherfong. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at his teammates and said, "We're retreating." After this last encounter, he realized what outcome awaited him if he continued this fight. While he did not mind dying here, he couldn't afford to lose the steel puppet. The fire spirit had already proven that it could damage the construct, and if this battle dragged on, there was a very high chance that the dragon before him would deplete the steel puppet's durability and turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Leaving. Sherfong smiled. Do you think I'll allow that? You couldn't stop us, even if you wanted to. Iron Tooth snapped. The steel puppet's combat power was at the apex of Tier 3 due to its overwhelming strength and speed. Even a Tier 3 archaic species would struggle to catch up to it. Is that so? Sherfong retrieved the Ring of Gospel and activated World Projection. With Sherfong in the center, World Projection enveloped a 3,000-yard radius. World Projection suppressed the flow of mana within range. By doing so, it reduced players' physique and basic attributes. Players would also be prevented from teleporting and communicating with the outside world. Although World Projection couldn't reduce a combat machine's attributes, it affected the steel puppet's performance by stagnating the flow of mana. Controlling it would become far more difficult, and even the steel puppet's speed would be affected. The moment World Projection took effect, the fire spirit resumed its attack on the construct. This time, damaging the steel puppet was much easier for the flame dragon, and the construct lost 1 point of durability after another. Sherfong wasn't idle in the meantime. He jumped in the fray, hunting down Sin Realm's other members. While he was still under the effects of twofold berserk and World Projection suppressed his targets, Sherfong slaughtered the fleeing Sin Realm players. No. Iron Tith's heart pounded as he watched the steel puppet's durability dwindle. However, no matter how Iron Tooth tried to flee, he couldn't shake off the flame dragon. During the chase, the fire spirit cast one Tier 3 curse after another, rapidly devouring the steel puppet's durability. 952, 814, 648. Finally, before 5 minutes had passed since the fire spirit had graced the battlefield, both the steel puppet and Iron Tooth had been obliterated by the flame dragon's Tier 3 curses. Chapter 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns. Chapter 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns. Crimson flames devoured the forest outside of the elemental altar. When the expert players gathering herbs nearby turned to look, they were stupefied. They weren't surprised by the burning forest, but by the 8-meter-tall flame dragon that flew above the inferno. The dragon's wingspan was over 20 meters, and its flaming body illuminated the dark, smoky sky. A dragon? Crap, that's a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species. Isn't this area only supposed to have up to level 75 monsters? Is some kind of event taking place over there? Curiosity filled these experts as they watched the flame dragon. They began to head towards it to investigate. Events were commonplace in God's domain, and if players could complete them, they could receive bountiful rewards. Lying in the sea of fire was the steel puppet's heavily damaged body. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, It certainly wasn't easy to destroy. Anticipation filled Shifeng as he gazed at the destroyed steel puppet. He had his own guardian puppet design, and as long as the Candlelight trading firm nurtured enough master lifestyle players and collected the necessary materials, he'd start producing his own bronze combat puppets. Like other war weapons, a force required a certain number of combat puppets to display their true potential. Had Sinrealm arrived with 3 or 4 of these constructs, Shifeng would have found it difficult to escape, much less win the fight. Multiple combat puppets were necessary due to their overly monotonous attacks. Dodging and deflecting their attacks was simple, but if enough of these attacks targeted a player, even peak experts would fall. A single bronze combat puppet was already capable of displaying such power. Shifeng found it truly hard to imagine what kind of power 10 or even 100 bronze combat puppets could exhibit. Taking down guild towns would be child's play. As Shifeng recalled the fire spirit and prepared to leave using the 7 luminaries ring, he noticed 2 golden lights from beside the steel puppet's remains. Irontooth's loot? Shifeng approached curiously. However, he was astonished after picking up the 2 items. One of the items was a pair of level 55 secret silver ranked plate armor boots, and the other was a gemstone block within a steel frame. Level 55 secret silver equipment was considered top tier at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds had a very small number of such items. Shifeng assumed the boots had dropped from Irontooth. However, Irontooth wasn't the origin of the gemstone block. Rather, it had dropped from the destroyed steel puppet. The steel core! This had been the steel puppet's power source, a must-have item when producing combat puppets. Combat puppets' power sources were the most difficult part to produce. Even intermediate master forgers had an incredibly low success rate when forging them. With this, I've just earned a free combat puppet. Shifeng grinned at the undamaged steel core. Now he only needed to construct a guardian puppet's frame and insert this core. Fortunately, while a bronze combat puppet's power source was difficult to produce, the other parts were not. Basic master lifestyle players could easily handle the rest. After Shifeng stored the steel core, he teleported to the Ice-Fire Mountain range with the 7 luminaries ring. After some time, the Tier 2 assassins that had been busy collecting herbs quietly snuck onto the battlefield. However, upon seeing the fallen steel puppet and its surroundings, they were stunned. What a huge robot! What's going on? What happened here? The terrain has been utterly destroyed. Once the crowd recovered from their shock, they noticed a player's corpse lying near the steel puppet. However, when they saw the player's appearance, they were flabbergasted. Sinrealm's Irontooth? Why is he here? This can't be real, right? Irontooth is one of Sinrealm's 7 great experts. He's the lead MT of Sinrealm's main force. How could he have died here? Hold on. There are traces of another player, but they seem to have teleported away with a return scroll or something. Did they kill Irontooth? When the crowd considered the possibility, a chill ran down their spines. Some of the players immediately posted what they had found on the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums, and the matter caused a sensation among the kingdom's general populace. Amazing! Someone actually killed Sinrealm's Irontooth. But who would be so bold? Irontooth died near Glorytown. Crocodile Breaker also died in the town earlier. It must be Yifeng's doing. There's no way this is a coincidence. He killed 2 of Sinrealm's great experts so soon after arriving in the kingdom? Amazing. Yifeng is simply awesome. Sinrealm definitely won't let Yifeng off the hook now. Sure enough, Zero Wing is immensely powerful. It seems that our kingdom is going to get interesting. The Purple Thorns Kingdom's population couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's strength. Despite being alone, Shifeng had been responsible for the downfall of 2 of Sinrealm's great experts. It was clear how powerful Zero Wing was through these consecutive achievements. While Shifeng's first success might have been luck, could the same be said about his second? For a time, the name Yi Feng became well known to the kingdom's players. Independent players that had feared Sin Realm now began to apply to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter reached Sin Realm's residence in Purple Thorn City. What did you say? The steel puppet has been destroyed? Lone Beacon's eyes twitched when he heard his subordinates report. A frosty aura enveloped the guild leader's office. That steel puppet had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. How could a Tier 2 player possibly destroy it? It's true, guild leader. That Yi Feng used a treasure to summon a level 80 Tier 3 archaic species, Feather Hunter, who reported to Lone Beacon, explained. Since he had only been tasked to track Shifeng, he hadn't fought alongside Irontooth. Instead, he had observed the situation from afar, escaping Shifeng's detection. Even so, he had broken out in a cold sweat while he had watched Shifeng slaughter his guildmates. He had also been relieved that he had refrained from joining the battle. A Tier 3 archaic species? How generous of Zero Wing! Lone Beacon was astonished by the news. He had never heard of such a treasure, yet Zero Wing had spent it on a player that wasn't even one of the guild's vice guild leaders. However, Lone Beacon quickly calmed and continued coldly. People are starting to look down at us since we haven't expanded our territory beyond the Purple Thorns Kingdom. And now, even a measly guild like Zero Wing dares to pick a fight. Notify everyone in the guild. From now on, they are to kill every Zero Wing member they come across. Understood. Feather Hunter nodded sharply. Chapter 2004, Thunder Axe City. Chapter 2004, Thunder Axe City. After about 15 minutes of teleporting with the 7 Luminaries ring, Shifeng finally arrived in the Icefire mountain range. Even from the range's entrance, Shifeng could feel the bitingly cold wind against his face. If not for his high ice resistance, he would have frozen into an ice sculpture and died. Although the Icefire mountain range wasn't a forbidden land, it wasn't an easy place for ordinary players to visit, either. The mountain range was 1/5 the size of an ordinary kingdom, and either fire or ice enveloped the mountain's outer region. This map only had 2 entrances, one within the icy tundra, and the other within the flaming inferno. Both entry points led to the mysterious Thunder Axe City. Fortunately, the ice zone wasn't as demanding on players as the fire zone. The ice zone's monsters ranged between level 70 and 85, and the ONL challenge was the area's high ice resistance requirement. If players wanted to survive in this cold, they'd need at least 100 points in their ice resistance. Any fewer, and players would lose HP constantly, and the low temperature would reduce their mobility. If players wanted to fight at their peak here, they'd need at least 120 points of ice resistance. The fire zone's monsters range between level 80 and 90, and players would be fine with 80 fire resistance, 100 if they wanted to fight unaffected. Shifeng didn't linger around the entrance, summoning his mount and venturing into the mountain range. All teleportation skills and tools were prohibited within the Icefire mountain range. Players had to rely on their own feet or mounts to explore the map. Although there weren't a lot of monsters in the ice zone's outer region, the mountain range was a natural maze. The paths through the range were complicated and often crossed each other. There were also plenty of hidden magic traps. Depending on a trap strength, one could die on the spot or be stuck in place for several hours. Even though Shifeng was somewhat familiar with the Icefire mountain range, he didn't dare to proceed carelessly. Since Shifeng was the first player to explore this map, he was able to claim several treasure chests as he explored the mountain range. After over 8 hours of maneuvering through the ice zone's outer region, Shifeng had obtained a total of 5 treasure chests, 4 of which were bronze rank and 1 was mysterious iron rank. This was far more than what one would expect to find exploring a map within a kingdom. Weapons and equipment became scarcer after level 50, and treasure chests were even rare. One would be very fortunate to come across a bronze treasure chest in level 50 maps or above. Obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest in a level 70 map was akin to securing the loot of a level 70 Grand Lord without expending any energy. As Sherfong expected, the treasure chests contained level 70 equipment. The most valuable of the multiple pieces he had obtained was a pair of level 70 secret silver ranked cloth armor gloves. He had also gained some potions, tier 1 magic scrolls, and magic crystals, all of which could fetch a considerable sum if sold on the market. "I'm finally here," Sherfong muttered as he arrived before a steep mountainside and stared at the cave entrance that was behind a magic array. This was where his exploration quest began, and it was the only entrance to Thunder Axe City. Even after the various superpowers peak experts had reached level 75 in the past, they still hadn't been able to break through this array. Players had only been successful after reaching level 77 and donning level 75 and 80 top-tier equipment. Following which, Sherfong retrieved the magic scroll the Adventurers Association had given him and used it to remove the magic array on the cave's entrance. The moment Sherfong removed the magic array, an enraged roar reached him from within the cave, echoing throughout the mountain range and causing the surrounding monsters to flee. What a powerful pressure! It's no wonder why ordinary experts had refused to enter this cave in the past. Even Sherfong felt slightly uncomfortable as the pressure washed over him. Despite this, however, Sherfong didn't hesitate in the slightest as he entered the cave. Once he stepped inside, a new magic array sealed the cave entrance once more, entrapping the pressure within. The cave's interior wasn't dark. On the contrary, it was as bright as day. Various crystals that radiated a faint glow covered the cave walls, and armed gargoyles wandered the cavern. These gargoyles occasionally emerged and entered the tunnel at the other end of the cavern. Enraged Gargoyle, elemental creature, Lord. Level 75. HP 15 000 000/15 000 Gargoyle Warrior, elemental creature, Great Lord. Level 76. HP 40 000 000/40 000 Although these gargoyles were not particularly strong, they moved in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, there wasn't much distance between each group. If players weren't careful, they might attract 2 or more groups of monsters at once. While this might not be a challenge for a group of Tier 2 players, players had to face the exploration quest alone. Meanwhile, individual Tier 2 players would struggle to defeat the Great Lord ranked Gargoyle Warriors. It was only natural that so many peak experts in the past had failed to reach Thunder Axe City, even after reaching level 75. Following which, Sherfong threw howling thunder at an enraged gargoyle. Shoo! An arc of blue lightning streaked toward one of the wandering, enraged gargoyles. But just as howling thunder was about to find its mark, the gargoyle's eyes glowed with a red light. The monster then swept its stone axe in a horizontal arc. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang echoed throughout the cavern. What fast reaction speed! Sherfong was astonished. Although his attack was relaxed, his aim had been perfect. The targeted, enraged gargoyle's back had been turned towards him as well. Normally, the attack would have even struck elite players, yet this monster had reacted in time to block it. Before Sherfong could launch another attack, the enraged gargoyle and 3 of its companions charged toward him with even higher movement speed than a Tier 2 assassin expert. What about this, then? Sherfong threw howling thunder again. Tier 1 throwing skill, Phantom Thorns. Suddenly, howling thunder split into over a dozen copies as it flew toward the 4 enraged gargoyles, accurately aimed for the gargoyles' blind spots. Dang! 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 A series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the cavern as the enraged gargoyles blocked most of the incoming attacks. But one phantom slipped past and struck a gargoyle's rocky form. The attack forced the enraged gargoyle to stumble one step back and lose over 10,000 HP. Their combat standards are so high, Shifeng was actually surprised to see the enraged gargoyle stumble backward. Shifeng learned through this clash that these enraged gargoyles' combat standards were on par with the Trial Tower's 4th floor. They weren't far behind expert players in terms of combat standards. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert encountered 4 Lord-ranked monsters with such high combat standards, their death would be guaranteed. Only Refinement Realm experts and stronger players would have any hope against them. Now, Shifeng, more or less, understood why the past level 75 peak experts hadn't been able to activate Thunder Axe City. If the monsters at the beginning of the quest were so tough, it was easy to imagine how challenging the monsters would be further down the tunnel. Although these 4 enraged gargoyles were impressively strong against Shifeng, who had the attributes of a level 70 Great Lord, they were a joke. Shifeng took less than 10 minutes to eliminate all 4 gargoyles. When the enraged gargoyles died and dropped their loot, one shining item, in particular, caught Shifeng's attention. Chapter 2005 Treasure Trove of Materials. Chapter 2005 Treasure Trove of Materials. These enraged gargoyles actually have a chance of dropping this? Shifeng could not help but become a little excited as he stared at the glowing, golden pebble on the ground. This pebble was known as the Earth Spirit. This was an extremely rare material that only dropped from special Earth-type elemental creatures. Ordinary Earth-type elemental had no chance of dropping it. Meanwhile, on the market, one Earth Spirit could sell for 50 silver. Furthermore, one could synthesize an Earth Essence from 100 Earth Spirits. Like Sun Essence, Earth Essence could be used when crafting power sources for mechanical tools. It could also strengthen the power cores, infusing the core with attributed mana. Shifeng had actually obtained an Earth Spirit after killing 4 enraged gargoyles. Why wouldn't he be excited? Even now, Zero Wing had only collected a few Sun Essences. They were simply too difficult to procure, and Earth Essence was just as rare. When Shifeng turned to look at the rest of the wandering, enraged gargoyles, he realized that this cavern was a true treasure trove. He then retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Fire Spirit, summoning a level 85, Tier 3 demon and a level 80 flame dragon to annihilate the enraged gargoyles. He had no intention of slowly grinding these monsters. Instead, he directed his demon to lure and gather multiple groups of these enraged gargoyles and gargoyle warriors. The enraged gargoyles were only lords, and both types of gargoyles were melee monsters. The level 85, Tier 3 demon could easily maneuver around most of their attacks. The demon had gathered every monster within the cavern and a few from the distant tunnel. There were easily over 100 gargoyles chasing the demon. So many monsters could annihilate a 1,000-man elite team without effort, and not even the level 85, Tier 3 demon would last long against the group. In fact, the demon had already lost more than a quarter of its HP by luring these monsters. If the demon hadn't had such a level advantage, these gargoyles, all of which possessed incredible combat standards, would have long since devoured it. Excellent! Attack! Shifeng ordered the Fire Spirit to join the fray as the Tier 3 demon ran back from the distant tunnel. When the Fire Spirit had become a level 80, Tier 3 archaic species, it had gained plenty of Tier 3 curses. The Flame Dragon alone could make up for the DPS of several Tier 3 great mages. Shortly after the demon left the tunnel, a sea of fire engulfed the area behind it. The dirt floor under the inferno melted, transforming into a field of molten lava. The moment the gargoyles entered the lava field, their movement speeds decreased by 90% as if they had stepped into a muddy swamp. They also lost over 400,000 HP per second. Joining the attack, Sherfong used Flame Domain, and a towering fire pillar enveloped the tunnel's entrance, catching every gargoyle within. Although his Flame Domain only dealt a little more than minus 200,000 damage each second, which couldn't compare to the Fire Spirit's DPS, it was still an impressive amount of damage. As the gargoyles tried to flee the lava field, the Flame Dragon cast another Tier 3 curse. A vortex of raging flames manifested in the center of the gargoyle army, pulling the monsters into the fire and preventing them from escaping the lava field. At the same time, damages exceeding minus 300,000 appeared above the gargoyles' heads every second, and this damage increased as time passed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sherfong and the Tier 3 demon used one AoE attack after another. Under the constant bombardment, the enraged gargoyles quickly lost all of their HP and collapsed, items appearing beside their corpses. But despite their high levels, they awarded very little EXP. By the time the gargoyles escaped the lava field, only 24 or so monsters remained of the 100-plus group. Aside from 5 gargoyle warriors, the surviving monsters were enraged gargoyles with only a strand of HP remaining. Sherfong immediately instructed his Tier 3 demon and Flame Dragon to destroy the gargoyle warriors, while he took care of the low HP enraged gargoyles. After another 10 minutes or so, every lured gargoyle was dead, leaving a spread of items behind. Although the dropped items were only materials, Sherfong was delighted by the outcome. He had gained 16 Earth spirits from this wave, as well as various rare ores. He had even acquired Titan ore, a metal that was exceptionally rare in the outside world. Although Titan ore was not as good as fine Titan ore, which could be smelted into fine Titan ingots directly, Sherfong could create fine Titan ingots with his harvest. However, he'd need 10 times as much Titan ore to do so. After tidying up the loot, Sherfong continued to rely on the Tier 3 demon to lure monsters from the tunnel, clearing the tunnel out while advancing. The cave was like a maze, and the farther Sherfong ventured, the more monsters he encountered. The monsters also grew stronger as he progressed through the tunnel system. However, this strength increase wasn't in the form of basic attributes, but combat standards. The monsters he had initially fought had combat standards at the early stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but he soon encountered monsters on par with the 4th floor's middle stage. While this increase might not seem significant, the difficulty of eliminating these monsters increased by a large margin. If not for the Tier 3 demon and fire spirits attribute and level advantages, Sherfong wouldn't have been able to explore this maze. However, as Sherfong traveled deeper into the cave system, his group's overall combat power also increased. With the Bible of Darkness's cooldown and duration, he could command up to 3 demons at a time. Combined with the fire spirit's overwhelming firepower, dealing with large groups of gargoyles wasn't much of a problem, although his progress through the tunnel was painfully slow. After fighting for 4 consecutive days, Sherfong finally emerged from the underground maze. Although several traps had nearly claimed his life, he fortunately had the Flame Dragon to help with the burden, forcing his way through the tunnel. Although the past 4 days had been an incredible challenge for Sherfong, he had secured a bountiful harvest, he had collected more than 3,200 Earth Spirits, and over 11,000 pieces of Titan Oregon. If sold, he could easily make a fortune off these items. Despite how little EXP the gargoyles rewarded, Sherfong had slain enough to raise his experience bar to 43% of level 70. His leveling speed was only slightly slower than ordinary expert players of his level. As Sherfong left the underground maze, he arrived before a vast, ancient shrine. Although the shrine had fallen into ruin, the gigantic crystal suspended in the center still shone brilliantly and exuded a frighteningly dense mana. When Sherfong entered the shrine, he felt a chill assault his body, and he unconsciously halted his advance. Is the system joking? The corners of Shurfang's eyes twitched as he stared at the crystalline statue in the center of the shrine. The towering, crystalline statue's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and the dense, ambient mana flooded into the statue, disintegrating the crystal and revealing the monster within the shell. As more of the monster's body was exposed to the open air, its aura grew stronger. It took no time at all for its aura to grow stronger than that of an ordinary mythic monster. Why is a ferocious beast guarding this place? Before Shurfang could process the situation, the level 80 mythic ranked ancient earth serpent was freed from its crystalline prison and shot forward. Before the 3-tier, 3 demons, and fire spirit could react, the earth serpent threw the summoned creatures, sending them crashing into the surrounding stone pillars. After getting rid of the 4 obstacles, the serpent spread its jaws and pounced on Shurfang. Chapter 2006 Altar. Chapter 2006 Altar. The ancient earth serpent's sudden attack caught Shurfang off guard. Moreover, it was so fast that even Tier 3 Apex experts struggled to react in time. Needless to say, responding to this attack was impossible for a level 70, Tier 2 player like Shurfang. Ancient Earth Serpent, Ferocious Beast, Mythic. Level 80. HP? / It's over. Shurfang could only watch as the ancient Earth Serpent's massive jaws descended on him. With no other choice, he activated Absolute Domain, but even he doubted that the invulnerability skill would be useful against the Earth Serpent. The ancient Earth Serpent was an apex monster, even among ferocious beasts. It had been capable of slaughtering gods in ancient times, and its life rating was now weaker than a dragon's. According to legend, the strongest ancient Earth Serpent had even devoured gods. Since the ancient Earth Serpent's stomach was a gate to another dimension, the swallowed gods had been trapped until death had come to claim them. Although the ancient Earth Serpent before him was only a level 80 mythic monster, it was a bona fide ferocious beast. He couldn't avoid being eaten even if he activated an invulnerability skill. Sure enough, the ancient Earth Serpent swallowed Shurfang whole. After devouring Shurfang, the ancient Earth Serpent began to attack the Tier 3 demons and Flame Dragon, which had just recovered from the previous attack. Meanwhile, Shurfang found himself surrounded by darkness. Although he hadn't received any damage, a powerful suction prevented him from moving. He could only allow the force to drag him towards the small, then the ancient Earth Serpent's stomach. Although the dot seemed small, it grew as Shurfang approached. Have I failed? Shurfang watched the black dot grow in frustration. Although he had not challenged the Thunder Axe City's exploration quest personally before, he had learned about it in the past. Based on what he had heard, the Guardian boss should have been an ordinary mythic monster. There hadn't been any mention of a ferocious beast. As long as one used the Sealing Stone to reduce the Guardian boss's strength, they could complete the exploration quest. But if the Guardian boss were a ferocious beast like the ancient Earth Serpent, the Sealing Stone would be meaningless. Not even level 80 players could contend with a level 80 Grand Lord ranked ancient Earth Serpent. Even summoning a Tier 4 existence to fight would result in the same outcome. The ancient Earth Serpent's life rating was in no way inferior to that of dragons. Even at the Grand Lord rank, the ancient Earth Serpent could easily defeat Tier 4 monsters. Moreover, as a ferocious beast, the ancient Earth Serpent possessed an extraordinary life force. Unlike other monsters, the serpent recovered 2% of its HP per second and wielded heaven-defying innate skills. A level 150 mythic ancient Earth Spirit had appeared in God's domain in the past. To raid it, a superpower had formed a 100-man expert team of 95 Tier 4 players and 5 Tier 5 players. The team had been the best any superpower could muster, but had still been annihilated in the end. The level 150 ancient Earth Serpent had only been slain after players had reached Tier 6. Although the ancient Earth Serpent he currently faced was only a level 80 mythic monster, not even a 100-man team of level 100. Tier 3 players had any hope of defeating it. A short moment later, the mysterious force within the serpent pulled Sherfong into the black. He immediately felt time and space warp around him. When he opened his eyes, he was stupefied by the scene before him. Where is this? Sherfong observed his surroundings in a daze. He stood on an altar that floated in an endless void. A magic barrier, which prevented this world's boundless power from crushing the altar, enveloped it. In addition, a colossal serpent of immeasurable length had wrapped itself around the city-sized altar. This was none other than the gigantified ancient earth serpent. If not for the magic barrier, Sherfong had no doubt that the ancient earth serpent could easily devour the altar in a few bites. Examining the altar on which he stood, Sherfong realized that it was empty. Only 12 light pillars were located in the altar center, in addition to an eye-catching treasure chest made of 7 luminaries crystals at the core. 7 luminaries crystal was intensely rare and valuable in God's domain. One could sell a fist-sized crystal and earn enough money to live the rest of their life without worrying about food or shelter. Sherfong couldn't help but walk towards the treasure chest when he saw it, but when he was over 200 yards away, the 12 light pillars released a blinding glow. Responding to his movements, the light pillars launched one beam attack after another at the intruding swordsman. Not only were these attacks incredibly fast, but they were also nimble and flexible. 12 light beams assaulted Sherfong from multiple directions in the blink of an eye. Absolute Domain's duration had already ended, and not daring to be careless, Sherfong activated Heavenly Dragon's power and brandished his 2 swords. Boom, boom, boom. Every one of the 12 beam attacks had Tier 4 strength, and the instant his blades encountered the beams, Sherfong felt his arms go numb. Fortunately, he had successfully stopped all 12 attacks from landing and deflected a few. In the end, he only lost a little over 10,000 HP. With Heavenly Dragon's power, he could afford to block another 40 waves of attacks without a problem. However, as the 12 light pillars brightened again, Sherfong noticed that the altar had begun to disintegrate around the edges. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. Sherfong understood that his life was on the line. If he did not reach the treasure chest quickly enough, either the 12 light pillars would kill him, or he'd die from falling into the endless void. Sherfong dashed toward the treasure chest. However, as he grew closer to it, avoiding the light pillars' attacks became trickier. Why does this situation seem so much like the realms of Truth Trial? Once Sherfong was within 100 yards of the treasure chest, he realized that the light pillars' attacks were not without purpose. He also understood that no player could set foot within 100 yards of the treasure chest unless they had entered the realms of truth. Is this place testing players' advancement in the realms of truth? The closer Sherfong got to the treasure chest, the more frenzied the 12 light pillars' attacks became. After some point, the light pillars had begun to launch far more attacks. If he hadn't already reached the Ascension realm and weren't able to utilize the beam attacks to nullify others, he wouldn't have been able to advance. Faced with more frequent attacks, Sherfong executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Although the combat technique was a massive burden on his stamina and concentration, he had no choice if he wanted to move farther. However, he continued to lose HP rapidly after executing Sword's Transmigration. Seeing this, he activated Void Shield. Once Sherfong was within 50 yards of the treasure chest, the attack's ferocity increased yet again. At this time, Void Shield's energy reserve quickly drained, and his HP began to plummet again. 80%, 60%, 30%. When only 20 yards separated him from his target, Sherfong knew that he didn't have enough HP to last as he crossed the remaining distance. He was at his limit. If attack's intensity increased any further, he would have no hope of survival. Screw it. Realizing that he couldn't get through this trial in his current state, Shifeng steeled his heart and activated Blade Awakening, the second legacy berserk skill he had learned. His basic attributes and physique skyrocketed, significantly improving his reactions. Following which, he activated Blade Dance, a legacy skill he was not adept at using. He then retrieved Netherworld Brilliance, the weapon he had ignored in his bag for so long, and used it, Killing Ray and the Abyssal Blade, to block the incoming beam attacks. As he executed Sword's transmigration with 3 swords, the technique's defensive capabilities rose considerably. In no time at all, Shifeng arrived before the 7 Luminaries' treasure chest. Chapter 2007, Ring of Gospel Upgraded. Chapter 2007, Ring of Gospel Upgraded. The moment Shifeng entered the circle of the 12 light pillars, the attack stopped. Seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had less than 10% of his HP remaining. He would have definitely died had he suffered a few more rounds of attacks. Fortunately, he possessed the skill Blade Dance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross the final 20 yards. Not only did Blade Dance allow him to control additional swords up to a maximum of 5 that could exhibit 80% of his basic attributes, but the additional swords would also exhibit their own attributes. This was the reason why Netherworld Brilliance could deflect the beam attacks, which carried strength at the Tier 4 standard. The extra swords would be much more powerful than the Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned using 9 Dragon Slash. Since Shifeng had twofold Berserk activated, Netherworld Brilliance displayed strength close to rivaling ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. If not for Blade Dance and Netherworld Brilliance, he definitely wouldn't have gotten a single step past the 20-yard mark, doomed to be whittled to death by the beam attacks. I wonder what is inside this treasure chest to warrant such a test. Even a domain realm expert would have died to those beam attacks without any achievements in the realms of truth. Even now, when Shifeng looked at the 12 light pillars hovering above him, he still shuddered involuntarily in fear. The difficulty of this quest definitely surpassed that of the epic rank. Shifeng found it hard to believe that a player below level 80 had managed to complete the quest after all. Even he, someone who had reached the second stage in the realms of truth, had to rely on 3 swords to defend himself, and just barely passed. After resting for a while, he carefully approached the treasure chest, made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystals. He then tapped his finger on the chest and chose to activate it. Immediately, a loading bar appeared before his eyes. The instant the loading bar filled up and the treasure chest opened, the 12 light pillars hovering overhead transformed into 12 streaks of light that flowed into the treasure chest, which then released a colorful glow. Shortly afterward, Shifeng felt a horrific pressure coming from the treasure chest. This pressure spread out like a boundless ocean. Shifeng could not move his body at all, not until after the pressure started lightening up. Meanwhile, once the colorful glow disappeared, the items inside the treasure chest came into view. The treasure chest held a total of 3 items. One was a Rubik's Cube made of 7 Luminaries crystal. One was an orb that gave off a fiery glow, and one was a crystal that gave off a dazzling purple glow. No wonder the test was so difficult. The reward is so generous. Realization immediately dawned upon Shifeng as he took in these 3 items. He could not help but grow ecstatic, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was especially true when he looked at the fiery orb and the dazzling crystal. The Rubik's Cube, made of 7 Luminaries crystal, was none other than the key to activate Thunder Axe City, and the item he needed to complete his exploration quest. As for the fiery orb, it was an item that even superpowers would fight desperately to obtain. The reason for this was the Tier 3 mysterious flame, Fallen Earth Fire, contained within this orb. It was a treasure that could significantly increase the production success rate of forgers and alchemists. To Shifeng, it was crucial for controlling his soul fire. Tier 3 mysterious flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. There might not even be one Tier 3 mysterious flame in an entire kingdom. Its value was not the slightest bit lower than that of a fragmented legendary item. Previously, he had obtained the Purple Thunder Flame, a Tier 3 mysterious flame, due to luck. The Purple Thunder Flame had allowed him to increase his control over the soul fire by a significant margin and greatly reduce the corrosion rate of the soul chain. If he could absorb another Tier 3 mysterious flame, he might be able to gain full control over the soul fire. Then he would not have to worry about the corrosion of the soul chain. Of course, he could also feed the Tier 3 mysterious flame to the fire spirit. However, a Tier 3 mysterious flame was not enough to allow the current fire spirit to undergo a qualitative transformation, because the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was massive. Surefoam estimated that he would need at least 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to upgrade the fire spirit to Tier 4. Either that, or tons of Tier 1 and Tier 2 mysterious flames. Hence, rather than provide the fire spirit with a slight boost in combat power, using the Fallen Earth fire to remove the Reaper's scythe hovering above his head would be more advantageous. The last item inside the treasure chest was also the most valuable among the three. Sacred Source Crystal. The value of this item easily surpassed the combined value of 2 fragmented legendary items. The Sacred Source Crystal was so valuable because it was guaranteed to upgrade one item to the fragmented legendary rank, even if it was a bronze item. The Sacred Source Crystal was something every expert player dreamed of obtaining. After all, every weapon and equipment had different compatibility with players. If players were not compatible with a particular weapon or equipment, even if said weapon or equipment was at the fragmented legendary rank, they would not be able to exhibit the fragmented legendary item's full potential. However, how precious were fragmented legendary items? Even Apex experts might not necessarily own one in their lifetimes. One would be fortunate to obtain a fragmented legendary item, let alone be picky about one's compatibility with it. Hence, the scarcity of fragmented legendary items allowed the Sacred Source Crystal to shine. There were millions and billions of weapons and equipment available in God's domain. While fragmented legendary items might be extremely rare, items between the bronze and dark gold rank were everywhere. With the Sacred Source Crystal, players could simply find an item that was compatible with them and upgrade it to the fragmented legendary rank. The aid the Sacred Source Crystal provided to players was simply massive. Take weapons, for example. With a compatible weapon, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. In the past, when the Sacred Source Crystal made its initial appearance in an auction house, the various superpowers had hotly contested over it. In the end, one superpower had used 3 fragmented legendary items to trade for the Sacred Source Crystal. Back then, many had found the trade preposterous. As a result, many had ridiculed the buyer for making a loss. However, after obtaining the Sacred Source Crystal, the superpower that purchased it had managed to allow one of its Tier 5 experts to get promoted to the Tier 6 God rank. This achievement had stupefied the various superpowers. They had never considered that a fragmented legendary item with high compatibility would provide so much help. Normally, even several fragmented legendary items would not necessarily be enough to help a player reach the Tier 6 standard. As for the superpower that sold the Sacred Source Crystal, it had nearly died of regret after finding out about this matter. After all, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was worth far more than just 3 measly fragmented legendary items. Hence, now that a Sacred Source Crystal had appeared before Surefoam, how could he not be ecstatic? Which item should I upgrade? Shurfang's mind started turning rapidly as he gazed at the Sacred Source Crystal. The weapons and equipment he had on him right now were all top tier at this stage of the game. Weapons were no doubt what could increase a player's combat power the most, however. Both the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray were top-tier epic weapons that were extremely close to the fragmented legendary standard. If he chose to upgrade either of these two weapons, he would simply be wasting the sacred source crystal. After all, the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both had a chance to reach the fragmented legendary rank, especially Killing Ray. So long as he collected the remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he would be able to synthesize a true legendary weapon. As for upgrading a piece of equipment to a swordsman like himself, this was even more wasteful than upgrading his swords. After giving the matter some thought, Sher Fong retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag. "Let's have you upgraded." Immediately, Sher Fong tapped the sacred source crystal and chose the epic ranked Ring of Gospel as the target of evolution. Chapter 2008 Miniature World. Chapter 2008 Miniature World. After Sher Fong selected the target of evolution, countless streams of light suddenly flowed from the sacred source crystal into the Ring of Gospel. Due to the sacred source crystal's power, the incomplete divine runes and magic arrays engraved on the Ring of Gospel started completing themselves. A few seconds later, a purple gold ring exuding a frightening aura that even froze the surrounding space appeared before Sher Fong. What powerful pressure! At this moment, the pressure from the Ring of Gospel surpassed even the aura of an ordinary mythic monster. Even Sher Fong felt slightly uncomfortable when subjected to it. The Ring of Gospel was one of the extremely few domain items in God's domain. It was exceedingly useful to both individual players and guilds. However, as an epic item, it had a major flaw. It needed to be fed 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days, a price no ordinary guild could afford. As for Zero Wing, this was still a significant expenditure even after obtaining the Manatite Vein. Hence, Sher Fong had decided to upgrade the Ring of Gospel in order to rid himself of this troublesome flaw. Shortly after, the Ring of Gospel released the surrounding space. Only then could Sher Fong finally move his body again. As for the Ring of Gospel itself, it returned to his hand. At this moment, though, the ring gave off a completely different feeling than before. The ring felt extremely heavy. However, this weight did not originate from the ring itself, but was a pressure coming from the surrounding space. Meanwhile, this pressure had reduced his combat power by a minimum of 50%, a phenomenon he had never experienced before when using the Ring of Gospel previously. Could a deviation have occurred during the upgrade? Sher Fong could not help worrying. Hurriedly, he inspected the ring's attribute panel. When an item's quality increased, normally its effects would grow stronger. However, some items would encounter an error during the upgrade process and develop different effects. Some items would even have their nature altered completely. Although such occurrences were extremely rare, the chances were not zero. It was also the outcome that players dreaded seeing the most. Ring of Gospel, fragmented legendary rank item. Crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy, this ring contains a miniature world. The ring's inner space was further perfected using a sacred source stone. The ring can suppress an area's space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional skill 1 dash. Miniature world. Freezes the space within a radius of 5,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 30%. Movement speed by 50% and reaction speed by 30%. Maintaining miniature world costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional skill 2 dash. Ring of Brilliance. Improves all allies' physiques by 20% and increases basic attributes by 20% within a 2,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel contains an inner world, it is strongly rejected by the outside world. Existences below Tier 4 will be greatly suppressed by the external world's power when using this ring. The higher tiered the user is, the weaker the suppression will be. It didn't deviate. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Ring of Gospel's attributes. Although the upgrade had increased the usage requirement, the Ring of Gospel skills had also received significant improvements. Previously, the Ring of Gospel simply placed a seal on the affected space. Now, the ring directly froze it. One could say that the Ring of Gospel strength had improved from its original Intermediate Magic Array standard to the Advanced Magic Array standard. Moreover, Miniature World was even more powerful than the average Advanced Field Magic Array, as it was a combination of a Field Magic Array and a Barrier Magic Array. Only, the number of magic crystals required to operate it remained horrifying. Fortunately, he no longer needed to feed the ring 20,000 magic crystals every week. With this improvement, the Ring of Gospel would be useful in both raiding bosses and large-scale combat out in the fields. After upgrading the Ring of Gospel, Shifeng stored it and walked to the teleportation array engraved at the altar's center. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the altar. After he left, the altar crumbled rapidly and vanished into the void. By the time Shifeng opened his eyes again, he had appeared inside a grand teleportation hall. This place is Thunder Axe City? Shifeng was surprised to see the 4-meter-tall level 200 NPC soldiers inside the hall. He had expected to get teleported to outside the Icefire mountain range, not directly to Thunder Axe City. Normally, after Thunder Axe City was activated, players had to enter the city via the teleportation array in the Icefire mountain range's outer area. Meanwhile, activating the outer area's teleportation array required one to use the Rubik's Cube obtained through the exploration quest on the teleportation array. Only after arriving inside Thunder Axe City and handing the Rubik's Cube over to the Thunder Axe Giant's Great Elder would players be able to fully activate Thunder Axe City. Now that he had directly teleported to Thunder Axe City, he could save up on a lot of travel time. Just as Shifeng was about to exit the teleportation hall, he suddenly noticed a bunch of new messages from Aqua Rose and Blackie. Why are there so many messages? Did something happen? Shifeng eyed the messages with some confusion. His communication with the outside world had been severed when he entered the cave. However, when he was doing his quest inside the cave, he had logged off to rest every day. During these break periods, he would contact Aqua Rose and Blackie to get an update on the latest developments in Zero Wing and God's Domain. Before he logged into the game this evening, Aqua Rose and Blackie hadn't reported any problems. Now, after just a few hours, the two of them had sent him more than 10 messages in total. Shifeng immediately contacted Aqua Rose. "Guild leader, are you done with your quest?" Aqua Rose asked. It's mostly finished," Shifeng replied, nodding. "I received quite a few messages from both you and Blackie. Did something happen outside?" The fact that he was challenging a high-ranking quest and unable to make contact with the outside world was something the guild upper echelons knew. Hence, they wouldn't contact him unless there was something extremely important. After all, his quest was very dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could result in failure. He could not afford any disturbance whatsoever. Originally, today was just like any normal day. Although our guild members have continuously clashed with the various large guilds at the Witch's Hill, there were no large-scale battles involving more than 1,000 players. However, just 3 hours ago, players capable of transforming into monsters appeared among the enemy. These players are extremely strong, and every one of them could rival high lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Some of these players even have attributes of a great lord. Moreover, these players are all experts, so they could slaughter even our Tier 2 experts with ease. Our guild members are no match for these people. Currently, several thousand members have already been killed. Due to these monster players, our members can't grind at the Witch's Hill at all. Aqua Rose said, frustrated. Although their side had killed a few of these monster players, the difference in the casualties the two sides suffered was massive. Until now, they hadn't even killed 500 of these monster players, yet their side had already suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Moreover, the only reason why they managed to kill these monster players was mainly the magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. However, there were simply too few of these tools available, so contending against these monster players was simply impossible. Players transforming into monsters? Shifeng frowned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. How willing of them! He knew a little about matters regarding players transforming into monsters. It was indeed possible to accomplish this feat by utilizing special legacies or tools. The Evil God's Temple's legacy was one such example. Only the evil dragonification process was the ability of one of the Evil God's Temple's peak legacies. Moreover, transforming a player into an evil dragon required the sacrifice of a large number of players. Going through such a transformation process simply wasn't worthwhile for regular guilds. Shifeng had Aqua Rose notify all guild members operating in Zero Wing City to stop grinding in the Witch's Hill and shift to other locations instead. After all, it wouldn't be wise to continue clashing with these monster players without proper countermeasures. As for Shifeng himself, he hastened his steps and headed straight for the Great Elder's Mansion. Chapter 2009 Thunder Axe City Activated. Chapter 2009 Thunder Axe City Activated. When Shifeng walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a very wide street with NPC giants walking along it. If players were to visit this city, they would definitely feel very out of place. The buildings in the city were also extremely large. Even the carriages used to travel around the city were much larger than the carriages found in other NPC cities. Moreover, the carriages here were pulled by the much larger and stronger herbivorous earth dragons instead of horses. Aside from giants, NPCs belonging to other neutral races also lived here, including the extremely rare elves. Although elves looked very similar to half-elf players, the life ratings of the two were as different as heaven and earth. During the ancient era, elves could be said to have been the messengers of gods. They were the beloved children of magical elements, and they could cast spells above their tier effortlessly. However, as the gods in God's domain fell, the elven race also went into decline, the race's population continuously decreasing as the years went by. Players visiting Thunder Axe City for the first time would definitely be very shocked by the scene. Shifeng, however, had long since grown accustomed to it. He immediately hailed an earth dragon carriage and made his way to the city center. As a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City was extremely large. Even the Black Dragon Empire's capital was only half the size of Thunder Axe City. Hence, traveling through the city took a lot of time. To make matters worse, Thunder Axe City's teleportation hall was located on the outskirts of the city. Players were also prohibited from using their own mounts, teleportation skills, and teleportation tools inside the city. Players could only rely on the carriages pulled by the house-sized earth dragons if they wished to travel through the city quickly. Of course, if players managed to reach the Viscount rank in Thunder Axe City, they would be allowed to ride their own mounts. However, becoming a Viscount in a neutral city like Thunder Axe City was exceedingly difficult. As far as Shifeng knew, even after many players had reached level 200 in his previous life, nobody had succeeded in becoming a Viscount of Thunder Axe City. Meanwhile, while Shifeng was traveling toward Thunder Axe City's central district, a commotion erupted in the Witch's Hill. Did I hear it right? Zero Wing is actually having its members give up on grinding in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing must not want to continue the pointless fighting. Haven't you seen how powerful those monster players are? Taking care of Tier 2 experts is like child's play for them. Just one monster player can easily annihilate a 6-man party of Tier 2 experts. Not to mention, These monster players generally move around in groups. Didn't Zero Wing manage to repel Miracle's attack in the Black Dragon Empire before? What's it doing now? It's already giving up after fighting for just a short while? I never thought that the day would come when Zero Wing would fall into such a state. Previously, Zero Wing was slaughtering its enemies left and right. Now, it's forced to give up on a precious land like the Witch's Hill. With this, Zero Wing's development in Star Moon Kingdom will definitely lag behind the other large guilds by a significant margin. If this situation persists, Zero Wing might not even remain Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in the future. That's right. This is a good opportunity for small guilds to rise up using the Witch's Hill. The players operating in the Witch's Hill all found Zero Wing's decision to pull back its forces to be very surprising. They had never imagined that the guild would give up on the Witch's Hill so decisively. Zero Wing was clearly capable of fighting a war of attrition with the monster players, thanks to Zero Wing City, yet it did not do so. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's decision to retreat, many of the small guilds that had been maintaining a low profile in Star Moon Kingdom started trying to join the Starlight Alliance, formed by the guilds operating the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. After all, the current situation in the Witch's Hill was already clear for all to see. The Starlight Alliance, which was capable of transforming players into monsters, had the advantage in field battles. As long as Zero Wing's members dared exit Zero Wing City, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, shortly after Sherfong gave out the command to retreat, the upper echelons of the Starlight Alliance's member guilds gathered at Wildhammer Town, a short distance away from the Million Forest, for a meeting. The guilds responsible for leading this meeting was the Purple Thorns Kingdom Sin Realm and the 2 guilds that established the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill, Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire. Although Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire were only second-rate guilds, the investments of multiple corporations boosted the strength of the 2 guilds, which could now rival ordinary first-rate guilds. Zero Wing has truly been frightened by our monster army this time. Now, not only are Zero Wing's members not coming out of Zero Wing City, but they're not even operating within its vicinity anymore. I'm sure everyone present knows about the defensive capabilities of Zero Wing City. Currently, we still can't break through the city's defenses. However, we also can't let Zero Wing continue developing the city. Do any of you here have a good suggestion for dealing with this problem? Knight's Judgment's guild leader, Shadowlight Axe, asked as he glanced at the dozen or so guild representatives present. In reality, they were all caught off guard by Zero Wing's decisiveness. This was not the outcome they wished to see at all. From an outsider's point of view, the monster legion their alliance created might seem very powerful, but the public did not know that a large number of lives were necessary to sustain these players' monster forms. Moreover, these lives needed to be willingly offered by players that were level 50 or above. Hence, the guilds could not allow their fight with Zero Wing to drag out. Since Zero Wing is so decisive in abandoning the Witch's Hill, let's think of a way to prevent Zero Wing from giving it up. We'll force Zero Wing to fight us. That's right. We'll make Zero Wing fight even if it doesn't want to. Since Zero Wing is relying on Zero Wing City for its development, we'll make it so that it can't rely on the city at all. We can set up a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City and announce that so long as Zero Wing refuses to fight us out in the fields, we'll kill every player that comes out of Zero Wing City. We'll kill these players until Zero Wing is willing to come out and do battle. If Zero Wing still refuses to fight us then, nobody will dare to visit Zero Wing City. At that time, let's see how Zero Wing develops using Zero Wing City. This is a good idea. Zero Wing's main source of income right now is Zero Wing City. If Zero Wing City fails, Zero Wing won't get off scot-free either. If Zero Wing doesn't want to see its city fail, it'll definitely have to fight us. That's right. If Zero Wing really refuses to fight, it'll become the laughingstock of the kingdom. I want to see how Zero Wing plans on developing in Star Moon Kingdom then. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing this plan. They were all adamant about forcing Zero Wing into a fight. Meanwhile, as the Starlight Alliance was planning all of this, Shifeng had finally arrived at Thunder Axe City's central district. There was a lot of traffic in the city's central district. Despite there being no players here, the street was still crowded. NPC merchants of neutral races could be seen doing business all around, selling all kinds of items and materials, the quality of their products not the slightest bit inferior to those sold by player shops. However, Shifeng did not waste time sightseeing. Instead, he walked straight to a mansion located near the main street. 20 giant soldiers stood guard outside the mansion, every one of them a level 180, Tier 2 soldier. The captain leading these soldiers was even a level 180, Tier 3 giant. This mansion was none other than the residence of the giant race's Great Elder. Upon arriving at the mansion's entrance, Shifeng immediately told the guards his purpose for visiting. After the guards relayed his words and received a reply, they led him into the gigantic mansion. Very quickly, Shifeng arrived in an elegant study where a white-robed elder Saturday. Giants were natural-born warriors and were not adept at magic, yet the Great Elder was actually a level 200, Tier 5 Grand Wizard. He would be considered an overlord-level existence even in an empire. It's been a long time since a human adventurer has visited this city. I heard that you have the power to activate the ancient teleportation array outside Thunder Axe City. May I know if this is true? The giant elder asked softly as he observed Shifeng. That is correct. Here is the ancient cube I found. It is capable of activating the ancient teleportation array, Shifeng replied, handing the Rubik's Cube he obtained from the 7 luminaries' treasure chest over to the giant elder. Sure enough, this is the teleportation array's teleportation core, the giant elder said, his eyes glowing after he inspected the cube. In a somewhat excited tone, he added, Thank you, human adventurer. This item is indeed what our giant race has been searching for all this time. With this item, our giant race will finally be free of the defensive seal that has been in place since ancient times. Since you have provided such a great help to our race, we giants definitely won't mistreat you. Take this precious giant's holy stone as a token of our race's gratitude. After the giant elder was done speaking, and Shifeng accepted the giant's holy stone, a series of system notifications entered his ears. Chapter 2010 Titan Bloodline. Chapter 2010 Titan Bloodline. System, congratulations. You have completed the exploration quest, Giant's Hideout, rewarding 1 Giant's Holy Stone, Adventurers Association Reputation plus 20, and Adventurers Association Contribution plus 1,000. System, congratulations. You have activated the neutral city Thunder Axe City, rewarding 1 Thunder Axe Crystal, Thunder Axe City Reputation plus 100, and Thunder Axe City Contribution Points plus 2,000. The 2 notifications echoed in Shifeng's head 3 times, leaving him dazed. The rewards for pioneering Thunder Axe City are abundant. Not only did I get 2,000 contribution points, but I also earned a Thunder Axe Crystal? Shifeng looked at the glowing, dark gold crystal that had appeared in his hand in astonishment. Thunder Axe City was hidden deep within the Icefire mountain range. Normally, players could only reach the city through a teleportation array within the range's outer region once it had been activated. Teleporting to Thunder Axe City from another NPC city was impossible, making it inconvenient for players to visit frequently. However, as a trade city, Thunder Axe City overflowed with opportunities and resources. Even if the journey were tough and inconvenient, players would force themselves to visit. Fortunately, there was more than one method of entering Thunder Axe City. One could also do so through the city's special tools. The city had 2 special tools that allowed players to visit with ease: the Thunder Axe Insignia and the Thunder Axe Crystal. The insignia only allowed the holder to teleport to Thunder Axe City, whereas the crystal allowed the user to open a teleportation gate, allowing a large group of players to pass through, saving plenty of travel time. However, these tools were particularly difficult to acquire. Players had to become an ordinary noble in Thunder Axe City before they could trade the city's contribution points for the insignia. As for the Thunder Axe crystal, one could only purchase the crystal with contribution points after becoming a Viscount. The contribution points were already exceedingly difficult to acquire, not to mention gaining status in Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City was massive, with countless quests and opportunities to offer, but there were very few quests that awarded CPs. Moreover, players would only earn a small number of CPs from the quests that awarded them. Only high-ranking quests rewarded a higher number, but those were incredibly difficult to come by. Even the most hardworking player would fail to collect 2,000 CPs after a full year of work. Meanwhile, purchasing the Thunder Axe crystal required 5,000 CPs. While the Thunder Axe crystal had limited uses to individual players, it was extremely useful to guilds. With the crystal, guild members wouldn't have to waste time traveling to the city. With the time they saved, they could do far more in Thunder Axe City. Following which, Sherfong stored the Thunder Axe crystal and turned his gaze toward the giant's holy stone he had received from the Great Elder. Based on what he had learned in the past, the exploration quest's reward included the epic ranked giant's crystal. One could use it to convert 1,000 level 50-plus players into giants, bypassing the conversion quest. Unfortunately, players under level 50 would have to visit Thunder Axe City and complete the conversion quest normally to convert into a giant. The conversion quest's application fee was 20 gold per person. In other words, by completing this exploration quest, one could forego the 20,000 gold in application fees while allowing selected players to skip the troublesome conversion quest and become members of the giant race. However, what the Great Elder had just given Sherfong wasn't the giant's crystal, but the giant's holy stone. Fragmented legendary rank. When Sherfong called up the giant's holy stone's attribute panel, he was shocked. Isn't this quest reward a little too generous? Giant's holy stone, fragmented legendary rank. A holy stone created after condensing the ancient Titan race's bloodline. Effect 1-. Converts up to 1,000 players to the giant race. Targeted players must be level 50 or above. No cooldown. Effect 2-. Grants up to 3 giant players a strand of the Titan bloodline. No cooldown. Sherfong had no particular feelings regarding the Holy Stone's ability to convert 1,000 players into giants. The giant stone he had expected to receive could do the same, but the Holy Stone's ability to grant players the Titan bloodline was just too powerful. Among God's domain's numerous races, the Titan's life rating was the closest to that of the gods. Despite not being gods, Titans were born with a portion of a god's abilities. When a Titan became a Tier 6 god, they became incomparably formidable. However, the closer one's life rating was to that of a god, the more difficult it would become to cross the final threshold to the Tier 6 standard. According to Sherfeng's memories, only the king among Titans had reached Tier 6. Not even the 10 saints of Titan City had been Tier 6 gods. In Sherfeng's opinion, they were only demigods. Even so, they had the power to rival Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 god-ranked players couldn't compare to Tier 6 NPC gods. Any random Tier 6 god could beat the living daylights out of a Tier 6 player. Only multiple Tier 6 players had a chance against a Tier 6 god if they worked together. It was easy to imagine how frightening Titan demigods were. Meanwhile, the giant's holy stone before him was capable of granting giant players the Titan bloodline, which was far more powerful than the dark iron bloodline he had obtained. Moreover, he could grant the bloodline to 3 players. These Titan bloodlines were even more valuable than 3 fragmented legendary items. The giant race offered exceptional racial traits, if this bloodline were included in the equation. Feng didn't even dare imagine how powerful a player with this bloodline would become. Titans were nearly perfect beings, unlike giants who had obvious flaws. With this, the players that convert into giants have hit the jackpot. Feng could not help but feel slightly envious as he gazed at the giant's holy stone. Giant players would face far more difficulties when challenging their promotion quests than human players, but with the Titan bloodline, that difficulty wouldn't be as high. With this bloodline, the promotion quests shouldn't be more difficult than that of ordinary humans. This meant that the experts who became giants could reach far greater heights. Giant players would become terrifying after reaching Tier 5, not to mention Tier 6. In the past, one giant expert had reached Tier 5 thanks to a ton of resources from his guild. Whether or not he had been strong enough to contend with Tier 6 God-ranked experts, he had ranked among the top 20 Tier 5 players in God's domain. Those top 20 Tier 5 experts had all worn top-tier equipment, held at least one legendary item, and wielded special legacies. Their combat standards had been at the absolute apex of God's domain. Yet this Tier 5 giant expert had forced himself into the top 20 ranks despite carrying 0 legendary items. It was easy to imagine how powerful the giant race was. If possible, Feng would convert into a giant, obtaining the Titan bloodline as well, but he was a guild leader. He had many matters in the game to deal with that required that he remain human. He simply couldn't afford to become a giant. Feng then departed from the great elder's mansion and headed toward the city hall. This was the main reason that he had activated Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City's resources were far beyond those in the Sea of Trees. The two cities were on entirely different levels. Nearly 10% of the ores and Herb's first and second-rate guilds had required in the past had been sourced from Thunder Axe City. Chapter 2011 Advanced Shop. Chapter 2011 Advanced Shop. Feng's carriage slowed to a stop before a majestic castle. A steady flow of NPCs entered and left the building, many of which were members of other neutral races. This majestic castle was none other than Thunder Axe City Hall, located within the very heart of the city. Tall walls, decorated with divine runes and magic arrays, protected the castle. The wall's defensive capabilities were even beyond Tier 5 NPC's power. This was the safest location throughout Thunder Axe City. Before Feng reached the castle's entrance, a level 180, Tier 3 NPC soldier stopped him. Lord Bronze Legatee, this is an important location in Thunder Axe City. If you wish to enter, you must register first. The Tier 3 NPC soldier respectfully informed Feng as he retrieved a magic crystal. I understand. Please register me, then, Feng said, nodding. Thunder Axe City's City Hall wasn't like those in other NPC cities. Players could enter city halls in human cities without registering or gaining permission. However, not only did players have to register, but they also had to obtain an ordinary noble rank in the city before they could enter the city hall. Players had to register due to the magic array around the city hall. If the magic array didn't recognize their auras, it would attack and suppress them the moment they entered the building. Security was so strict due to the importance of Thunder Axe City's City Hall. Rather than a city hall, it was more appropriate to view it as a treasury or trade market. The city hall stored all kinds of treasures the giant race had collected since ancient times, including legendary items. Once players became nobles in Thunder Axe City, they could freely trade with the city's giants. The giant race had lived in Thunder Axe City since ancient times, so they had accumulated countless treasures. As long as players had the ability and resources, purchasing a legendary item wouldn't be a problem. This was also why so many players and powers had been adamant in visiting Thunder Axe City in the past. A few superpowers experts had purchased legendary items from the giants back then, while far more had purchased fragmented legendary items. Of course, Some superpowers had tried to rob Thunder Axe City Hall, but less than a handful had succeeded. Moreover, all of those players had been Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When these God-ranked players had attempted the heist, their guilds had invested a ton of resources and manpower to assist them. Even so, they had only claimed 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items before fleeing for their lives. In doing so, however, these superpowers had earned the city's ire and had been banned from entering Thunder Axe City ever again. The cost of the endeavor simply hadn't been worth the superpowers' investments. The NPC Solder had Shurfeng's aura recorded in the system after a short moment, allowing him to enter the city hall. NPCs of various races filled the castle's first-floor hall as they conducted their business with the giants. Although Shurfeng wanted to trade with the giants as well, he couldn't even afford an epic item with his current strength and resources. Hence, he glanced at the NPCs before heading toward the castle's second floor. When Shurfeng reached the second-floor hall, he noticed far fewer NPCs than on the first floor. There were only several dozen NPC merchants here, all of which sought to purchase the city's lands. Suddenly, a beautiful female elf dressed in formal wear approached Shurfeng with a smile. She asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service?" "A senior administrator?" Shurfeng was slightly surprised when this female elf greeted him. However, he quickly snapped out of his daze and responded, "I wish to purchase some lands and advanced shops in Thunder Axe City. Can you recommend some?" Normally, only the ordinary administrators received visiting players in the city hall, so he had been caught off guard when this senior administrator welcomed him. Although this elven beauty was only a level 200, Tier 3 senior administrator, Shurfeng could feel the intense pressure radiating from her. The pressure she gave off was no weaker than Weissman's, who was both White River City's magistrate and a Tier 4 great wizard. This was why elves were so frightening. Even at Tier 3, they could easily cast Tier 4 spells. "All right, please follow me." The elven administrator nodded and led Shurfeng to a reception room on the third floor. Once inside the reception room, the senior administrator handed Shurfeng 2 lists. One list contained the city's available plots of land, while the other contained Thunder Axe City's available advanced shops. However, the lists contained very few of both, with less than 50 entries in total. If other players saw these lists, they'd be astounded. Most random NPC cities had more than 500 plots of land for sale, yet Thunder Axe City had less than 50. However, Shurfeng was ecstatic to examine the lists. It was already impressive that the 2 lists had 50 prospects. Thunder Axe City was unique, and its lands weren't easy to purchase. This prevented the various superpowers from monopolizing the city's benefits, giving other powers and players a chance to thrive within the city. A bronze legatee status in Thunder Axe City sure is high. Shurfeng sighed ruefully as he examined the first list. There are actually 19 advanced shops available. When he had been a baron in Thunder Axe City in the past and tried to purchase an advanced shop, he had only been given 12 to choose from. Advanced shops were often available in neutral cities. Like in the Sea of Trees, Thunder Axe City had advanced shops, such as advanced grocery stores, advanced restaurants, advanced smithies, and advanced bars to offer. However, no power would normally be willing to purchase neutral cities' advanced shops. These advanced shops incredibly high prices were the first reason. The second reason was advanced shops' lack of use. These shops' main customers were NPCs, not players, and one could only earn coins and other items from NPCs. Typically, this was an ineffective way of doing business, since trading coins and items with other players was far more effective. However, Thunder Axe City was a special case. Since it was a resource and trade city, a large number of neutral NPC merchants gathered here. In addition, the local giants harvested the ores and herbs from the Icefire mountain range. As a result, the city offered a wider variety of items, selling these items at far below market value. Unlike in other neutral cities, Thunder Axe City's advanced shops had been quite popular in the past, becoming the main source of resources for God's domain's powers in the city. The various major powers had avoided renting Thunder Axe City's advance shops because the only type of income they could earn in doing so was coins. It was not possible to conduct business with forms of currency. Hence, the various major powers and merchant players in the past had resorted to purchasing the advance shops, even if those in the city's outskirts had cost 20,000 gold. No matter how many times I visit Thunder Axe City Hall, I always feel like a poor bastard here. Sherfong sighed and shook his head as he looked at the prices on the list. The cheapest advance shop cost more than 20,000 gold. There was also an advanced grocery store that cost 40,000 gold, and a smithy for 53,000 gold. Although both shops were in the city's inner area, both were merely one-star shops. According to Sherfeng's knowledge, the cheapest two-star shop in Thunder Axe City cost 70,000 gold, while those in the city's inner area cost more than 100,000 gold. However, Thunder Axe City rarely sold two-star shops. But when Sherfong read the list's last entry, he was flabbergasted. What? A two-star shop? Chapter 2012 Two-Star Smithy. Chapter 2012 Two-Star Smithy. Sherfong stared at the shop list's last entry with wide eyes. A two-star shop. Thunder Axe City did have a few two-star shops, but they were beyond players' reach. Even a Viscount would have to get lucky to secure an opportunity to purchase a two-star shop, much less a baron. Could this be a reward for being the first person to purchase an advance shop? Sherfong doubted that the bronze legatee title would grant him such an amazing benefit, allowing him to purchase two-star shops in the city. After giving the matter some thought, he realized that this must be a reward for being the first player to purchase an advance shop. The difference between a one-star and a two-star shop was practically negligible for players in other super large-scale neutral cities, but it was a different story in Thunder Axe City. Here, the difference between a one-star shop and two-star shop was like the difference between a town and a city. Two-star shops were more attractive to NPCs than their one-star counterparts. NPCs typically viewed two-star shops as more valuable and reliable, so they favored shops with higher star ranks. Two-star shops also operated on a different scale than one-star shops, but this was beyond just the physical size of the shop. More importantly, higher-ranked shops could handle larger transactions with NPCs. Each transaction with NPCs in one-star shops could only reach a maximum value of 50 gold, whereas two-star shops transactions could reach a maximum of 300 gold, a six-fold increase. After factoring in NPCs' increased interest in conducting business with two-star shops, the difference between ranks was clear. Hence, Thunder Axe City's two-star advance shops were extremely valuable. Countless guilds had dreamed of purchasing their own, but very few had actually succeeded. Most powers had been limited to one-star shops, slowly upgrading them to two-star status. However, in God's domain, once one fell behind, making a recovery became intensely challenging. Meanwhile, the various large guilds dreamed of purchasing two-star shops to ensure the upgrade to three-stat status. NPC cities could only have a limited number of three-star advanced shops at a time. Once this limit had been reached, the two-star shops that met the requirements for an upgrade could only become three-star shops after surpassing another three-star shop's transaction volume. Unfortunately, surpassing a three-star shop's transaction volume was nearly impossible for a two-star shop. When a two-star shop completed its promotion to three-star status, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, increasing its maximum transaction value to 1,000 gold. Although the increase ratio wasn't as great as that between a one-star and two-star shop, it was a major turning point. Once a shop reached this maximum transaction value, Thunder Axe City's nobles would visit to conduct business. The items these nobles possessed was far beyond that of ordinary NPCs. A noble's every item was valuable and precious. Upgrading a one-star shop to two-star status in Thunder Axe City cost a lot of time and resources. By the time one completed the upgrade, those who had purchased 2-star shops would have already upgraded to 3-star status. Trying to contest for the limited 3-star shop slots would become atrociously difficult at that point. This was also why Shadow had only possessed a 2-star shop in Thunder Axe City during Shifeng's previous life. As far as he could remember, only superpowers and a few first-rate guilds had secured 3-star shops in the city, and ordinary first-rate guilds had no hope of competing for a slot. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised to find that he could purchase a 2-star shop right off the bat? Moreover, the 2-star shop in question was an advanced smithy. Naturally, smithies were the most valuable to God's domains guilds among the various advanced shops. This was the case due to the specialized transactions each type of shop conducted with NPCs. NPCs that visited smithies were generally there to order custom weapons and equipment. Moreover, these NPCs would prepare their own materials, including rare forging materials that players could obtain by operating a smithy. In addition, ordinary NPCs and NPC merchants frequently sold their ores to smithies, making these advanced shops the perfect place to obtain materials. Lord Bronze Legatee, are any of these lands and shops to your liking? The elven administrator asked curiously after Shifeng's long moment of silence. If nothing here interests you, you may return next week. We should have others who want to sell their properties at that time. No, I'm very satisfied with what I've seen. I'll take these 5 plots of land and these 2 shops, Shifeng said as he pointed to the inner area lands and outer area shops. Since he was only a baron, he could only purchase lands and shops in the city's inner and outer areas. Moreover, very few lands in the inner area were available to him, and they weren't in optimal locations. As for advanced shops, a baron was only allowed to purchase those in the city's outer area. Only viscounts and above had access to advanced shops in the inner area. However, this discovery relieved Shifeng. If he had only been offered advanced shops in the city's inner area, he'd only be able to purchase the 2-star smithy along the city's edge with the money he had on him. Even so, the 2-star smithy already cost him 90,000 gold, and the 1-star potion shop he had selected cost 47,000 gold. Very well. The total for these 5 lands and 2 shops comes to 206,000 gold. The 11 beauty joyfully exclaimed after swiftly completing her calculations. If first-rate guilds upper echelons saw Shifeng spend over 200,000 gold on 2 shops and 5 lands, they'd think that he'd lost his mind. With so much money, one could purchase more than 10 plots of land in the heart of a kingdom's capital. However, Shifeng paid the 206,000 gold without hesitation. Rather, he found the price quite reasonable. While this investment might not yield any short-term returns, the profits would be well worth the cost once players entered the game's later stages. Shifeng had only brought a little over 170,000 gold with him when he had set out on his exploration quest. He had also spent over 20,000 gold in Glory Town. Fortunately, while he had been gone, the guild had accumulated over 70,000 gold in savings, despite Zero Wing's continued expansion. He just barely had enough to settle the bill. He wouldn't have much left after this transaction. A short moment later, the elven administrator revealed 7 deeds and handed them to Shifeng. Once he verified that everything was correct, Shifeng set off toward his new advanced shops. He stored 5,000 gold in each shop for NPC transactions. With his tasks completed, Shifeng didn't linger in Thunder Axe City. He used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Contrary to his expectations, Shifeng didn't find White River City in desolation upon his return. Now Zero Wing had temporarily withdrawn from the struggle in the Witch's Hill. Its prestige in Star Moon City had fallen, but as he wandered White River City streets, he noticed that the city's population had increased yet again. Shifeng saw countless players from large guilds on his way to the Candlelight trading firm. These guild players wandered the city with enthusiasm, making up roughly 10% of the players on the streets. White River City had already become a major city with a player population of over 10 million. 10% of that equated over 1 million guild players, a significant number. Melancholic, has something happened in White River City? Why are there so many players from other guilds? Feng asked Melancholic Smile after returning to the candlelight trading firm and storing the Titan ore he had obtained during his exploration quest. Nothing has happened recently, Melancholic Smile answered, smiling bitterly. So many guild players are here due to the losses our guild suffered in the Witch's Hill, thanks to the Starlight Alliance. After our withdrawal, the Alliance called us out to fight in an all-out war. If we refuse, the Starlight Alliance will slay every player in Zero Wing City. Our guild members have been fighting the Alliance's members all over the kingdom, but the results aren't pleasing. Because of this, every large guild in Starmoon Kingdom thinks that it has a chance of taking over White River City. They're all preparing to do so. These guilds really know how to take advantage of an opportunity. Feng could not help but chuckle upon hearing Melancholic Smile's report. Since the Starlight Alliance wants a fight to the death in the Witch's Hill, I'll grant their wish. Notify Aqua immediately and have her gather 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers in White River City's residence. I'll notify her right away, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. Chapter 2013 Advanced Abilities Activated. Chapter 2013 Advanced Abilities Activated. After assigning Melancholic Smile's tasks, Feng departed from the candlelight trading firm and headed to White River City's library. He had been bound by the soul chain all this time, and no matter how he looked at it, finding the mysterious NPC that had appeared in Blackwing City was simply unrealistic. Even if he found the NPC, he'd have to avoid the man. Not even Charlene, who had been a Tier 5 red official, had been able to stop him. How was a Tier 2 player like himself supposed to deal with the NPC? The true goal of his quest wasn't to locate the mysterious NPC, but to collect enough mysterious flames to gain control of the soul fire. While Aqua Rose gathered the necessary manpower, he could take advantage of this time to enlist Charlene's help with absorbing the fallen earth fire, which he had obtained during his exploration quest. Although Tier 2 players weren't as rare anymore, they still made up a small minority of God's Domains players. This was the case for Zero Wing as well. Gathering 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers would take Aqua Rose some time. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile relayed Feng's words to Aqua Rose began to secretly gather Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts from the Ore Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. She instructed her chosen experts to teleport directly to White River City's residence. Unfortunately, despite the care she used while performing her task, news of her actions soon reached the kingdom's various major powers. Starmoon City, Star Alliance's residence. Guild leader, we've just received news. Zero Wing is gathering 1,000 Tier 2 experts in White River City. We do not know what the guild plans to do with them yet, Purple Eye reported as she entered the guild leader's office. Although more players had been completing their Tier 2 promotion quests, there still weren't many Tier 2 players in the game. Take the Star Alliance, for example. Despite being a first-rate guild, it just barely had 3,000 Tier 2 players. The fact that Zero Wing was gathering 1,000 of these experts warranted scrutiny. 1,000 Tier 2 experts. Galaxy Past considered the situation carefully, muttering, could Zero Wing be preparing to move against the Starlight Alliance? Currently, Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers were eagerly preparing for battle, and Zero Wing's sudden withdrawal from the Witch's Hill was the reason for this. In addition, the Starlight Alliance's reputation had received a massive boost due to the sudden development. If Zero Wing did not put a stop to this, it might lose its position as the kingdom's overlord. God's domain had changed, and more Tier 2 players surfaced each day. While Zero Wing might have a lot of these experts, The difference between their count and the total number of Tier 2 players in the kingdom was titanic. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to maintain its dominance over the kingdom if its development stagnated. Even the various superpowers faced such a problem. Hence, for a considerable period in the immediate future, gods, domains, kingdoms, and empires would enter an era of strife. It would no longer be possible for a single power to monopolize a country. The various superpowers could only maintain their advantages and their current status in their territories. That can't be possible, right? Zero Wing intends to strike out against the Starlight Alliance now. Purple Eye was astonished by Galaxy Past's guess. Doesn't Zero Wing know that the top adventure team, War Riders, secretly partnered with the Alliance? If a fight breaks out, Zero Wing will suffer. The War Riders were a mercenary-like adventure team. It was one of the few adventure teams in God's domain that had tens of thousands of members. As long as one paid enough, the War Riders would move against any power. Superpowers were no exception. In a past virtual reality game, a guild had hired the War Riders to attack the Super Guild, Battle Wolves. Of course, they didn't target the entire guild, simply one of the branch guilds. Even so, the Battle Wolves' first guild leader managed that branch guild, and it wasn't to be trifled with. However, the War Riders had paid no heed to the guild's strength. They had initiated a war without hesitation, and although the Battle Wolves had pummeled the War Riders in the end, the Super Guild had suffered significant losses. Because of the assault, the Battle Wolves still had a bounty out on the adventure team. The War Riders hadn't changed after joining God's domain, and as time passed, both its reputation and its strength grew. As a result, many independent experts that wanted to earn some side income sought to join the adventure team. After all, the War Riders' sole goal was earning money. Members of the War Riders had no obligations and responsibilities to the team. Just some time ago, the War Riders' member count had exceeded 30,000. Now it was already considered a super, large-scale adventure team, and many first-rate guilds feared its overall strength. I don't know. I can never tell what Black Flame is thinking, but he's preparing for something. However, with the War Riders' participation, the Starlight Alliance should maintain its status quo even if Zero Wing prepares for an assault. We should use this opportunity to further our development in the kingdom's various cities, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling as he shook his head. The various major powers had been busy trying to solidify their positions lately. Now that the sudden development in Star Moon Kingdom troubled Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity for the Star Alliance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. Meanwhile, the kingdom's other major powers concocted their own schemes. As soon as the Starlight Alliance defeated Zero Wing, they would spread their influence throughout the various NPC cities, especially White River City, the kingdom's most populated city. As Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers planned and prepared, Shifeng arrived before White River City's library. The library had changed drastically due to the city's latest promotion. Now it looked more like a castle than a library. A large number of magical class players had gathered at the building, many here because of quests. So many magical class players had come here to quest due to the library's new function magic walkthrough. This function gave players access to the gigantic magic water globe in the center of the library, allowing them to learn the double casting technique. Not many magical class experts had mastered the double casting technique at this stage of the game, but now that the system provided a tutorial, magical class players swarmed to take advantage of the opportunity. However, using the magic water globe required library contribution points and magic crystals. The required magic crystals were a small matter for magic class experts, but the library contribution points could only be obtained by completing the library's quests. Hence, so many magical class players eagerly quested at the library. After a brief look at the library's first-floor hall, Shifeng made his way to the Star Moon Hall on the library's top floor. As always, Charlene sat in the hall reading some tome. She only set the book down after noticing Shifeng before she began to draw the magic array that would help him absorb the fallen earth fire. Once the magic array took shape, Sherfong retrieved the fallen earth fire and wrapped the soul fire's scorching flames around it. However, fusing with the fallen earth fire proved far more difficult than fusing with the purple thunder flame. This time, Sherfong felt as if he were trying to wrap a sheet of paper around a bonfire. His control of the soul fire had to be precise. The slightest mistake could throw the process off balance, which would cause the fusion to fail. After 32 subsequent failures, Sherfong finally encased the fallen earth fire in soul fire successfully. The moment the fusion succeeded, flames devoured his body. He felt the flames burn and sting his flesh as he succumbed to a splitting headache. Shortly after, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations! You have successfully fused the fallen earth fire and activated the soul fire's advanced abilities. Chapter 2014, Soul Cleansing. Chapter 2014, Soul Cleansing. I still don't have full control. When Sherfong heard the system notification, he was disappointed. This soul fire really is troublesome. He could only shed his worries about the soul chain by gaining full control of the soul fire. However, he hadn't expected 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to not be enough. Tier 3 mysterious flames were as valuable as fragmented legendary items. It was easy to imagine how hard they were to obtain, yet the system informed him that he needed more. Who knew when he would encounter another Tier 3 mysterious flame? It really is surprising that you managed to obtain 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames in such a short time. Although you haven't gained full control over the soul fire, fusing it with 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames has increased your compatibility with it. Now, you won't have to worry about the soul chain's corrosion for another 300 days, Charlene, who wore a crimson dress, said and nodded approvingly as she watched Sherfong. Moreover, there are benefits to being compatible with the soul fire, so don't look so dejected. Benefits? Sherfong muttered skeptically as he gazed at the blue fire enveloping his body. He didn't understand how the soul fire's present state could benefit him in any way. His entire body stung with pain. Any ordinary player would wail like a ghost if they were in his position, but even though he could endure the pain, it made concentrating difficult. At this moment, he'd likely even fail to execute the simplest combat technique. Learn to appreciate what you have. The soul fire is currently cleansing your soul, Charlene explained as she rolled her eyes at Sherfong. This is soul cleansing. Charlene's words astonished Sherfong. So this is the soul fire's advanced ability. He had heard about soul cleansing during his previous life. It was one of the few methods to improve players' concentration attribute. If ranked by importance, one could argue that concentration stood above stamina. When players fought in God's domain, they used 2 hidden attributes, stamina and concentration. In the event of stamina exhaustion, players would lose the ability to move. In the case of concentration depletion, players would pass out. God's domain provided far fewer methods of increasing one's concentration than those available for improving stamina, which was one of the reasons that the former was more important. Generally, players' concentration only improved when they increased their basic attributes and tiers. Concentration's ability to affect a player's mental state was another reason. Players had only discovered this quite some time after God's domain had launched. This effect was similar to the experience players had when in areas with high mana density. In truth, players felt more comfortable around denser mana due to the mana elevating their concentration. In other words, higher concentration allowed players to focus and maintain their calm more easily. The higher a player's concentration was, the more physical control they'd have. This was the third and most important reason. Players could manipulate their physical limits more easily, which was why, after reaching higher tiers, players could execute actions or techniques that their bodies couldn't previously handle. For example, a Tier 2 player might struggle to master a complex advanced combat technique, but could do so after reaching Tier 3. These were the reasons that all of God's domain's experts had frantically sought to improve their concentration in Shifeng's previous life. Unfortunately, the available methods to do so were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. The various superpowers would have even gone to war over a discovered method. In the past, there had been multiple instances of items that could increase concentration appearing in the dark auction. The various superpowers had even willing traded fragmented legendary items for items that only granted a 5% boost to concentration. They had even exchanged fragmented legendary weapons for items that granted a 10% boost without hesitation. As far as Shifeng could remember, soul cleansing provided between 5% and 15% more concentration. He had never dreamed that he'd get to experience the phenomenon now. After 10 minutes or so, the blue flames finally subsided. When they did, Shifeng felt more refreshed than he ever had before. Both his physical control and mental clarity had improved drastically. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Sword's transmigration. Mesmerizing stars twinkled around Shifeng. If ordinary players were to see this scene, they'd assume that he had used some skill rather than a combat technique. Amazing! Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the sacred sword in his hand. When he had used Sword's transmigration in the past, the bronze combat technique had taken a massive toll on his stamina and concentration. He could only execute the technique about 20 times before it affected his physical performance. However, not only could he execute Sword's transmigration with greater precision after undergoing the soul cleansing, but his stamina and concentration consumption had decreased as well. Now he estimated that he could execute Sword's transmigration 30 times before it affected his performance. This improvement was simply terrifying. Moreover, his sword slashes were visibly faster and nimbler than before. He had only been able to alter his swing 4 times before, and only 5 times when he fought in peak condition, but now he could execute 5 alterations without reaching his limits. Shifeng felt as if he could fight a domain realm expert without losing ground, even without relying on Sword's transmigration, and when both combatants' basic attributes were equal. Once Shifeng finished reveling in his recent improvements, he left the library and made his way to the guild residence. By now, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in Zero Wing's residence, waiting in the second-floor hall. Why did the vice guild leader suddenly recall so many of us? Are we going to attack the Starlight Alliance? That's likely. However, we won't be able to take out those monster players with just shield warriors and berserkers. Maybe we're going on a quest. Many of these Tier 2 experts were curious about Aqua Rose's sudden summons, and they all discussed the situation as they waited. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members felt a surge of motivation after witnessing so many expert players gather. They hadn't realized that their guild had so many Tier 2 experts. If there were already 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers, it was easy to imagine how many more Tier 2 experts were in Zero Wing. Moreover, every one of these Tier 2 players had already reached level 60. Only peak experts had reached such a high level thus far. Many peak experts from first-rate guilds had only recently reached level 60. "Guild leader, everyone's here," Aqua Rose said as Shifeng entered the guild hall. Worriedly, she continued, "But, guild leader, do you intend to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? I have seen those monster players' strength. Without berserk skills, our Tier 2 experts have no hope against them." "Those monster players?" Shaking his head, Shifeng said, "No, that's not the plan." Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they faced the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill now, they'd be at a severe disadvantage. If they wanted to defeat the Alliance, they had to accumulate enough magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. "My target is the Starlight Alliance's Wildhammer Town," Shifeng declared. Notify everyone to prepare master regeneration potions. Those that don't have any can collect some from the guild warehouse. Once they're ready, send them to teleport to Zero Wing City. Chapter 2015 Approaching Storm. Chapter 2015 Approaching Storm. Wildhammer Town. Aqua Rose was stunned to hear Sure Feng's target. Wildhammer Town was one of the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. It was also the town that Knight's Judgment poured its resources into developing. At this point, the town had as many as 12 defense turrets. How were they supposed to capture the town with just 1,000 Tier 2 players? Wildhammer Town doesn't need to exist anymore. Sure Feng nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Sure Feng, Aqua Rose recognized his determination. She was at a loss for words. Zero Wing had never tried to stop any of the large guilds from developing in the Witch's Hill. After all, the more popular the Witch's Hill became, the more of an asset it would be to Zero Wing. However, not only had the Starlight Alliance openly declared war on Zero Wing, but it had also made multiple attempts to provoke the guild. It was only natural that Zero Wing issue a response. Unfortunately, Wildhammer Town's defenses easily surpassed those of a basic town. Even several tens of thousands of elite and expert players might not be enough to capture a normally fortified basic town, much less Wildhammer Town, which the Starlight Alliance had invested a ton of resources and manpower into. When Sure Feng finished speaking, he turned on his heel and headed toward the guild warehouse, leaving behind a worried Aqua Rose in the guild hall's threshold. Aqua Rose promptly recovered and notified the 1,000 Tier 2 experts of Sure Feng's instructions. She had them collect their master regeneration potions and teleport to Zero Wing City. Shortly after the Tier 2 experts left, a few spies hiding in Zero Wing reported to their superiors in the various large guilds. What? Zero Wing plans to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill. It seems we'll get an interesting show in the Witch's Hill soon. Notify our guild members. Everyone is to prepare to move at a moment's notice. Once Zero Wing has been defeated, we'll attack its guild members in the fields. We cannot let the kingdom's other guilds steal this opportunity to make a name for themselves. When the various major powers' upper echelons learned that the 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts in Zero Wing's White River City residents had teleported to Zero Wing City, they knew that the guild had gotten serious. They immediately commanded their guild members to prepare for Zero Wing's defeat. When news of Zero Wing's movements reached the Starlight Alliance, the allied guilds made their own preparations. Zero Wing is finally on the move. Zero Wing is, after all, Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. To protect its reputation, Zero Wing must fight us. How could it continue in the kingdom if it hides like a coward? Notify the war riders. Tell them to gather in the Witch's Hill. We have so many monster players and experts on our side, including the war riders who are equipped for large-scale field combat. We'll force Zero Wing into ruin. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't surrender too quickly. I don't want our plan to whittle down Zero Wing's main force to go to waste. In that case, we should deliberately act weak and let Zero Wing assume that victory is within its grasp. That way, we'll be able to sap away the guild's strength. Right, let's do that. Notify our teams to hold back a little. However, they are to kill as many players wielding magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices as possible. The various representatives in the Starlight Alliance's meeting voiced their opinions. Soon, they all reached a consensus and decided to toy with Zero Wing on the battlefield. For a time, the experts from the Starlight Alliance's dozen or so member guilds gathered in the Witch's Hill. At the same time, a large group of players from the War Riders Adventurer team appeared in Zero Wing City. Despite being Adventurer team members, these players moved with the discipline of guild players. Not only were all of them level 57 or higher, but they also had over 1,000 Tier 2 players with them. It wasn't long before the players in the teleportation hall noticed these adventure team members. Zero Wing? I've been hearing this name for so long. Hopefully, the guild isn't too disappointing. A level 60, Tier 2 Guardian Knight muttered as he exited the teleportation array and glanced over Zero Wing City's teleportation hall, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes. When adventure team experts in the hall noticed this cloaked shield warrior with a mana-imbued shield in the hall, they gasped. Why is Roaring Flame here? Are the war riders participating in the guild war? Many experts were shocked as they stared at this unruly, middle-aged man. The War Riders Adventure Team was among the best adventure teams in God's domain right now. Roaring Flame, the War Riders commander, even ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain's experts list. Countless adventure team players in God's domain revered him as an idol. With the War Riders' sudden appearance in a backwater area like Starmoon Kingdom, why wouldn't these players be surprised? For a time, tension shot through Zero Wing City due to the War Riders' presence. Zero Wing's members were particularly concerned when they saw the War Riders' multiple 1,000-man teams marching through the city streets. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's residence, Guild Leader, members of the War Riders Adventure Team have appeared in Zero Wing City. Aqua Rose reported to Sherfong. I suspect that the Starlight Alliance has invited them here. Why don't we eliminate them? She was quite familiar with the War Riders Adventure Tarn. Unlike orthodox adventure teams, the War Riders operated like a band of mercenaries. Not only were the adventure team's members individually powerful, but they were also particularly adept in large-scale combat as a team. The War Riders had proved their capacity for top-notch battle strategies and formations that allowed the team members to exhibit greater strength than it should reasonably be able to. Many superpowers had suffered significant losses at the War Riders' hands. In Aqua Rose's opinion, the fact that the War Riders had arrived in Zero Wing City spelled nothing good for the guild. If the adventure team wanted to develop in the Witch's Hill, it should seek permission from Zero Wing first. The fact that the adventure team hadn't meant that it was under the Starlight Alliance's employ. Meanwhile, now that the War Riders were inside Zero Wing City, the guild had the home ground advantage. This was the perfect opportunity to remove the adventure team from the equation. With Zero Wing's defenses, not even the infamous War Riders had any hope of leaving the city alive. Forget it. Even though they have allied with the Starlight Alliance, they haven't openly opposed us. If we kill them in Zero Wing City, it will only cause a panic among the independent players and various adventure teams in the city, which would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development, Sherfong said, chuckling as he shook his head. Roaring Flame should have considered this, in Sherfang's opinion, so the man teleported to Zero Wing City alongside his teammates. Sherfong had to admit that the Roaring Flame was a calculating individual. It was no wonder why the War Riders had become one of God's Domain's true top adventure teams in the past, an existence that even the various superpowers had feared. I guess you're right, but I don't like the idea of letting them take advantage of us, Aqua Rose grumbled, frustrated. Despite the War Riders' bold use of their teleportation services, they couldn't do anything about it. Take advantage of us? Sherfong laughed. Our services are not that easy to take advantage of. Renew the teleportation settings. For today only, adjust Zero Wing City's teleportation fees to their maximum. The War Riders can use our services as much as they want to. Understood. I'll see to it immediately. Aqua Rose joyfully replied. If they adjusted the teleportation fee to the maximum, even Tier 2 experts would wince at the expense. Chapter 2016 Giant Conversion Zero Wing for Towers of Elements. Chapter 2016 Giant Conversion Zero Wing for Towers of Elements. Due to the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation ability and the Witch's Hill's popularity, An extraordinarily large number of players gathered at the towers to use the teleportation service each day. Even though the Starlight Alliance had placed a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City, such teleportation seals could only be maintained for a certain time. Constant seals didn't exist. Hence, for the sake of safe and convenient travel, players still visited the 4 Towers of Elements. However, the players currently visiting the towers were in an uproar. What's going on? Why is the teleportation fee suddenly so expensive? I'm only traveling within the Witch's Hill map. Yet I have to pay more than 1 gold? This is daylight robbery. Even as a Tier 2 player, I only earn 1 or 2 gold coins in profit per day in the Witch's Hill. Has Zero Wing gone insane? The players visiting the 4 Towers of Elements heatedly debated over the sudden increase in teleportation fees. Meanwhile, the multiple 1,000-man teams that had lined up in one of the towers was just as stunned by the discovery. Commander, Zero Wing is too sinister. It raised the teleportation fee. We have 20,000 people that need to travel, which will cost more than 23,000 gold in total. Zero Wing has done this on purpose. A female, Tier 2 cursemancer in a set of gray robes fumed as she complained to Roaring Flame. Although their adventure team had a lot of members, they didn't have nearly as many funds as a first-rate guild. Currently, they had only saved up around 70,000 gold in their shared warehouse. If they spent over 23,000 gold on teleportation fees, they would lose over 1/3 of their adventure team's liquid funds, significantly impacting their ability to purchase resources and nurture new members. It seems Zero Wing has noticed us, but this type of greeting is certainly unorthodox, Roaring Flame said, laughing. Since Zero Wing doesn't want to allow us to teleport out of the city, we'll walk. Zero Wing is cowardly. It is afraid of us working with the Starlight Alliance against its forces, so it has used this plan deliberately to buy time? The level 59, Tier 2 cursemancer asked, clicking her tongue. I had thought Zero Wing was a mysterious and powerful guild, but it seems that there's nothing really special about it after all. Does Zero Wing really think delaying us will change anything? With no other choice, the War Riders left Zero Wing City through the city's entrance. Meanwhile, a 100-man team stood on the top floor of the tower the War Riders had left. Although these team members had hidden under black cloaks, their auras were intense enough to drive Tier 2 players away. If Sherfong were present, he would have noticed that this 100-man team consisted of Blackwater's Heavenly Eagle Legion, established by Xuanwu Qisha. Quite a few of these players were Refinement Realm experts, and Snow Scar, the leader of the team, had recently risen through the ranks on the God's Domains experts list, earning the title of Spear Demon. So, it's true, as the report stated, the War Riders have joined the Starlight Alliance. Zero Wing is in for a tough fight. Zero Wing is pitiful. It's going to lose its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild before we even have a chance to take action. That's right. Sinrealm has deep connections with Beast Emperor, so the guild has gotten its hands on the power to transform players into monsters. Based on what we've learned, the Star Alliance has prepared over 3,000 monster players to ensure Zero Wing's destruction. It's also dispatched another 20,000 experts, and the War Riders are providing reinforcements. As long as Zero Wing leaves this city, the Starlight Alliance will devour it. I've heard that Roaring Flame, the War Riders' commander, is exceptionally strong. Seeing him now, he truly seems powerful. It's no wonder why he dared to reject the Vice Guild leader's recruitment offer. Seeing his strength makes me want to challenge him to a duel. I'd rather duel Black Flame. I want to see if he is as powerful as the rumors make him out to be. All right, enough. Don't forget our task. As the discussion reached a tipping point, Snow Scar interjected. Everyone on the team immediately shut their mouths. Unlike when the Heavenly Eagle Legion had initially been established, this team was convinced of Snow Scar's strength and followed his leadership obediently. Head to your respective positions and be prepared to act as soon as Zero Wing sends its army out of Zero Wing City. Snow Scar snapped through the team chat. Whether Zero Wing wins or loses, we are going to sever its income source. Understood. The team members then split up and headed toward each of the elemental towers. Once they received the command, they'd destroy Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements, the city's greatest income source. Zero Wing, although our plan is despicable, you only have yourself to blame for standing in Blackwater's way. Snow Scar glanced at the distant Zero Wing residence one final time before heading to his appointed location. While the various major powers were paying close attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's residence. Even now, they didn't know why Sherfong had called them there, and they couldn't help but discuss the situation amongst themselves. They had only fallen quiet after Sherfong and Aqua Rose had entered the hall. Since everyone here is a core member of our guild, I'll just come out with it. We want you to fulfill a specific task, but it requires that you convert to the giant race, gaining far greater strength. If you do not wish to convert, you may leave. I'll find a replacement later. If there are no problems, line up before me to complete the conversion, Sherfong stated after sweeping a glance over the players in the hall. Convert to the giant race. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Sherfeng's intentions. She knew a little about race conversion, so she understood the benefits of converting to a neutral race, especially the giants. The giant race had been fathered by the Titans and wielded incredibly strong combat power. The giants were far superior to humans. However, a race conversion wasn't accomplished so easily. The players in the hall remained silent for some time, but once they recovered from their daze, they expressed their shock. They were all core members, so they knew about the benefits of converting to a neutral race, not to mention the legendary giant race. The giants were a mysterious race and even more powerful than beastkin and half-elves. After a moment of processing Sherfeng's offer, they rushed to line up before their guild leader, hoping to be the first to become a giant. Seeing his players' excitement regarding the conversion, Sherfong retrieved the giant's holy stone and began to change the players before him. After 10 minutes or so, all 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers had become 4-meter-tall giants, and with so many of them, the hall seemed a little crowded. So strong! Aqua Rose exclaimed as she examined the giant players. She could feel an intense pressure radiating from every one of the Tier 2 giants. With all 1,000 in one place, their combined aura was astounding. Good. Let's head to Wildhammer Town and pay the Starlight Alliance a visit. Sherfong nodded approvingly at the 1,000 Tier 2 giants before him. He then activated Spatial Gate, opening a teleportation gate that led to Wildhammer Town's area. Chapter 2017, Giant Raid Witch's Hill, Wildhammer Town. Chapter 2017, Giant Raid Witch's Hill, Wildhammer Town. Due to its proximity to the Million Forest, which made travel to the Otherworld Gate considerably easier, and investments from multiple corporations, Wildhammer Town's player population had grown past 600,000. Player shops filled the town alongside the variety of virtual stores, which were run by real-world corporations. The town was no less prosperous than a minor NPC town. Since the Starlight Alliance was growing stronger, the number of merchant players and adventurer teams visiting the town continued to increase. Sooner or later, Wildhammer Town would become the main hub for players wanting to grind in the Million Forest. Although the town had to deal with the occasional monster siege, the Starlight Alliance had solid fortifications. Despite being a basic town, Wildhammer Town was surrounded by tall, solid walls, and over a dozen defense turrets and another dozen or so arrow towers had been built along the walls. The Starlight Alliance had also ensured that more than 20,000 players protected the town constantly. With all these defenses, not even the Witch's Hill's monsters could cause any damage. Moreover, The guilds that made up the Starlight Alliance had constructed more than a dozen temporary guild residences. Even in the event that the town's defenses failed to repel an enemy invasion, the guilds could easily call in more than 100,000 players as reinforcements at a moment's notice. One could say that Wildhammer Town was the safest town in Starmoon Kingdom. As the sun set, the afterglow gradually covered the earth as darkness began to awake from its slumber. Currently, a robust man carrying a silver longbow climbed atop one of Wildhammer Town's defense turrets and quietly observed the distant forest. The 6-man party that guarded the turret stopped, slacking the moment they noticed this man, growing nervous. Although this Tier 2 ranger was only level 57, an insignificant level in a guild like Knight's Judgment since so many Tier 2 players had already reached level 58 and beyond, the 6-man party only had admiration and respect for the man before him. This man was one of the only 6 players in Knight's Judgment that had obtained an advanced legacy. He was also the only expert in the guild to complete the Hell Mode promotion quest. He had been dubbed Soul Chaser in Starmoon Kingdom, 8 feathers. Anyone who had challenged the Tier 2 promotion quest understood how difficult the quest was. A lot of players had to spend a long time preparing for the normal mode promotion quest. Some expert players had even failed their promotion quests after reaching their current levels, still stuck at Tier 1. The Hell Mode promotion quest was practically a legend among players right now, yet 8 feathers had completed it. Some time ago, the ranger had sparred with Sin Realm's famous 7 great experts. Although he hadn't defeated any of them, he hadn't lost either. Sin Realm's 7 great experts ranked at the very peak of Purple Thorn's Kingdom's players. But unlike these experts, 8 feathers was still in his early 20s. He still had plenty of time for growth. The forest seems pretty quiet today. I doubt we'll see any monster sieges, 8 feathers said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the forest. The 6 players on duty nodded in approval. They were also disappointed with the lack of activity. Although fending off monster sieges was troublesome, it was an opportunity to obtain treasures and train. The players on duty yesterday were so lucky. They got to participate in a monster siege. Why don't we get to have any fun? I've heard that Commander 8 made a killing yesterday. He even managed to obtain a piece of level 55 secret silver equipment and over 20 primordial crystal fragments. I heard the same. The players on duty also earned 2 or 3 fragments each. They're so lucky. With a few more fragments, they can synthesize them into a full crystal and upgrade their guild mounts to bronze rank. The bronze guild mounts' speed and appearances are to die for. I wonder when I'll get to synthesize my own crystal? There's no need to be in such a hurry. Zero Wing has decided to fight the Starlight Alliance. Once it's defeated, the Witch's Hill's resources will be ours for the taking. Obtaining a primordial crystal will be a piece of cake. I guess you're right, but isn't Zero Wing full of itself? Just because it is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, it is taking us lightly. Doesn't the guild realize that we've entered a new era? Tier 2 players have already become commonplace. With how few Tier 2 experts Zero Wing has, how could it suppress the dozen or so guilds in the Starlight Alliance? When the plays atop the defense turret spoke about Zero Wing, they could not help but laugh at and ridicule the guild's ignorance. Even now, it tried to cling to its past achievements. However, as these players began to discuss where they should go to grind for primordial crystal fragments, a spatial tear suddenly opened near the town's main entrance, adding a bizarre effect to the reddening sky. The spatial tear continued to grow until it formed a black hole. Once the black hole had stabilized, a figure emerged and stepped onto Wildhammer Town's main street. A monster siege. Watching from the defense turrets, the players on duty didn't have a clear view of the figure. They could only see the invader's enormous framer. This invader was far larger than the players wandering the streets, so the watching players assumed that it must be a monster. No, That marker. That guy's a player. 8 Feathers, who had incredible sight, exclaimed as he shook his head, his expression grim. The invader was 4 meters tall and radiated an aura resembling that of a wild beast. No matter how he considered the situation, this invader would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the invading player was level 60, which only peak experts had reached at this stage of the game. This only solidified the idea that this player wasn't to be trifled with. Shortly after the first giant appeared, more began to emerge from the black hole. In a brief moment, several dozen giant players graced Wild Hammertown streets. Most importantly, these giant players were the 6-winged emblem of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members dare to trespass in our Wild Hammertown. Are they that tired of living? Commander, let's blast them to smithereens. No matter how powerful players were, they were still players. Against the defense turrets, they were little more than cannon fodder. The fact that Zero Wing's members had grown larger only made them easier targets. The defense turret's AoE is too large. There are other players on the street. With so few of them, the NPC soldiers and patrol squads can deal with them easily enough. 8 Feathers said. The defense turret's attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they accidentally bombarded bystanders, it would be very bad for the town's reputation. Rather than using the defense turrets, it was wiser to let the several thousand NPC soldiers and 20,000 player guards deal with these intruders. Furthermore, Zero Wing had only arrived with several dozen members. They didn't need to employ the defense turrets for such a small force. However, when one of Knight's Judgment's patrol squads reached Zero Wing's giant players, one of Zero Wing's massive members executed a Tier 1 whirlwind slash with his battle axe. The impact threw 10 or so players from the 100-man team over a dozen yards away. The squad's Tier 2 players remained standing, but for Tier 1 players, only those that wore plate armor had survived the attack. The rest had died instantly, their bodies transforming into streaks of light before disappearing. Chapter 2018 Battle at Wildhammer. Chapter 2018 Battle at Wildhammer. Due to the frightening power the axe-wielding giant player had just displayed, the bystanders on the street had fallen silent. When they looked at the shattered ground beneath the giant player's feet, they could not help but grow nervous. So strong! Zero Wing isn't seriously attacking Wildhammer Town, is it? Has Zero Wing gone insane? It actually dares to attack Wildhammer Town directly. If they had been confused about why such a small group from Zero Wing had appeared in Wildhammer Town, they weren't now. Zero Wing intended to strike out against the Starlight Alliance, and it would use Wildhammer Town to do it, the Alliance's most important base. Just as the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, Zero Wing's Tier 2 giant players annihilated the first 100-man patrol squad that had greeted them. Even Knight's Judgment's Tier 2 players fell helplessly before the giant berserkers. After witnessing the giant players' combat power, the bystanders fled the scene, only daring to watch the battle from a long, safe distance. Commander, the bystanders have left the battlefield. Should we open fire? One of the players on duty at the defense turret turned to 8 Feathers, asking for confirmation. Zero Wing's giant players had displayed far greater combat power than they had expected. The patrol squad had consisted of 100 elite and expert players from Knight's Judgment, yet these several dozen intruders had wiped out the squad in less than 10 seconds. The giant players' mighty strength had carved out numerous craters on the town's main street. If these players were allowed to wreak havoc, Wildhammer Town would suffer significant damage. Sure enough, Zero Wing has come prepared. Open fire. Annihilate them before they leave that street. We cannot let them cause damage to the rest of the town. 8 Feathers commanded through the team chat. Even he felt slightly threatened as he watched Zero Wing's giant players. If they were allowed to destroy the town and kill these players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Upon hearing Eight Feathers' command, the players manning the town's defense turrets went into action. Very quickly, over a dozen defense turrets turned and fired upon the giant players simultaneously. A series of explosions rang out from the defense turrets. With the turrets' range and AoE attacks, Zero Wing's members had no hope of escaping the blast radius in time. However, a dozen or so Tier 2 shield warriors among the giant players suddenly stepped forward and raised their shields, receiving the cannon shells. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon shells exploded as they collided with the shields, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even the players some distance away could feel them. However, once the dust settled, the revealed scene stupefied the watching players. Not only had the giant shield warriors survived the attacks, but they also remained in their original positions. Not one of them had taken a single step back. Moreover, the shield warriors hadn't even lost 10% of their HPs. How high is their defense? Those were Tier 3 attacks. The players manning the defense turrets stared at the barely injured intruders in astonishment. The defense turrets' cannon shells could even deal over minus 300,000 damage to Tier 3 NPCs. The attacks would kill players instantly if they landed. A Tier 2 shield warrior with both a berserk skill and a life-saving skill might survive, but only barely. However, the giant players had taken almost no damage after receiving the defense turrets' attacks. They would look as good as new if they simply dusted off their armor. "Commander, what should we do?" the players manning the defense turrets asked Eight Feathers desperately. "Prepare to fire another round. Once the cooldown ends, fire." Even Eight Feathers watched Zero Wing's giant players with a grim expression. Finishing them off would take quite some time with how high these giants' defense and strength were. Meanwhile, these dozen or so giant players would wreak havoc in Wildhammer Town. The moment Eight Feathers finished issuing his command, he caught sight of more giant players emerging from the black hole. He was so shocked that his mind froze momentarily. But contrary to his expectations, these giant players didn't start a rampant slaughter. After exiting the black hole, the new arrivals guarded their position alongside the first group of giants. "Quick! Notify the guild leader. Request reinforcements to Wildhammer Town immediately." Eight Feathers barked as a foreboding feeling overwhelmed him. When one normally launched a surprise attack on an opponent's town, they do their best to avoid the town's defenses and cause as much destruction as possible. After all, the defense turrets and arrow towers' power was no laughing matter, and every guild town had plenty of NPC soldiers for security. Once the invaders were surrounded, they'd be doomed. However, Zero Wing's giant players showed no intention of doing so. They simply stood on the main street and wasted time as they fell into a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at the situation, their behavior seemed foolish. The more time Zero Wing wasted, the more of an advantage the town's defenders would have. But was Zero Wing truly that foolish? As Eight Feathers watched more giant players gather on the main street, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't tremble with excitement, but because he had considered a possibility. His enemy didn't care about advantages or disadvantages. Zero Wing had full confidence in its ability to capture Wildhammer Town. The players manning the defense turret felt that Eight Feathers was making a mountain of a molehill. The intruders were merely a small group of giant players, not a 1 million strong army. Did they really need every guild in the Starlight Alliance to send reinforcements? However, despite their opinions, they followed the Rangers' orders and contacted their guild leader, letting him decide what should be done. After a short moment, 1,000 giant players had gathered in Wildhammer Town. The crowd's breathing grew heavy as they watched the invaders. A single giant player could easily negate a defense turret's attack, and 1,000 of these monstrous players now stood in the middle of their town. Tension shot through the town's independent players and those from Knight's Judgment. When everyone began to assume that nothing else would emerge from the black hole, a figure which was considerably smaller than the giant players appeared. When they saw this figure, both the independent players and Knights' Judgment's members grew even more nervous. Black Flame. Black Flame is leading the attack himself. Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. He was a legendary existence that had the power to stand against a Tier 4 mythic monster by himself for a short time. Even now, everyone could easily recall his achievements. Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually decided to visit Wildhammer Town personally? This is truly surprising. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Eight Feathers asked, deliberately dragging his words to buy time. Relying on a bunch of defense turrets and NPC soldiers wouldn't be nearly enough against an expert with mythic-level combat power. They needed to use their guild's trump card, but activating it required time. Since the Starlight Alliance has declared war on Zero Wing, we are here to issue our response and wipe the Starlight Alliance from Star Moon Kingdom's map. Sherfong responded, his tone casual. It was as if he knew that Eight Feathers was trying to buy time and didn't mind at all. Do you think that's really possible with just 1,000 players? Glancing at the time, Eight Feathers grinned and shouted, "Activate the magic array!" Suddenly, a gigantic magic array manifested, enveloping the main street and several adjacent streets. The intruding expert's basic attributes plummeted as the powerful pressure from the array washed over them. This was Wildhammer Town's trump card_A large-scale intermediate magic array that could even survive against a mythic monster's attacks for a considerable amount of time. The enemy players caught within the array would lose at least 20% of their basic attributes. Why not? Sherfong responded by activating Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Chapter 2019 Destruction of Wildhammer. Chapter 2019 Destruction of Wildhammer. The instant Sherfong activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, a silver ripple spread out from him. When the silver ripple passed through the non-Zero Wing members, their bodies immediately felt heavier as their basic attributes decreased. Even their reaction speeds had become slightly sluggish. Meanwhile, this silver ripple quickly engulfed the entire Wildhammer town. What's going on? Why can't I contact the outside world? When the ripple stopped expanding and disappeared, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire Wildhammer town. Some of the players inside the town quickly discovered that communications with the outside world had been completely cut off. They couldn't even access Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. The Starlight Alliance members present in the town started panicking. Not only were their basic attributes and physique heavily suppressed, but they were also rendered incommunicado. They naturally wouldn't be able to ask for reinforcements and could only deal with the 1,000 giant players who suddenly had their attributes enhanced, all by themselves. They were already at an absolute disadvantage even when fighting against the giants in their normal state, now that the gap in attributes had been further widened. All right, I won't mind if anyone else inside the town wishes to help the Starlight Alliance. Now, let's start a delightful fight. Sherfong said as he swept a glance at the various independent players and adventurer teams who were showing hints of wanting to take action. Although Sherfong did not speak that loudly, it would be hard for everyone not to hear him as the street was deathly silent right now. The various independent players and adventurer team members involuntarily avoided his gaze, their eyes wide with fear. Amazing! With just a few words, Black Flame scared the players that were planning to take advantage of the situation into inaction. Of course, after seeing all the cards Zero Wing has revealed thus far, in addition to hearing Black Flame's calm tone, who would dare make an enemy out of Zero Wing now? As expected of Zero Wing's guild leader, with his charisma and intelligence, the Starlight Alliance will definitely have their hands full dealing with Zero Wing. With this, the Starlight Alliance will most likely have a difficult time getting the players inside the town to help out. When the upper echelon of the various guilds that were not part of the Starlight Alliance saw this scene, they felt great admiration for Shurfong. At the same time, their wariness of Zero Wing also further increased. At this moment, Eight Feathers, who had reached the battlefield, waved his hand. Immediately, several players hidden along the street took out Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls and aimed the scrolls at Shurfong. In the next moment, gigantic magic arrays bloomed above the main street, one after another. Black Flame, pay for your arrogance! Eight Feathers shouted as he glared at Shurfong and the other members of Zero Wing. Attack! 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells activated simultaneously, the AoE of the spells covering the entire main street. The power of the spells was much greater than the attacks of the defense turrets. Shields also wouldn't be effective against these spells. MTs could only endure them. Even if the giant shield warriors activated their life-saving skills and survived this combined attack, they would most likely have very little HP remaining. As for Shurfong, even if the swordsman was more amazing, he would not be able to kill the 9 players activating the 9 magic scrolls within the scroll's short activation time. The 9 gigantic magic arrays in the sky immediately released a blinding glow and started rapidly sucking up the mana available in Wildhammer Town's main street. However, even after seeing that the 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells were about to activate, Shurfong still showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he merely waved his hand casually. Forbidden Domain. A gray ripple spread out from Shurfong and shattered the magic arrays in the sky, allowing the rampaging mana to calm down. Following which, the 9 large-scale destruction spells vanished without accomplishing anything. What? Why does he have a large-scale silencing domain? Eight Feathers' eyes widened as he checked the 9 players responsible for activating the large-scale destruction magic scrolls. At this moment, the magic scrolls these players previously wielded had already disappeared. This situation was clearly the effect of the Silence debuff. The Silence debuff made attacks using skills and spells impossible. If they were to fight inside this silencing domain's AoE, they would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now, their only way to repulse Zero Wing's members was by utilizing the defense turrets and arrow towers. Although these defensive structures would have little to no effect against Zero Wing's giant players, these defensive structures could still buy them time to escape the silencing domain's AoE. Just as Eight Feathers was about to have the defense turrets and arrow towers bombard the main street, a clear and crisp voice suddenly entered his ears. Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn now. Hopefully, this spell will be to your satisfaction. Shurfong said as he pointed a finger to the sky. Flame Domain. Immediately after, Eight Feathers saw a massive crimson magic array appear overhead, covering nearly half of the entire main street. Not good. At this moment, the magic array encompassed every Starlight Alliance member on the main street before Eight Feathers could order a retreat. However, a column of flames descended from the magic array, the flames visible to all the players in Wildhammer Town. The ground within the AoE of Flame domain instantly turned into lava. Meanwhile, even the level 80 Tier 2 NPCs didn't survive, dying and turning into ashes after getting caught within the fiery hell for a few seconds. After the column of flames disappeared, the scene that appeared had all the onlookers gasping involuntarily. Several thousand players and a few hundred NPC soldiers had disappeared. Just like that. Now, nearly half of the main street was void of life, with plenty of player items strewn across the street. Most importantly, the players killed by the column of flames were the main fighting force of the Starlight Alliance. This loss was much more severe than if the Starlight Alliance had lost several tens of thousands of Tier 1 elite members. After all, while Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts were somewhat capable of hindering Zero Wing's giant players, Tier 1 elite players were practically cannon fodder in front of the Tier 2 giant players. As for Shurfong, After seeing that he had torn a hole in the enemy encirclement, he commanded, "Everyone advance! Our target is Knight's Judgment's residence." A part of the reason why capturing a town or city was considered difficult was the external defenses. Enemies would have a difficult time breaking into the town or city. However, unlike cities, towns did not have defensive magic arrays to prevent enemies from teleporting directly into the town via skill or tool. In a situation where the defense turrets and arrow towers were ineffective, the only trouble they would face was the Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers garrisoning the town. Previously, the Starlight Alliance's Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers had a considerable numerical advantage. However, after the blast from Flame Domain, that advantage had diminished. Moreover, Miniature World was also suppressing the surviving players and NPCs. Hence, Sherfong was no longer worried about facing any problems and commanded his team to head straight for their target. After Sherfong gave the command, the 1,000 giant players promptly charged toward Knight's Judgment's guild residence. The Tier 2 giant berserkers in front easily tore through the Starlight Alliance's defensive lines. The Starlight Alliance's members could not even slow Zero Wing's advance. Only the Tier 2 experts that had activated their berserk skills could contend against the giants. However, Zero Wing's giant players also possessed berserk skills. Like rampaging wild beasts, the several Tier 2 giant berserkers who had activated Power of Darkness were capable of killing over a dozen players with a single attack. Even the level 80 Tier 2 NPCs received a one-sided beating when going up against them. Presented with this scene, the spectating independent players did not dare to leave their current positions, deeply afraid of attracting the attention of these violent giant players. As for the adventure teams and members of small guilds that were previously planning to take advantage of the situation to attack Zero Wing, they had given up entirely on their thoughts. They also celebrated the fact that they had not hastily taken action. Before the players inside Wildhammer Town could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's giant players had already charged into Knight's Judgment's heavily fortified residence, destroyed the guild flag located on the first underground floor, and obtained Wildhammer Town's town order. With this, the Starlight Alliance had lost all control over Wildhammer Town. Chapter 2020 Great Changes Starmoon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Chapter 2020 Great Changes Starmoon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Due to indications that Zero Wing would take action, many of the Starlight Alliance's members had gathered a short distance away from Zero Wing City and were grinding there, thoroughly sealing off the paths leading from the city, while quietly awaiting Zero Wing's next move. However, standing atop a hill a short distance away from Zero Wing City, Shadowlight Axe, the guild leader of Knight's Judgment, was currently confused and agitated. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly received news that Knight's Judgment had lost control over Wildhammer Town. Moreover, this was directly announced into the ears of every guild member of Knight's Judgment. Guild system. Zero Wing has captured Wildhammer Town's town order. Wildhammer Town will no longer be under Knight's Judgment's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Although Sherfang's Miniature World sealed off the communications of players caught within the skill's AoE, it could not prevent the release of the notification of the guild town's capture. As long as one was a member of Knight's Judgment, they would immediately receive news of Wildhammer Town's capture. This could be considered a morale punishment toward a guild that failed to defend its town. Wildhammer Town got captured? How is this possible? What did Zero Wing do? The sudden notification threw Knight's Judgment's members for a loop. Wildhammer Town was a town their guild had fortified heavily. Just the players garrisoning the town numbered over 20,000. There were also more than 24 static defenses built in the town, as well as thousands of NPC soldiers. Most importantly, Knight's Judgment had invested a lot of money into building a sturdy wall, which encompassed the entire town and prevented players from vaulting over it. The only way to get into the town was by destroying the wall. However, doing so would be extremely difficult. Even 100 Tier 2 players targeting a single section of the wall would need to launch numerous attacks to reduce the wall's durability by just 1 point. Even if Zero Wing's members had war weapons like cannons, they should still take quite some time to breach the wall. Hence, Knight's Judgment's members found it truly hard to imagine that such a We-11 fortified town could actually be captured, and within only a short time. At this moment, confusion plagued the entire Knight's Judgment. Even Shadowlight Axe, who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, wore an ashen complexion, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. "Guild leader, let's rush back to Wildhammer Town now. We can't let Zero Wing get away with this so easily," a level 59, Tier 2 male cleric urged anxiously. Even if a guild town's town order were snatched, the town would not immediately switch owners. The ruling guild would simply lose control of the town. If the ruling guild could snatch the town order back within an hour, the town would promptly return to the ruling guild's control. "No, we're out of time for that," Shadowlight Axe said as he shook his head in frustration. "What we need to do now is head immediately to Warring Empire's Golden Flow Town. Also, look into how Zero Wing managed to capture Wildhammer Town. Afterward, we'll discuss with the rest of the Alliance how we should proceed." Nowadays, Wildhammer Town was Knight's Judgment's main support. It was precisely because of Wildhammer Town's existence that Knight's Judgment received a large amount of funding, gaining an advantage over the other major powers. Without Wildhammer Town, Knight's Judgment's position would plummet into oblivion. If it were possible to take back Wildhammer Town's town order, he, too, wished to do so. However, Knight's Judgment's main army was currently far from Wildhammer Town. With their ability to teleport to the town robbed, they would need over an hour to reach Wildhammer Town, even if they took the shortest route and traveled non-stop by mount. Not to mention, there were also plenty of high-level monsters on the way there. "Understood. I'll contact the other guilds of the Alliance." The male cleric had no choice but to nod in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Although he felt unreconciled to simply letting Zero Wing gain Wildhammer Town, he was helpless. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing capturing Wildhammer Town spread like wildfire across the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After all, the matter of a guild town falling was staggering news that could not be kept a secret, not to mention. The various large guilds and adventurer teams of Starmoon Kingdom were all paying close attention to the situation at the Witch's Hill. "Are you kidding me? That Wildhammer Town actually fell to Zero Wing? What did Zero Wing do? Could this information be fake?" When the players of Starmoon Kingdom found out about this matter, their first reaction was denial. After all, how could such a well-fortified town fall so easily? Moreover, Zero Wing had captured the town so quickly that almost no news about it had leaked beforehand. The only thing everyone knew before this was that Zero Wing had suddenly gathered 1,000 Tier 2 experts. However, what could 1,000 Tier 2 experts possibly do against a guild town? It would be sheer suicide to attack a guild town with such a small force. Just the NPC soldiers inside the town would be more than enough to kill these experts. Meanwhile, the news of Zero Wing suddenly capturing Wildhammer Town sent the ferment in Starmoon Kingdom into an immediate and rapid cooldown. The various major powers automatically took a step back and started observing the situation more carefully. After all, if Zero Wing was capable of capturing even a WH fortified town like Wildhammer Town, then it was definitely more than capable of capturing the guild towns of smaller guilds like theirs. I really underestimated Zero Wing. To think it would capture Wildhammer Town so quickly. No wonder Zero Wing dares to resist Blackwater. Snow Scar, who currently stood inside one of the 4 Towers of Elements, was surprised to receive news about this sudden development. "Commander, are we going to give up on destroying the 4 Towers of Elements, then?" a level 60, Tier 2 assassin asked in a quiet tone. Let's wait a little while longer and see what actions the Starlight Alliance takes. The Alliance has suffered a considerable setback with the loss of Wildhammer Town. It definitely won't be able to sit still and do nothing. It will take some sort of action. And when it does, we'll have our opportunity, Snowscar replied, chuckling. The main reason why the Starlight Alliance was able to develop so rapidly in the Witch's Hill was the 2 guild towns it controlled. Now that the number of guild towns it controlled had been halved, if the Alliance still refused to take action, there would be only one outcome. The resources available in a single town wouldn't be enough for so many corporations to share. It also wouldn't be enough for the various member guilds of the Alliance. At that time, some corporations and guilds would choose to withdraw from the Alliance. Eventually, the Starlight Alliance would naturally disappear from Starmoon Kingdom. Snowscar had to admit that Zero Wing was truly vicious to deal such a fatal blow to the Starlight Alliance. Of course, achieving what Zero Wing achieved was also extremely difficult to begin with. Witch's Hill, Golden Flow Town. Due to Wildhammer Town's capture, the entire Starlight Alliance was currently in chaos. After receiving a call from Shadowlight Axe, the representatives of every member guild had gathered in Warring Empire's residence to hold an emergency meeting. Zero Wing is truly ruthless. With this single move, it silenced the entire kingdom. As things stand, we'll have a much more difficult time locking down the Million Forest, Windcloud, Sinrealm's representative and a Tier 2 assassin, said. Turning to Shadowlight Axe, he smiled and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this or any information to report? Don't tell me you still haven't found out a single thing about what happened in Wildhammer Town even now." Aside from being one of Sinrealm's 7 great experts, Windcloud was also the most famous assassin in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many experts and guild leaders of first-rate guilds had fallen at his hands before he joined Sinrealm. Only after suffering defeat at Lone Beacon's hands did he join Sinrealm. My side has already received a report on what happened in Wildhammer Town. According to the report, Zero Wing raided Wildhammer Town suddenly by means of teleportation. Although only 1,000 people were teleported into the town, these 1,000 people were no ordinary players. They were all 4 meters tall and possessed extraordinary strength and defense. They could contend against level 80. Tier 2 NPCs head-on and survived the attacks of defense turrets without receiving much damage, Shadowlight Axe said. He also did not forget to show the battle videos recorded. So, the equivalent of 1,000 monster players. Roaring Flame, War Rider's commander, said frowning. What frightening combat power. If the fight occurs in a narrow place like the street of a town, they will indeed be very difficult to deal with. Roaring Flame frequently fought large-scale battles, so he understood very clearly how powerful these 1,000 giant players would be in an urban battle. Battles inside of towns were different from battles out in the fields. Executing large-scale battle formations was extremely difficult inside a town. Rather, units of several hundred or several thousand players would be more suitable in such a situation. We have too little information. We have never before heard about any of the cards Zero Wing has just shown. If we had, Zero Wing never would have succeeded. Shadowlight Axe exclaimed. That's right. However, what we need to do now is take back Wildhammer Town. Although Zero Wing has these giant players, we have monster players on our side. Moreover, we outnumber Zero Wing considerably. The only problem is that domain skill Black Flame used. Its suppression effect is simply too powerful. If we have some way to resist it, the problem would be solved much more easily, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, said as he nodded in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Dealing with the giant players was not a problem. After all, their side had monster players. According to the information they received, the combat power of their monster players should be equal to that of Zero Wing's giant players. No need to worry about this. I have a tool here that has a powerful suppression force, although the cost of activating it is very high. This tool can also summon powerful monsters. Although it can't summon a lot of monsters, their quality is top-notch. They are much more powerful than even the evil beasts found in ancient Rock City. In the past, when Zero Wing launched a large-scale attack against ancient Rock City, it could only retreat in defeat when faced with those evil beasts. With these summoned monsters, we should not have any problem retaking Wildhammer Town, Windcloud said, smiling. We'll have to depend on Brother Wind afterward, then. Shadowlight Axe breathed out a sigh of relief. Wildhammer Town's defenses were far from being a match for ancient Rock Cities. It also didn't have a defensive magic array protecting it. Although Windcloud wouldn't be able to summon many monsters, if they included the support of a large number of monster players, retaking Wildhammer Town should be feasible. After all, Zero Wing lacked numbers. However, just as the gathered representatives were about to discuss further how they should retake Wildhammer Town, a person suddenly barged into the room with a panicked expression. When this person entered, everyone inside the room could hear quite the commotion coming from outside. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know that we're holding an important meeting? Skyview demanded of the guild member that barged in. Guild leader. Not good. Outside. A large number of giant players have suddenly appeared outside. The level 57 Berserker reported while panting. Chapter 2021. Sudden Appearance in Golden Flow Town. Chapter 2021. Sudden Appearance in Golden Flow Town. After the jittery Berserker reported what was happening outside the residence, the entire meeting room fell silent. How is this possible? Why would Zero Wing's members be here? Didn't they just capture Wildhammer Town? Are you sure you saw correctly? This sudden development stupefied everyone inside the meeting room. Their minds simply could not process this turn of events. Even though the reporting Berserker had already explained things clearly, they still found an attack on Golden Flow Town inconceivable. Zero Wing had just fought a battle in Wildhammer Town. No matter how powerful Zero Wing's giant players were, they would definitely have suffered some losses. Meanwhile, only a little over 2 hours had passed since Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town. Logically, Zero Wing should be prioritizing taking over of Wildhammer Town instead of launching another attack. Zero Wing's unconventional way of doing things messed up their original plans. We haven't even gone to reclaim Wildhammer Town, yet Zero Wing is already knocking on our doors. Windcloud revealed a playful smile at this situation. Zero Wing is too arrogant. As soon as it captured Wildhammer Town, it is trying to take Golden Flow Town? Is Zero Wing planning on annihilating the Starlight Alliance in one fell swoop? Shadowlight Axe, on the other hand, revealed a dark expression. In his opinion, the main reason why Zero Wing was able to capture Wildhammer Town before was the Starlight Alliance's ignorance of the existence of the giant players and of Zero Wing's ability to teleport 1,000 players directly into a town. Had the Alliance known about these things and prepared beforehand, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to take down Wildhammer Town at all. Zero Wing most likely doesn't know that we have already gathered our combat power in Golden Flow Town and is launching a preemptive strike, Skyview said, frowning as a hint of rage flashed across his eyes. Hurriedly, he turned to the reporting Berserker and ordered, "Relay my commands! Have every expert in the guild gather in Golden Flow Town. I want Zero Wing's visit here to be a one-way trip. However, it is best if we proceed with caution. We should not take Black Flame lightly. He might have some trap set up for us," Windcloud cautioned. Wildhammer Town and Golden Flow Town served as the Starlight Alliance's foundation. Even the loss of one could push the Alliance to the brink of annihilation. If both towns were lost, the Starlight Alliance would be done for. Hence, they needed to be extra careful in this upcoming battle. This is certain. I will have everyone in Star Moon Kingdom understand that Zero Wing is already old news. The future star, Moon Kingdom, will belong to the Starlight Alliance. Skyview said, sneering. Gather every monster player inside the town. Prepare all the war weapons and magic scrolls we have. Let's go and meet Zero Wing. Let's hope that's the case, Wind Cloud muttered in exasperation. He felt that Sky View wasn't listening to him at all. However, he also had to admit that the current Golden Flow Town was quite unlike the lightly defended Wild Hammer Town of before. What with the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, experts and elites all gathered here. Afterward, the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon went into action, ordering their guild experts to gather at Golden Flow Town. At the same time, they also had their subordinates, who were already in town, form an encirclement around Zero Wing's giant players, to prevent Zero Wing from wreaking havoc on the town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's 1,000 giant players were already engaged in battle all over Golden Flow Town. Due to the effects of Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, the Starlight Alliance's members and NPC soldiers were at a total disadvantage. Giants sent players flying all around. Craters pocked the various streets. Rather than a battle between players, this scene looked more like a monster siege instead. The independent players inside the town could not help but be stunned upon seeing this scene. The strength and defense that Zero Wing's giant players possessed were absurd. The town's level 80 NPC soldiers were simply a joke before these giants. However, under the commands of the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, a defensive encirclement quickly formed around Zero Wing's members. Multiple teams led by Tier 2 experts started using magic arrays to suppress the giant players and then engage these giant players in battle. Among the various teams, the ones led by guild upper echelons possessed the greatest strength. Not only were these teams composed entirely of Tier 2 players, but every team member was also an expert that was capable of reaching the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least. Due to the assistance of magic barriers, these experts could cooperate with each other to take advantage of the giant players' slow movement speed and reaction speed. Each expert team could go up against several giant players at a time. The teams led by the Starlight Alliance's 4 strongest powers performed even more fiercely. Wielding a flaming magic staff, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, released one fire-type spell after another, the power of each spell rivaling that of Tier 3 spells. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast, a perfect counter to the slow giant players. All by himself, Skyview managed to deplete a Tier 2 giant player's HP in just a dozen seconds or so. After battling for around 3 minutes, Skyview's 100-man team killed a giant team made up of a dozen or so giant players. Skyview then led his team to patch up the holes that had formed in the defensive encirclement, preventing other giant teams from advancing. However, although the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon teams performed well against the giant players, their efforts were negligible, as they could cover only so much ground at a time. The corpses of the Starlight Alliance's members filled many other locations in the town. Zero Wing. Skyview's complexion turned very ugly as he looked at the corpses of his guild mates strewn across the street he stood on. In the name of the Warring Empire, I definitely will not let any of you leave this place alive. This situation was simply horrible. Every Warring Empire member currently fighting in the town was an elite player at the very minimum. Among them, many were even expert players. These players were the mainstays of the guild. With so many of these elite and expert players dying, Warring Empire would need a very long time to recover afterward. At this moment, the other guild upper echelons were also experiencing the might of the giant players and Shurfeng's miniature world. This situation was indeed outside of their expectations. Brother Wind, are you still not ready? Skyview asked through a call with Wind Cloud. It's done. Wind Cloud, who was currently holding a ceremony in Warring Empire's residence, replied, smiling. As soon as Wind Cloud said so, the sky above Golden Flow Town suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5,000 level 50 plus players taking part in the ceremony in the residence disintegrated instantly. their bodies transforming into pitch-black smoke that gathered in the sky. Afterward, the smoke started descending in streams, one after another. Upon reaching the ground, each stream of smoke took on a humanoid shape. Even the weakest among these humanoid gas life forms was a level 70 Great Lord, with several among them being level 70+ Grand Lords. These gas life forms easily numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, the eyes of every one of these smoke monsters shone with intelligence. In addition to the appearance of these smoke monsters, the suppression effect of Miniature World also vanished without a trace. This move was none other than Sinrealm's strongest trump card, Death's Praise. It was a super rare epic item that could be used only once every 10 days. This move from Sinrealm is amazing. The smoke monsters astonished Roaring Flame, who was commanding the members of the War Riders. Even an army of 3,000 Tier 2 players would most likely fall if attacked by so many of these smoke monsters. Good. Everyone, tighten the encirclement and kill every giant player in sight. Sky View commanded. Without the suppression of Miniature World, even the Great Lord ranked smoke monsters would be able to go toe-to-toe against the giant players. As for the Grand Lords, they possessed combat power superior to the giant players, and there were more than 50 of these Grand Lords. After just a short moment, Zero Wing's giant players started getting pushed back. Now these giant players no longer dared to operate in parties or small teams, as they would be killed off easily if they did so. Zero Wing sure is gullible. Does it really think it can take down Golden Flow Town as easily as it did Wildhammer Town, using just 1,000 players? Since Zero Wing dares to look down on our Starlight Alliance, we should teach Zero Wing's members the consequences of overreaching. I'm really looking forward to the expression of regret Black Flame is going to make. After this battle, I'll definitely compile a close-up video of this battle and post it onto the official forums for him. While the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were merrily chatting among themselves, the Starlight Alliance's army cornered Zero Wing's forces at the town's central plaza. At this moment, only a little over 700 giant players stood in the central plaza. Standing among these giant players was a cloaked man carrying 2 exquisite long swords at his waist. The cloaked man was currently observing the situation with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, this cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, a person everyone in Starmoon Kingdom was familiar with. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm sure you never thought that such a day would come for you, right? Sky View said excitedly as he looked at Sherfong. Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. Everyone charge. Let Guild leader Black Flame know how laughable his arrogance is. Chapter 2022 True Slaughter. Chapter 2022 True Slaughter. As soon as Sky View gave the command, the monster players and Tier 2 experts under his lead charged toward the central plaza. Black Flame, surrender your life. Once Sky View was within 50 yards of Sherfong, he activated his Berserk skill, and the surrounding mana surged toward him. His aura intensified until it was no weaker than the monster players around him. He then pointed his staff at Sherfong. Small, crimson magic arrays began to surround Sherfong. Spears of raging fire then flew from the arrays, one after another. Tier 2 Curse, Violent Flame Spears. This curse was normally as powerful as a Tier 3 attack, and with the effects of Sky View's special Berserk skill, it had grown even more powerful. Now, each flame spear had the power to rival an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. Even a Tier 2 metric tons with active Berserk and life-saving skills would die instantly if they faced 28 flame spears from multiple directions. However, Sherfong effortlessly deflected the spears with his swords. Moreover, he had done so without moving. In the end, every flame spear had brushed past him and crashed into the ground without accomplishing anything. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Sky View promptly cast his second ultimate move, the Tier 2 curse, Flaming Fangs. Although Flaming Fangs only consisted of 5 attacks, far fewer than Violent Flame spears. Skyview had full control of all 5. In comparison, he could only aim the Violent Flame spears when he activated the spell. Once the spell launched the attacks, the spear's trajectories couldn't be altered. The 5 flaming fangs circled Sherfong like a crimson ring around him. With how fast the flaming fangs moved, guessing where and when they'd strike was almost impossible. Die. Once he found an opportunity, Skyview swung his staff. The 5 flaming fangs flew toward Sherfang's blind spots, altering their trajectories multiple times as they approached. Boom! 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 A round of explosions shook the battlefield, but Skyview didn't express joy even after releasing his attacks. He had practiced Flaming Fangs tirelessly to master the spell. He had even created a basic combat technique of his own to amplify the spell's effectiveness. Yet the galaxy of stars that had manifested around Sherfong had rendered all 5 Flaming Fangs useless. It was as if all of the effort he had invested was in vain. Guild Leader Sky will help you. Shadowlight Axe ran toward Skyview alongside a dozen or so monster players. No, wait. Skyview yelled at Shadowlight Axe to stop as he watched Sherfong, who remained unharmed. With the experience of countless life-or-death battles in God's domain, Skyview had honed his instincts to an extraordinary level. He was particularly sensitive to the threat of death and danger. After his brief clash with Sherfong, he knew that the man wasn't as simple as rumors had made him seem. His Flaming Fang's attacks had the strength of a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet Sherfong had blocked all 5 of without any skills. The man had simply relied on his own strength. Sherfang's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. With a single mistake, they could all die in an instant. If they wanted to contend with a player of such strength, they would need multiple Great Lord-ranked monster players or the Starlight Alliance's peak experts with active berserk skills. However, only one of the dozen or so monster players accompanying Shadowlight Axe was at the Great Lord standard. Based on Sherfang's serene performance, the 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take the swordsman down. Furthermore, Sherfong hadn't activated a berserk skill. Skyview realized that he'd need many more people to defeat this man. He's already honed his instincts to such a beast-like level? Sherfong flashed Skyview a surprised look as the man kept his distance. While Skyview and Shadowlight Axe watched Sherfong warily, Roaring Flame and Wind Cloud had arrived with their respective teams. Black Flame, we've sealed off all paths out of this plaza. You and your guild members have no hope of escape. Wind Cloud shouted, smiling faintly at Sherfong. The town only had 6 paths that led to the central plaza, and the Starlight Alliance's monster players had blocked all 6. Moreover, they had used a spatial seal to lock down Golden Flow Town, preventing players from using teleportation skills or tools. Not even Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scrolls would be effective within the seal. Now all they had to do was eliminate Sherfong and his giant players. The seal's complete already? Skyview could not help his grin after hearing Wind Cloud's declaration. Guild Leader Black Flame, it would seem that today you will finally fall. Are you going to hand your life over obediently? Or should we take our time with killing you? Make your choice. If Sherfang's giant players had any hope of fleeing Golden Flow Town before, the Starlight Alliance's players had dashed it. Now that the seal was in place, it was only a matter of time before Sherfong and his force fell. Skyview, why are you wasting your words on him? Why don't we just kill him? Shadowlight Axe asked. What a pity. I really wanted an exciting battle, but I guess that won't be possible. Roaring Flame sighed as he glanced at the eager crowd around him. Black Flame, how can you appear so calm in the face of death? Truly arrogant. Skyview was displeased with what he saw as he watched Sherfong, who still maintained his composure. He then laughed and ridiculed. Or is the almighty Guild Leader Black Flame scared stiff? Do you think you can turn the tables by using the same large-scale destruction spell you used in Wildhammer Town? Even if you do, it will be futile. We aren't going to stand still and let you destroy us. Even with that spell, we won't let you accomplish anything here." The Starlight Alliance members nodded in agreement. They then began to spread out. When they had learned about the means Zero Wing had used to capture Wildhammer Town, they had organized appropriate countermeasures. They had divided their main combat power into several groups. They would not let Zero Wing destroy their main combatants so easily again. "It seems that everyone is here now," Shifeng said as he eyed the hundreds of monster players and smoke monsters around him. In a mild tone, he continued, "In that case, let's begin the real battle." Still so calm in the face of death. "Do you truly think that you have a chance? Black Flame, your arrogance ends here. Get out of the way. I'll hack him down with my axe." The Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when they heard Shifeng's reply. They clearly had the upper hand, yet Shifeng remained defiant. However, as the Starlight Alliance's range members moved within 40 yards of the swordsmen, beginning to cast their spells and knock their arrows, Shifeng pulled a crimson globe from his bag. Suddenly, a colossal magic array formed above the crowd, driving the ambient fire-type mana berserk. In the blink of an eye, the fire-type mana gathered before Shifeng and formed an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. Once the fire spirit took shape, it released a deafening roar. "It seems that you're all mistaken about something. I haven't remained here because I couldn't leave. Rather, I've been waiting for you to gather around me. Let me say it again. Let's begin the real battle." Chapter 2023 Misconceived Victory. Chapter 2023 Misconceived Victory. Everyone in the central plaza fell silent as the fire spirit's thunderous roar echoed through the town, its powerful aura making every player feel uncomfortable. However, the pressure they felt wasn't just due to the flame dragon's high level, but also due to the creature's superior life rating. "Waiting for us to gather? Are you claiming that you're so much stronger than us?" Wind Cloud questioned as he eyed the fire spirit. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng and laughed, saying, "Since that is the case, show me how this Tier 3 archaic species of yours will defeat our monster army." Smoke monsters attack. As Wind Cloud gave the command, the humanoid smoke monsters charged past him, running at the fire spirit. These smoke monsters were more like NPCs than ordinary monsters. They did not charge at the fire spirit as a disorderly mob. Rather, they fell into proper offensive formations. 8 level 75 Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters led the charge, smoke pulling away from their forms to create shields and spears. Like a group of hunters chasing after a large beast, they quickly surrounded the flame dragon. Behind these Grand Lords, multiple groups of 10 Great Lord ranked smoke monsters transformed parts of their bodies into longbows. In organized rows, they knocked their arrows and prepared to launch a concentrated attack. Intense killing intent filled the central plaza. A chilling sensation encompassed the players standing close to the monsters. The smoke monsters' formation shocked everyone watching. Even the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were stupefied. What high intellect! Roaring Flame was just as stunned to see the smoke monsters move like an orderly army. He wasn't incredibly familiar with Sin Realm's trump card. It had been mentioned briefly during the meeting, but he hadn't dreamed that it would be this powerful. Militaristic formations were a large part of the reason that players could defeat a large number of powerful monsters in God's domain. Players would be able to exert greater combat power when they used such tactics than without. This was also why players could fend off monster sieges despite being outnumbered. The weakest of the hundreds of smoke monsters was a level 70 Great Lord. If these smoke monsters worked together and fought like players, they could even defeat a level 80 mythic monster, let alone a level 80 Tier 3 archaic species. Good. While these smoke monsters pin down that dragon, the rest of us will surround and attack Black Flame. Do not let him escape, Sky View commanded. As he watched the smoke monsters inch closer to the fire spirit, he knew that Shurfeng's final trump card had been neutralized. He no longer felt threatened by Shurfeng's calm exterior. He only needed to concentrate on slaying Shurfeng and announcing the Starlight Alliance's victory in Starmoon Kingdom. As Sky View fell silent, he and Shadowlight Axe led a dozen or so great Lord ranked monster players to surround Shurfeng. The weakest among these players could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and including their powerful attributes, any one of them could hold their ground against a mythic monster of the same level. Die! Sky View shouted as he finished chanting the incantation for a Tier 2 curse. However, before Sky View released his spell, he paused, noticing something that confused him. Despite more than a dozen monster players charging at him, Shurfeng's expression hadn't changed. It was as if he viewed these great Lord ranked monster players as nothing more than air. Or perhaps he was ignoring these players. Even a true Tier 3 expert would feel threatened by so many great Lord ranked monster players. Yet Shurfeng was unfazed. Am I overthinking this? Sky View could not help but wonder if he were being too careful. Meanwhile, Shadowlight Axe and the others moved within 10 yards of the enemy swordsmen and launched their attacks. Finally, Shurfeng made his move. He hadn't launched his own attacks, yet Shurfeng's aura abruptly skyrocketed. With unbelievable speed, the swordsman unsheathed Killing Ray, swinging the blade in a forward slash. Lightning slash! A lightning bolt instantly tore through Shadowlight Axe and his companions. The monster players and their leader lost HP at a horrific rate. After a single attack, Shadowlight Axe collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The impact threw the dozen, or so great Lord ranked monster players, over 30 yards back as they lost more than a quarter of their HPs. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The Starlight Alliance had carefully selected expert players to become these great Lord ranked monster players. Yet a single strike had shattered their coordinated assault moreover. Shadowlight Axe, the assault's leader, had died instantly. In contrast, Shurfeng hadn't received 1 point of damage. In fact, he hadn't even moved from his original position. Die! Sky View growled. He finally realized how terrifying Shurfeng truly was, but he still shouted in an attempt to restore his courage. Tier 2 Curse, Flame Blast. This was the most powerful spell Sky View had in his arsenal. When cast with an active Berserk skill, even a Grand Lord of the same level would suffer heavy injuries if struck directly. Suddenly, 4 gigantic fireballs appeared around Shurfeng, each the size of a small house. These fireballs then descended on their target. The surrounding experts reacted and prepared for Shurfeng to evade the attack, but something surprised them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shurfeng didn't try to dodge the fireballs. He didn't even try to defend himself. Suddenly, 4 sword lights blinded the crowd, carrying enough power to split the 4 fireballs in half. How is this possible? Sky View was dumbfounded as he watched the swordsman slice apart his attack so effortlessly. Before today, he had felt that even the various superpowers old monsters would flee from this attack, but now he found the idea laughable. He also viewed all of the effort he had spent trying to master the spell as one big joke. The strength to fight monster-level experts. That had only been wishful thinking. However, Sky View didn't know that Shurfeng had already reached level 70, wearing equipment that not even super guild leaders could dream of equipping. Most importantly, he was currently affected by both the Ring of Brilliance and Heavenly Dragon's power. Not even a level 60 mythic monster could match his strength. Following which, Shurfeng appeared before the great Lord ranked monster players and brandished his 2 swords. After just a few seconds, one of these monster players was dead. What should we do? His strength is too high. He's using his berserk skill. Get away from him for now. Once his berserk skill is over, we can easily take him out. After witnessing Shi Feng's performance, the Starlight Alliance's members wondered which side had the real monster. They had never expected to find a normal player that could be this powerful. They had to buy themselves some time. If even the Great Lord ranked monster players were helpless against Shi Feng, other players would die instantly if they faced him. Although the Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters had high intellect, they were only monsters. After killing a few Great Lord ranked monster players, Shi Feng sensed what the Starlight Alliance was trying to do. At this rate, he'd only be able to kill several dozen monster players before Heavenly Dragon's power ended. Now that I've seen these monsters' strength, it's time to end this battle, Shi Feng thought to himself as he surveyed his guild members fighting in the plaza. Although only a short time had passed since the battle in the plaza had begun, Zero Wing had lost a considerable number of lives. Turning back to the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons, Shi Feng said, "Since you have no intention of fighting, let's remove Golden Flow Town from the Witch's Hill." Remove? You really think you can accomplish such a thing? Although the Starlight Alliance's members watched Shi Feng with fear in their eyes, their gazes still contained a spark of hope. While they were at a disadvantage now, as time passed, the situation would become more favorable for them. Suddenly, Shi Feng snapped his fingers. The fire spirit, which had been battling the smoke monster army, abruptly transformed into a small fire and appeared above Shi Feng's head. A complex chant reached the surrounding players, increasing the town's mana density. The various superpowers hadn't viewed the fire spirit as such a strategic item, even fearing it in the past due to its prowess, but because of the number of fire-type large and super large-scale destruction spells it wielded. "No, stop him!" Sky View yelled in panic, turning deathly pale when he saw the two gigantic magic arrays forming in the sky. He could sense the power in those spells, and he knew they could rival the power of Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Before anyone could react, massive fireballs, easily dwarfing the one Sky View's flame blast had created, fell from one of the arrays above the plaza, one after another. At the same time, a raging inferno erupted beneath the second magic array. In the blink of an eye, a fiery hell engulfed Golden Flow Town. Chapter 2024 Golden Flow Town Falls Witch's Hill, Zero Wing City. Chapter 2024 Golden Flow Town Falls Witch's Hill, Zero Wing City. Due to Zero Wing's successful capture of Wildhammer Town, merchant and independent players began to return to Zero Wing City. Players hawked their wares and recruited team members for grinding and questing across the city. Many were even Tier 2 experts. At this point, not even Starmoon City or White River City could rival Zero Wing City's prosperity. Meanwhile, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds, both large and small, began to send teams to investigate Zero Wing within its city. This increased the traffic in the city's bars and restaurants. Several cloaked players stood on the street outside of one of Zero Wing City's advanced bars, warily eyeing their surroundings. They only entered the bar after ensuring that they were safe. Players crowded the bar, most wearing black cloaks. If a player used a skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment, they discovered that the cloaked players within weren't independent players. Rather, they were from the kingdom's various guilds, and they were all impressively powerful, with the weakest being a level 58, Tier 2 player. To survive in God's domain, small guilds generally formed secret alliances to withstand larger guilds. These guilds would exchange information to further their development as well. This advanced bar had become a hub for these guild members to do just that. Meanwhile, the new group of cloaked players quickly headed for a corner of the bar after entering, approaching a stone table with a single occupant. After taking a seat, the Tier 2 female elementalist that led the group looked at the assassin with a tattoo on his face and asked, "How is your investigation going?" Have you learned how Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town yet? Unlike the majority of the players in the bar, this assassin did not bother to hide his identity, boldly revealing his status as an independent player. However, despite doing so, none of the guild players present dared to look down on him. This independent player was the host of this information center, the middleman for the information gatherers and buyers. He specialized in information on Zero Wing in particular. The various guild players acknowledged this assassin as a middleman because he was also a player from Green Eye, a top adventure team in God's domain. Unlike other adventure teams, Green Eye focused on information gathering. Not only were its members skilled in combat, but they also possessed plenty of connections. The information they sold was always legitimate, so the various guilds trusted the team's members. Of course, as Green Eye's manpower was limited, it didn't collect information on every guild. It generally focused on first-rate or stronger guilds. Second-rate guilds and below didn't qualify for its attention. We have, but we will only accept coins or magic crystals as payment. We'll give you a 10% discount if you pay with magic crystals, the Tier 2 assassin said, sipping from the cup of wine he held as he eyed the female elementalist before him. How much? She asked. The Green Eye Adventure team usually accepted credits for its information, but since this information was particularly valuable, it would only accept coins or magic crystals this time. In God's domain, accomplishing anything required strength. Adventure teams only earned credits if they were powerful enough, and to develop a team strength, it was only natural that it charged coins or magic crystals. 500 gold, the assassin replied. 500. Isn't this a little much? When they heard the assassin's price, the few players behind the elementalist objected. At this stage of the game, 500 gold was an astronomical amount, even to expert players. Individual experts would be lucky if they obtained a weapon or equipment piece that could sell for more than 10 gold. Anything more valuable than that would be extremely difficult for individual players to get their hands on. 500 gold was a significant amount to any guild, yet the Green Eye Adventure team demanded so much just for some information. This was simply extortion. It's not such a high price. It wasn't easy to secure this information from within Zero Wing, and we paid a heavy price to obtain it moreover. This includes the latest details about the guild, the Tier 2 assassin said, unperturbed by his customer's reaction. Fine, I'll pay the 500 gold, the female elementalist said, gritting her teeth. Vice Guild Leader, we just started our development in Starmoon Kingdom. We're short on funds in all aspects. Isn't this expenditure too expensive? Why don't we discuss it with the guild leader first? A Tier 2 berserker quickly suggested. Unlike the other guilds in the bar, their guild wasn't from Starmoon Kingdom. They were based in another country and had been forced to shift the guild's development to this kingdom. Despite the Tier 2 berserker's reaction, the other guild players didn't seem surprised. They simply minded their own business. Such occurrences were very common in the virtual gaming world, especially in the incredibly popular God's Domain. A large number of guilds rose and fell in the game on a daily basis. So, it wasn't surprising to hear that a guild had shifted its focus to another kingdom since its original home base was no longer habitable. However, if the various guild players noticed the guild emblem on the female elementalist and her companions, they'd be surprised. This guild emblem belonged to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a first-rate guild. It was a colossal existence to these various guilds, a true large guild that would be considered an overlord in any kingdom. That won't be necessary. I'll pay this 500 gold from my own pocket. We don't need to use the guild's funds, the female elementalist responded, shaking her head. She then took out 500 gold and handed the coins to the independent assassin. Here is all of the information we have gathered on Zero Wing recently. Take a look. After receiving the 500 gold, the assassin took out a crystal ball and traded it with the female elementalist. The crystal ball contained a recording of all of Zero Wing's latest movements. It also held more than a dozen battle videos of the fight in Wildhammer Town. Naturally, these battle videos involved the giant players. In addition, one video within the crystal ball showed Zero Wing's arrival in Golden Flow Town. Unfortunately, the video didn't have a long duration, cutting off after 10 or so seconds of footage. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually attacking the heavily fortified Golden Flow Town. The female elementalist was astonished after examining the information within the crystal ball. Golden Flow Town was the Starlight Alliance's last remaining town, and the Alliance had invested an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources in it. Yet Zero Wing had besieged the town the moment it finished capturing Wildhammer Town. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't take this matter seriously. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Should we move to another kingdom or stay here? The other upper echelons from the 100 Flowers Pavilion asked softly. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had decided that the chaos in Starmoon Kingdom made for an excellent opportunity to leave the Dark Knight Empire. Although the kingdom didn't have as many resources as the Empire, it had grown into a considerably powerful country after several major events. If the 100 Flowers Pavilion could secure a foothold in Starmoon Kingdom, it could rise to power once more. As Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Pavilion's vice guild leader, decided her guild's future, the bar's atmosphere changed. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped the bar. What's happening? Cleansed Rue wondered aloud as she looked around at the bar's customers. What? Your guild didn't receive the announcement? The assassin from Green Eye asked, giving Cleansed Rue a strange look. Every guild member from the Warring Empire has just received a message stating that Golden Flow Town has fallen. Chapter 2025 Reversal. Chapter 2025 Reversal. Cleansed Rue and her entourage were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They were only able to digest the information after a long moment, and like the other guild players in the bar, they found the news to be both heavy and outlandish. How is that possible? That was the Starlight Alliance's final town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed. Any guild that paid any attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill knew how powerful the Starlight Alliance had become. They were also familiar with the Alliance's monster players, which had already displayed frightening combat power. Tier 2 experts weren't even a match for the High Lord-ranked monster players, and the Alliance had plenty of great lords. She found it truly hard to imagine that the Starlight Alliance would not increase Golden Flow Town's defenses after losing Wildhammer Town. After all, Golden Flow Town was the Alliance's last town in the Witch's Hill, and without it, the Starlight Alliance would have a difficult time wresting control of the Witch's Hill from Zero Wing, regardless of how many monster players it had. That can't be true, can it? Didn't Zero Wing just capture Wildhammer Town? Could the informant have been mistaken? Maybe the information referred to Wildhammer Town? An upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace asked, "Are you trying to accuse Green Eye of selling false information?" The assassin from the adventure team asked acidically, anger flashing in his eyes as he stared at the 100 Flowers Palace member. Those in the intelligence industry prioritized credibility above all else. Accusing the Green Eye of selling false information was the greatest slander one could possibly commit about the adventure team. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Cleansed Rue hurriedly apologized before glancing at the several guild upper echelons behind her. This news is no longer a secret. Every guild in the kingdom likely knows about the event already. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the Warring Empire yourself. I doubt it will be long before the news spreads throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the assassin said, nodding as his gaze returned to its previously cold indifference. Calmly, he continued, "If you want to set your sights on the Witch's Hill, based on the current situation, I'd advise against it. Zero Wing captured both Wildhammer Town and Golden Flow Town almost as soon as it decided to do so. Moving against Zero Wing would be utterly foolish after witnessing such prowess. Some had once viewed the Starlight Alliance as the last hope of overthrowing Zero Wing in the kingdom, but now Zero Wing had made an example of the alliance, deterring the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom from considering taking control of the Witch's Hill and the kingdom itself. I very much agree with you. We can no longer imagine Zero Wing's true strength, and although the Starlight Alliance is formidable, it's nothing in comparison. The Alliance made a massive mistake when it made an enemy of Zero Wing, a robust, Tier 2 male berserker said as he approached the stone table the 100 Flowers Palace and Green Eye occupied. While I admit that Zero Wing is very strong, don't you think you're blowing things out of proportion? You speak as if you are acutely familiar with the guild. The occupants of other tables ridiculed the berserker. However, before the jeering could begin, the Tier 2 berserker removed his black cloak and revealed his true appearance. What? The Assassins Alliance's guild leader is here. The crowd that had been about to laugh at this berserker promptly fell silent. The Assassins Alliance was a bona fide second-rate guild, and had been developing rapidly recently. It had already clashed with many first-rate guilds in the Twin Towers Kingdom and begun to show signs of growing into a top-ranked second-rate guild. Cruel Sword, the Assassins Alliance's guild leader, even ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. If not for Zero Wing's several great experts overshadowing him, Cruel Sword would have been relatively famous in Starmoon Kingdom. When they saw Cruel Sword's face, the various guild players in the bar stopped treating his claim as a joke. Now, they only had respect for his words. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue, who still wore her black cloak, expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Vice Guild Leader Rue is being overly polite, Cruel Sword responded quietly. However, I'm certainly surprised that the 100 Flowers Palace wants to develop in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the instant Cruel Sword revealed her identity, Cleansed Rue's expression became vigilant. However, she quickly realized that he had simply used an advanced identification skill. Obtaining such a skill wasn't difficult in a top-tier second-rate guild. She immediately relaxed her guard. We have no other choice. I'm sure you've heard of the 100 Flowers Palace's current predicament, Cleansed Rue said grimly, her mood souring as she mentioned her guild's struggles. Ah, that's right, it's truly a pity. Cruel Sword lowered his head and fell silent. But Guild Leader Sword, you are impressive. Not only have you led the Assassins Alliance to flourish in Starmoon Kingdom, but your guild's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom has also been noteworthy, Cleansed Rue said with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Her eyes also held a flash of anticipation. Are you here to sell some information on the powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom? The 100 Flowers Palace is willing to purchase the information for a high price. The palace had also intended to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom and had investigated the situation there, but the guild hadn't invested significant resources yet, focusing on securing the hidden class, Demon Blade Knight, by slaying abyssal monsters. Now that the situation in Starmoon Kingdom had reached this point, the 100 Flowers Palace had no hope of developing in the kingdom. If Zero Wing were able to crush a local power like the Starlight Alliance so decisively, eliminating a foreign power would be child's play. If the 100 Flowers Palace tried to establish itself in Starmoon Kingdom, it would face utter annihilation. No power would tolerate others in its territory where resources were limited. Otherwise, God's Domain's various powers wouldn't compete so desperately. Hence, the Twin Towers Kingdom was the palace's last hope. The Twin Towers Kingdom was in chaos due to the threat of abyssal monsters. Even so, quite a few powers contested for control of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Assassins Alliance was one of the few outstanding performers in the battle for prominence, but the guild had only focused on developing in maps near Starmoon Kingdom. Information on the Twin Towers Kingdom. Glancing around him, Cruel Sword replied, "This isn't the place for that discussion. Let's head to one of the rooms upstairs." He had already attracted the crowd's attention in the bar, and although others couldn't listen to their private discussion, there was the possibility that one of these players possessed a special skill that would allow them to do so. Cleansed Rue nodded, understanding that the bar was too public for their talk. Cruel Sword and Cleansed Rue then left for a VIP room on the second floor alongside their subordinates. Although the VIP room was not large, its design was magnificent and it could easily accommodate more than a dozen people. Guild Leader Sword, let's be straightforward. If you are willing to sell detailed information on the Twin Towers Kingdom, we're willing to offer you 5 pieces of epic equipment, Cleansed Rue said as soon as she took a seat. The 100 Flowers Palace is truly a first-rate guild. Even after falling so far, it still has such a stable foundation, Cruel Sword commended, surprised. Obtaining a single piece of epic equipment was incredibly difficult, and despite the Assassins' Alliance's recent achievements, the guild had fewer than 20 epic items. The guild treated these items as their foundation, refusing to sell them under any circumstances. We offer the price because the Assassins' Alliance is worth it. Do you agree to our offer, Guild Leader Sword? Cleansed Rue asked, smiling. The Assassins' Alliance's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom had been exceptional. It operated alongside quite a few first-rate guilds, and the fact that the Assassins' Alliance had laid claim to a significant portion of the kingdom, despite its second-rate status, was astounding. Without enough strength and understanding of the kingdom, accomplishing such a feat would have been impossible. I understand your determination to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Cruel Sword said. With a serious expression, he continued, however, I'm afraid you are asking the wrong guild. If the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you shouldn't look to the Assassins' Alliance. Why not? Cleansed Rue gave Cruel Sword a confused look. She didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Was the man refusing to cooperate? Or was he dissatisfied with the compensation she offered? Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I don't want to trade with you, but I'm afraid that my guild doesn't have the ability you are looking for, Cruel Sword explained when he saw the Vice Guild leader's heavy expression. You must be joking. If the Assassins' Alliance can't help us, then who in the kingdom can? Cleansed Rue wondered if the man before her were playing some kind of joke. No, you might think that I'm joking, but I'm telling you the truth, Cruel Sword said as he shook his head. If your guild wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you need to visit Zero Wing. If you do, your guild might be able to make a comeback. Chapter 2026, Zero Wing's Hidden Strength. Chapter 2026, Zero Wing's Hidden Strength. Visit Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one confused. The several 100 Flowers Palace upper echelons behind her revealed similarly shocked expressions. Based on the information they had obtained, Zero Wing only operated in Starmoon Kingdom, the Or Empire, and the Black Dragon Empire. Although they had found Zero Wing's shadow in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the guild hadn't accomplished anything in the kingdom thus far. Yet Cruel Sword told them that if their guild wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it needed to speak with Zero Wing. That's right. If you want to gain a foothold in the kingdom, you should speak with Zero Wing, Cruel Sword said, nodding his head. Rather, if the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom successfully, it can only do so with Zero Wing's help. Does Zero Wing really have that much power? The palace's upper echelons gave Cruel Sword skeptical looks. Zero Wing was impressive for reaching its current state without any background or support. But based on the information they had gathered, the guild shouldn't have any relation to the Twin Towers Kingdom. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing could help them develop in the kingdom. Of course it does. Cruel Sword insisted. The Assassins' Alliance has only developed so rapidly in the kingdom due to Zero Wing's assistance. I'm sure you know about the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom and how dangerous it is in the fields. If one cannot avoid these monsters, developing in the kingdom would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Zero Wing can construct magic arrays that repel the abyssal monsters, preventing them from approaching a specific area. My guild only established itself in the kingdom due to the magic arrays Zero Wing set up. Unlike the other guilds in the kingdom, the Assassin's Alliance has taken almost no damage. It's only natural that the other guilds are no match for us. A magic array that can repel abyssal monsters? Zero Wing has such a thing? Realization dawned on Cleansed Rue and the others after listening to Cruel Sword's explanation. In reality, the Twin Towers Kingdom had just as many resources as Starmoon Kingdom, but the abyssal monsters' invasion had crippled it. Even so, the temptation of a new class had lured many players to the kingdom. If a guild could construct magic arrays that repelled abyssal monsters, it could monopolize the various resource-rich maps in the Twin Towers Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how quickly a guild could develop with such an advantage. It was no wonder why the Assassin's Alliance's performance in the kingdom had been so impressive, leaving the various first-rate guilds in its dust. If what Cruel Sword said was true, then the 100 Flowers Palace truly needed to visit Zero Wing. Thank you for sharing such integral information. Guild Leader Sword, Cleansed Rue, thanked the man. I'll have someone deliver the 5 pieces of epic equipment I've promised tomorrow. Although Cruel Sword hadn't provided any details about the various powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, such information paled in comparison to what he had told her about the magic arrays that could repel abyssal monsters. Let's forget about the epic equipment. I simply told you this to gain an ally in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Whether or not you persuade Guild Leader Blackflame to help you is entirely up to you. I haven't actually done anything, Cruel Sword said, refusing the offer. No, I must thank you. Moreover, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue firmly insisted, shaking her head. She had some understanding of the Assassin's Alliance's situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the guild's recent growth, the various first-rate guilds in the kingdom had secretly banded together to hinder the Assassin's Alliance's progress. As a result, the guild hadn't been able to operate in the kingdom's central region. She also knew why Cruel Sword rejected her offer. If the Assassin's Alliance had a powerful ally, it could reduce the pressure it faced. The 100 Flowers Palace was undoubtedly a good fit for the position. However, no one would doubt that Cruel Sword had provided the palace with this information. Introduce you. After giving the matter some thought, Cruel Sword said, "All right, I'll talk to Zero Wing about this matter, but I can't guarantee that the guild will agree to a meeting." After Cleansed Rue and Cruel Sword finished their discussion, Cleansed Rue left the bar with her subordinates and made their way to Zero Wing's residence. She was in such a hurry because of the fact that the Twin Towers Kingdom was the best hope for the 100 Flowers Palace, and the guild didn't have much time left. The longer they delayed shifting their base of operations, the more their guild would suffer. As Cleansed Rue and her entourage walked through Zero Wing city streets, they noticed that the news of Zero Wing's dominance in Golden Flowtown had already spread throughout the city. Excitement filled the air, and the merchant players were particularly lively. They found it hard to imagine that not long ago, an intense killing intent had enveloped Zero Wing City. There are so many merchant players and Tier 2 players here. Zero Wing City has almost caught up to Dark Knight City. This city may not be a match for Dark Knight City yet, but the political situation in Dark Knight City is chaotic. On the other hand, Zero Wing has full control of its city. That's true. It really makes you wonder how strong Zero Wing actually is. Zero Wing City is already so impressive, and the guild has so much influence in the Black Dragon and her empires. It even has influence in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, who rode an advanced horse carriage, gained a newfound appreciation for Zero Wing as they watched players roam the city streets. They had never considered that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its power. They hadn't expected that their guild, a bona fide first-rate guild, would have to cooperate with Zero Wing to continue its existence in God's domain, either. "Do you think that Zero Wing will agree to work with our guild?" a female cleric asked worriedly, gripping a wooden staff in her hands. "The 100 Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild. Even though we have fallen from our peak, we are still much stronger than any ordinary guild. If Zero Wing wants to secure more resources from the Twin Towers Kingdom, why wouldn't it agree to cooperate?" a bearded, middle-aged man stated confidently. "Well, you're not exactly wrong." Although the female cleric wanted to offer a retort, she held back. Zero Wing had the ability to produce a magic array that could repel abyssal monsters. In other words, Zero Wing had the initiative. And while Zero Wing could cooperate with many other guilds, the guild was the 100 Flowers Palace's only hope. "All right, enough talking. We've arrived." Cleansed Rue also knew how disadvantageous the palace's current position was, and she was just as worried as her companion. Once the horse carriage rolled to a stop, she disembarked. Their carriage had stopped before the main entrance to Zero Wing's residence. When Cleansed Rue and her subordinates left the carriage, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Hundreds of 4-meter-tall players stood beyond the main threshold, all of which had reached level 60. They also wore level 55-plus top-tier equipment, and some even sported pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. Their auras were so intense that even peak experts like Cleansed Rue and her entourage couldn't help but shudder. However, these giants weren't the most eye-catching scene within the residence. Rather, what caught Cleansed Rue's attention were the 8 two-story-tall crimson tanks parked within. These crimson tanks were none other than the rumored Hell tanks. However, Zero Wing had used these Hell tanks constantly in their empire, and they weren't easy to move elsewhere. In other words, these 8 Hell tanks weren't the war weapons that defended Silverwing Town. Zero Wing had only recently built these tanks. While Cleansed Rue and the others stared at the war weapons in astonishment, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothing approached. When they saw this woman, the representatives from the 100 Flowers Palace couldn't help but gasp. Their reaction hadn't been a result of witnessing the woman's elegance and beauty, but because of her level and equipment. Not only was she a level 61, Tier 2 summoner, but she actually possessed 3 pieces of epic equipment, and they had never heard of this woman before. "Hello, you must be from the 100 Flowers Palace, correct?" "I am Yulan, Zero Wing City's trade manager. Our guild leader has heard of your situation from guild leader Cruel Sword," Yulan said as she beamed an elegant smile at Cleansed Rue's group. "Please follow me." Chapter 2027 Obscure Experts. Chapter 2027 Obscure Experts. When Cleansed Rue and the others saw Yulan and felt the powerful pressure she radiated, they could not help their surprise. No matter how they looked at it, a level 61, Tier 2 player with 3 pieces of epic equipment should be well known. The highest level players in God's domain's various empires had only reached level 61. Even the Dark Knight Empire only had 5 of these experts. She must be one of Zero Wing's hidden peak experts, the Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace said through the team chat. "I agree. With her level and equipment, she is definitely on the level of Zero Wing's Fire Dance," the middle-aged Tier 2 berserker agreed, nodding. The rest of the team nodded as well. God's domain's various guilds generally hid some of their power, including the 100 Flowers Palace. However, unlike Zero Wing, the palace hadn't hidden an expert as powerful as Yulan. Reserving such an expert would be a waste. But when they considered Zero Wing's stealthy presence in so many locations, they realized that it wasn't strange to hide a peak expert. When they remembered the 8 new Hell tanks sitting in the residence, as well, goosebumps erupted across their arms. They had learned some details about those Hell tanks, and they knew that each tank was the equivalent of a mobile defense turret. Moreover, the Hell tank's defensive and melee capabilities were far beyond defense turrets. Yet 8 of these tanks were stationed within Zero Wing's residence. Alright, enough. Let's prepare to enter Zero Wing's residence. Don't forget that you represent the 100 Flowers Palace. Once we're inside, do not do anything that would sully the guild's reputation. Cleansed Rue said, expressing her dissatisfaction with her teammates' actions. After lecturing her team, she followed Yulan into the residence. As a residence within a guild territory, Zero Wing's residence was far more spacious than those normally found in NPC cities. Not only did the residence have far more facilities than normal, but its mana density was even higher than elsewhere. It felt pleasant just to walk through the residence's halls. The 100 Flowers Palace's members also discovered a change to their double EXP Bu accumulation bars, located directly beneath their experience bars. Amazing! Players can actually accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly here. Although players would start to accumulate the double EXP buff the moment they entered Zero Wing City, they could only accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. Accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. As Cleansed Rue and her companions entered the guild hall, yet another spectacular scene greeted them. Zero Wing members filled the first-floor hall, all of which were level 57 or higher. These players' levels were on par with first-rate guild's expert members. Furthermore, even if they ignored the giant players, there were hundreds of Tier 2 players in the hall. The number of Tier 2 experts within Zero Wing City was almost half as many Tier 2 players in 100 Flowers Palace. Quite a few NPCs also moved around the hall, making up roughly 30% of the first-floor hall's occupants. This isn't a joke, right? Judging by the number of NPCs here, easily 4,000 NPCs visit this residence each day. Only about 600 NPCs visit our main headquarters to commission guild quests per day. The Tier 2 cleric stared with wide, shocked eyes when she saw the number of NPCs milling about the hall. Aside from player count and strength, a guild's prosperity relied on the number of guild quests it received from NPCs each day. Not only did these commissioned guild quests bring in a significant amount of income, but they also awarded a lot of benefits to the guild members that completed them. Over 70% of the high-ranked quests the 100 Flowers Palace's members received were commissions from the NPCs that visited the guild residences. Even the guild's expert players fought to complete high-ranked quests. No, that's not it. Look over there. Some of these NPCs are nobles. A Tier 2 ranger with sharp eyesight said as he pointed to a handsome, WH-dressed man nearby. 2 maids followed the man around. Even Baron-ranked NPCs commissioned Zero Wing for quests. Cleansed Rue's heart skipped a beat when she inspected the handsome man with her identification skill. There was a massive difference in God's domain between noble NPCs and ordinary NPCs. NPC nobles rarely reached out to veteran first-rate guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace for quests. When they did, these quests were typically quite important and yielded valuable treasure. Moreover, those quests were from ordinary NPC nobles. She had never seen a ranked NPC noble commission the the 100 Flowers Palace to complete a quest. There were currently more than 30 ordinary noble NPCs in Zero Wings Hall, in addition to 2 Baron-ranked NPCs. Every one of these nobles stood in line to request Zero Wings help with a quest. It was unbelievable. Once Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons from her guild finished gawking, Yulan led them to the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. 2 NPC guards stood before the guild leader's office, and both were level 80 NPCs. Although they stood by the door, quietly, their auras made Cleansed Rue and her companions' hearts palpitate. They actually use secret silver personal guards to guard an office. The 100 Flowers Palace's members were speechless when they saw the 2 personal guards. Nowadays, the various guilds had allotted some of their focus to searching for and nurturing personal guards. Even so, the number of high-ranked personal guards the guilds had actually found was pitifully low. Most of the personal guards the various guilds employed were merely bronze rank. Mysterious iron personal guards were as rare and valuable as a piece of epic equipment. As for secret silver rank, the 100 Flowers Palace had only obtained 3 secret silver personal guards thus far, and only because it had gotten lucky. The other first-rate guilds generally only had 1 or 2. These secret silver personal guards were valued as priceless treasures and wouldn't be given any responsibility. Rather, guilds would instruct them to focus on improving their strength and levels. Yet, Zero Wing used 2 secret silver personal guards to guard an office. Under Yolan's lead, Cleansed Rue and her entourage entered the guild leader's office. A cloaked man sat behind a desk within the office. A dozen or so expert players stood beside him, including Silent Blattle, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, Graceful Moon, and Seven Light. The lowest leveled player among them was level 61, while the highest had reached level 62. Every one of these players wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and some even wore a piece of epic equipment. When Cleansed Rue sensed these players' auras, she felt the threat of death loom over her. Their auras were no less intense than Yulan's. After crossing the threshold and sensing the powerful auras of the dozen or so Zero Wing members, the several 100 Flowers Palace upper echelons stumbled to a halt, not daring to take another step into the room. Are you kidding me? These people are all Zero Wing members. As the palace's upper echelons gazed at Silent Blade and the others, whom they had never heard of before, they lost any and all confidence. Now, they only felt an immense pressure. Welcome to our residence, friends from the 100 Flowers Palace. I've heard that you have something you wish to discuss with me. May I know what it is about? Sherfong, who sat in the guild leader's seat, asked Cleansed Rue and the others. Chapter 2028, Yolan's Proposal. Chapter 2028, Yolan's Proposal. Sherfang's words snapped Cleansed Rue and her entourage out of their daze. Right. Thank you for finding time to meet with us in your busy schedule. Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild Leader. I am here to represent my guild in our request for cooperation with Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue explained after regaining her senses. To think that even the Dark Knight Empire's famous Frost Flame Goddess has come to visit me, it would seem that you have an extraordinary request. Can I trouble you to elaborate? It will allow me to make a more sound decision, Sherfong calmly asked as he watched Cleansed Rue's tense expression. Certainly. Cleansed Rue nodded. She then explained why the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom without withholding any details. Before they had arrived at Zero Wing's residence, the guild upper echelons accompanying Cleansed Rue had disagreed with revealing their situation to Zero Wing. However, their discontentment had vanished after witnessing Zero Wing's residence. Meanwhile, Sherfong hadn't spoken a single word throughout Cleansed Rue's explanation, and this made the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons nervous. Zero Wing was far stronger than they had imagined. They had assumed that Zero Wing had only allied with the Assassins' Alliance because it lacked the manpower to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom personally. But after witnessing the guild's residents, they realized that Zero Wing was fully capable of securing a foothold in the kingdom without any assistance. It did not need anyone's help to exploit the Twin Towers Kingdom's resources. "While your proposal is interesting, please allow me to reject it," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Why? If you help us contest with the other first-rate guilds in the kingdom, we can quickly secure the kingdom's central region. We'll be able to provide Zero Wing with even more resources than the Assassins' Alliance." Cleansed Rue impulsively retorted as she stared at Shifeng's impassive expression. "As you have seen, Zero Wing previously lacked the strength to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories, but my guild has grown. With how rapidly Zero Wing has been developing lately, we'll need to expand our territories. Zero Wing no longer faces a lack of resources," Shifeng said as he gestured to Silent Blade and the others. "If we hand over the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories to the Hundred Flowers Palace, the kingdom won't have much left for us. It's not that I don't want to help you, but for the sake of my own guild's development, I can't afford to help." Cleansed Rue fell silent for quite some time. She simply could not think of a rebuttal. Shifeng's decision was reasonable. As a guild leader, his priority would forever be the guild's benefit. How could he possibly give up a good expansion opportunity to help another guild? Now that Zero Wing had defeated the almighty Starlight Alliance and stabilized its rule in the Witch's Hill, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to expand its influence. If she were in his place, she'd likely choose her own guild's development over helping another as well. The other Hundred Flowers Palace despaired upon hearing Shifeng's decision. "What should we do now?" one of the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons muttered in the team chat. Currently, the Hundred Flowers Palace had already begun to prepare for its migration from the Dark Knight Empire, yet they had just been told that their two best options were no longer available. With how weak the Hundred Flowers Palace had become, contesting for kingdoms under other first-rate guilds' rule would be nigh impossible. As Cleansed Rue and her companions began to panic, Yulan, who stood near the group, stepped forward with a smile. "Guild leader, I have a proposal that will benefit both our guild and the Hundred Flowers Palace. May I speak up?" Yulan asked respectfully. "A proposal that will benefit both guilds? Let's hear it, then. After all, the Hundred Flowers Palace has taken the initiative to seek our help." "We can't disappoint the palace too much," Shifeng said and nodded after giving the matter some thought. "Understood." Yulan then straightened herself and continued. "The Hundred Flowers Palace is struggling due to the fact that it doesn't have enough territory to sustain itself. This is all because of Starlink's interference, hampering the palace's continued survival in the Dark Knight Empire. But what if the palace could defend itself against Starlink? If that were possible, couldn't the palace remain in the Dark Knight Empire? However, trying to stand against a superpower like Starlink isn't an easy task. Even if our guild sends an army to assist, we're not likely to accomplish anything. We'll need sufficient support from the Hundred Flowers Palace itself." "Support?" Upon hearing Yulan's words, Cleansed Rue's eyes began to glow as she hurriedly interjected. "If such an operation requires funds or manpower, that won't be an issue. If you can help defend our position, the Hundred Flowers Palace will supply Zero Wing with plenty of the Empire's resources." She had gained a certain level of understanding of Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing were willing to help the Hundred Flowers Palace on a large scale, the palace should have no problem defending over half of its territories in the Empire. "Although I have offered this proposal, the risk of openly opposing a thriving superpower is incredibly high. Moreover, this war will definitely be a protracted one. Zero Wing will also have to keep an eye out for multiple enemy superpowers. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with funds and resources. If the situation is not handled properly, Zero Wing could suffer on all fronts. I don't believe that anyone wants to see that outcome, Yulan said, shaking her head as she glanced at Cleansed Rue. Is there no better way to help them? Sherfeng asked, pretending to sigh in disappointment. However, he was quite satisfied with Yulan's performance. There is. Our two guilds can form a mutually dependent relationship. If Zero Wing has management rights to the palace's shops and lands, and we can become close allies, Zero Wing can develop in the Dark Knight Empire and amass enough strength to contend with Starlink. It wouldn't affect our strength in our other territories, satisfying our guild with the alliance, Yulan said after giving the matter some thought. This, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but hesitate. Shops were a part of a guild's foundation, but with the 100 Flowers Palace's current state, they couldn't afford more of a delay. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Yulan and asked, How many shops will Zero Wing require? If we want to amass enough strength to survive in the Dark Knight Empire, we'll need around 60% of the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, Yulan replied seriously. 60. Isn't this a little? Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The majority of the 100 Flowers Palace's funds and resources originated from the guild shops. If the guild suddenly lost 60% of these shops, it would definitely impact the guild's operations. Yulan, the 100 Flowers Palace, could become one of Zero Wing's close allies in the future. Is there no way to reduce the cost a little? Sherfeng asked, playing along. Since you insist, then 50%. Any less, and we'd have to dig into the funds and resources from our other territories. We'd be at a disadvantage against the superpowers in those areas, Yulan said with a troubled expression. That's the gist of the situation. What is your opinion on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Rue? Sherfeng asked softly, turning to Cleansed Rue. Chapter 2029. Presumptuous Request, 50%. Chapter 2029. Presumptuous Request, 50%. Cleansed Rue and her companions revealed bitter smiles. Even losing 50% of the guild shops and lands was unbearable for the 100 Flowers Palace. Both were essential to a guild's development, and neither could be casually sold off. If the 100 Flowers Palace lost half of the shops and lands under its control, the guild would be forced to limit the scale of its operations due to the decreased income, even if the guild could survive in the Dark Knight Empire. If that happened, returning to the guild's former glory would become excruciatingly difficult. Most of the lands in major NPC cities were already owned, and even if they had the money, it wasn't necessarily possible to purchase more. I know this isn't an ideal offer, but we have our own troubles to deal with. You can return to your guild and consider the offer carefully, Sherfeng announced, watching the silent group before him. Guild Leader, our guild intends to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom. We'll need a lot of manpower to accomplish this. So, we'll need to know whether or not we're going to help the 100 Flowers Palace as soon as possible to see to the appropriate preparations. Otherwise, this alliance will impact our original plans, Yulan hurriedly advised. Cleansed Rue and her entourage's expressions twisted further. As guild upper echelons, they knew that planning was necessary before a guild began a large-scale operation. If Zero Wing truly intended to mobilize a large amount of manpower to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom, then helping the 100 Flowers Palace would become far more difficult for the guild. Zero Wing might even dismiss the idea of providing assistance entirely. How soon do we need to make a decision? Sherfeng asked. A day, if possible, Yulan replied after giving the matter some thought. That will be the opportune time for our guild to expand. Although Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons wanted to comment, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. They couldn't possibly tell Sherfeng that they'd need a long time to gather the guild's upper echelons and elders, not to mention the representatives from the major corporations that supported the 100 Flowers Palace. One day simply wasn't enough time for the palace to reach a decision. In fact, The decision to abandon the Dark Knight Empire and develop in another kingdom had only been made after a lengthy discussion. The proposal to partner with Zero Wing would likely take even longer. Too many people and organizations were tied to this matter, and persuading all parties involved would be extremely difficult. How is such a short time enough to negotiate anything? Try to find a way to give them more time. Sher Feng sternly commanded when he saw the awkward expressions on the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons. Deciding something so important in a single day was impossible for any guild, especially a true veteran, first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Too many people held shares of the guild. We can hold off for 2 days, but we will miss out on the opportune moment to strike in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Yulan said, her imperative tone implying that Zero Wing would cough blood if it gave the palace a second more. Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Cleansed Rue said sincerely. However, before I negotiate with my guild's upper echelons, may I make a presumptuous request? Let me hear it. As a potential ally, I will help wherever I can, Sherfong said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. I'd like to borrow Zero Wing's strength during the meeting to show my guild that we truly have hope of fending off Starling's harassment. I'm sure they will find it easier to agree to the partnership that way, Cleansed Rue said as she turned to Silent Blade and the others who stood beside Sherfong. Silent Blade and his comrades were all level 61, Tier 2 players or above, and every one of them radiated a deadly aura. No guild could afford to take their strength lightly. If she could show off Zero Wing's experts, she believed that she could persuade her guild's upper echelons to agree to this alliance. After all, the 100 Flowers Palace's members would have a much easier time developing if they could continue in the Dark Knight Empire, where they were comfortable, rather than migrating to another kingdom. That won't be a problem. Before your meeting begins, I'll send some people to express Zero Wing's sincerity. Sherfong agreed. He understood Cleansed Rue's thoughts. Convincing people was easier if one provided a personal experience. Cleansed Rue and her subordinates soon left Zero Wing's residence, returning to the Dark Knight Empire to break the news to their guild. They weren't in such a hurry simply because of the time limit Zero Wing had given them, but because the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have much time left in the Empire without help. They needed to move quickly. After the palace's representatives left, the atmosphere in the guild leader's office relaxed. Stubborn Bone and Remnant Cloud, who had both served as commanders of an adventure team, couldn't help but turn reverent gazes on Sherfong. Both of their teams had been well-known adventure teams, but compared to first-rate guilds, they had been insignificant. Yet they had just witnessed a veteran first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace submit before Sherfong. Guild leader, although the 100 Flowers Palace is in a precarious state right now, I'm afraid that Cleansed Rue will have a difficult time persuading the palace's old members with her status as a vice guild leader. I suggest that we send Fire Dance and the others to visit the guild in the Dark Knight Empire. If they attend the meeting, I'm sure that those old members will agree to the partnership regardless of their personal feelings. If this partnership succeeds, developing in the Dark Knight Empire will become much easier. We won't have to waste a large amount of time and manpower building a foundation from scratch, Yulan offered after Cleansed Rue and her companions had left the residence. Forget it. Fire and the others are still participating in their special training. Let's not interrupt them, Sherfong said, shaking his head. We'll just send Silent and his team. Although Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, and the others hadn't been members of Zero Wing long, they had grown a lot stronger after training in the Lost Town's extraordinary tower. Sherfong had to admit that the Realms of Truth training was immensely helpful to expert players. Despite the fact that they hadn't yet entered the Realms of Truth, Silent Blade and the others had successfully mastered 1 or 2 advanced combat techniques during their training in the extraordinary tower. With how close they were to reaching the refinement realm, Their overall combat power could now rival true Refinement Realm experts. Furthermore, Silent Blade and his team were geared in weapons and equipment that even the various superpowers struggled to acquire at this stage of the game. Only superpowers peak experts had a chance of defeating these Zero-Wing experts. This, Yulan could not help but worry as she looked at Remnant Cloud and the other players standing by Shifeng's side. Although she knew that their combat standards were on par with hers, she was concerned that they wouldn't be enough to fulfill their purpose. Relax. I'll give them something good before they leave. Once the palace's people see it, they'll know what the wisest decision is, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then asked, "How is the material collection I tasked you and Melancholic Smile with coming along?" "We have done our best to gather as many of the materials you requested. However, the required stock is massive, and every material is incredibly rare. Even after raiding the treasuries in the Starlight Alliance's 2 guild towns, we have barely collected 5 sets of materials," Yulan said. "Good. Transfer the materials to White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm immediately." Shifeng was ecstatic to hear the news. "Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to gather the people I requested earlier." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally craft the Guardian puppet. Chapter 2030 Puppet Production. Chapter 2030 Puppet Production. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As Shifeng left the crowded teleportation hall, he sensed that the city's atmosphere had changed. During his last visit, a depressing energy and dense killing intent had fallen over the city. Now, however, excitement almost crackled in the air. Far fewer guild players wandered the city streets, replaced by far more adventure team players than before. As Shifeng wandered through the city, he could hear players discussing the recent events in the Witch's Hill. Zero-Wing is so amazing. It captured 2 of the Starlight Alliance's guild towns back to back. Not even the various superpowers have accomplished such a feat. Who would have thought that Zero-Wing had such a powerful foundation? After its defeat, the Starlight Alliance disbanded. The corporations supporting it have already pulled out their investments. I don't think it'll be long before Zero-Wing removed the guilds that participated in the alliance from the kingdom. Who told those guilds to be so arrogant and make an enemy of Zero-Wing? Didn't they see how Zero-Wing became Star, Moon Kingdom's overlord in the first place? They're just reaping what they sow. I know, right? I've heard that Zero-Wing's giant players were responsible for capturing both guild towns. They're 4 meters tall and have immeasurable strength. Their defense is off the charts, too. The town's defense turrets barely left a scratch on them. With Zero-Wing's home ground advantage, who would dare provoke the guild in the Witch's Hill now? It really makes you wonder how Zero-Wing managed to convert so many players into giants. I wish I could become a giant player, too. Isn't that simple? Just join Zero-Wing. Since Zero-Wing can convert so many players into giants, it's natural that it can do so with even more players. The conversion price is the only concern now. That's right. After its victory in the Witch's Hill, independent players in the kingdom are rushing to join Zero-Wing in the hopes of securing a conversion slot, although living in human cities will be inconvenient after joining a neutral race. The combat power you get in return is definitely worth it. Moreover, once we reach higher levels, we'll be able to explore more neutral maps. The inconveniences players face as a neutral race will become insignificant. Honestly, it isn't really necessary to join Zero-Wing if you want to become a giant. All of the powers in God's domain, aside from those in Starmoon Kingdom, have begun to look into the conversion process due to the performance of Zero-Wing's giant players. They all hope to amass their own force of giant experts. It is only a matter of time before someone reveals the conditions for becoming a giant. Once they do, even independent players like us will have an opportunity to convert. The independent players on the streets talked about the battle in the Witch's Hill passionately. Their eyes glowed as they discussed Zero-Wing's giant players, and many of them wanted to convert. At this point, both independent players and the various powers were eager to become giant players. The era of the giants had officially begun. Seeing this, Shifeng merely smiled as he continued toward the candlelight trading firm. While the giant race was impressively powerful, it also had glaring flaws. These flaws included promotion difficulty. Without a guild support, even expert players would struggle to reach Tier 3. Shifeng had only chosen to convert 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers into giants due to Zero Wing's precarious position. Normally, he would have only converted players after ensuring that they understood the implications of the process. Of course, these giant players could return to their human state at the cost of a few levels. If they struggled with their Tier 3 promotion quests, they could simply convert back. A few lost levels wouldn't be a problem compared to gaining the giant race's advantages while they were still at Tier 2. Moreover, he could determine the truly talented players among the group by converting them into giants. Before converting, no one would know whether or not they'd be suitable for the race. Once he discovered these talented players, he could grant them the Titan bloodline, reducing their promotion difficulty and allowing them to shine as true giant experts. As for the various large guilds' search into the giant conversion, both Aqua Rose and Yulon had expressed some concerns on the matter. However, Shifeng paid it no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public discovered Thunder Axe City, and he had already activated the teleportation array that led to it. Moreover, players would need some time to complete the conversion quest. If they used the normal method of becoming a giant meanwhile, Zero Wing would reap all of the possible benefits from the giant race. It wasn't long before Shifeng reached his destination. When he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, he found that Melancholic Smile had already prepared the necessary manpower and materials to begin the Guardian Puppet's production. Zero Wing urgently needed capable combatants, so it should work on increasing its members' levels and the number of giant players in its employ. But in Shifeng's opinion, producing the Guardian Puppets was more meaningful. In the past, war weapons like the combat puppets were a large part of the reason that the various second- and third-rate guilds had survived the presence of first-rate guilds and superpowers. Sinrealm's decision to use the steel puppet against him had been foolish. Combat puppets weren't meant to kill individual players. They were only truly valuable when they defended or attacked towns and cities. Had Sinrealm utilized its steel puppet to protect Golden Flow Town, capturing the town would have been far more challenging. If Sinrealm had used enough combat puppets, Shifeng would have been forced to rely on more than just his giant players. Likewise, if he crafted a certain number of Guardian Puppets, the various superpowers wouldn't be able to threaten Zero Wing. Inside his spacious special forging room, a small mountain of materials sat atop his work desk. These materials would only be enough to produce one power source for the Guardian Puppet. Let's begin. Shifeng took in a deep breath as he examined the design and materials before him. He then activated the Soul Fire's and Philosopher's Hand's abilities, quickly melting down the fine Titan ingots and mana stones on the table. The most difficult part of constructing the Guardian Puppet was its power source. To attempt the production, one had to be an intermediate master forger at the very least. Moreover, an intermediate master would have a painfully low success rate. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Hand's ability could upgrade Shifeng to Advanced Master Forger for a short time. This was why Shifeng dared to attempt producing the Guardian Puppet. Time passed quickly. Before he had realized it, half a day had passed since Shifeng had begun to work on the Guardian Puppet. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. Silver Pine City was the 7th largest NPC city in the Dark Knight Empire and fully under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. However, players from other large guilds roamed the city as if they owned the place. It did not look like the 100 Flowers Palace's territory. Meanwhile, the normally lively 100 Flowers Palace residence was as quiet as the grave. The palace's members watched one guild upper echelon after another enter the guild hall's first-floor hall, shock gripping their hearts when they saw the upper echelons' faces. Some of these upper echelons had come from other kingdoms and empires, and even the rarely seen guild elders made an appearance. What's going on? Why are all of the guild's upper echelons gathering here? Isn't that Crimson Heart the first vice guild leader? Wasn't she managing the branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom? She's actually made a trip here? The 100 Flowers Palace's members went into an uproar when they saw the silver-armored, soldierly woman with crimson eyes. Although Crimson Heart was the guild's first vice guild leader, she disagreed with the guild leader's management choices and had led a group of players to develop in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her endeavors in the kingdom had been quite successful, and she paid no heed to the main branch's matters. Even when the palace's main branch had fallen into a precarious state, she had refused to make an appearance. The guild's members had never expected Crimson Heart to visit the main branch at this time. When the crowd saw the 3 players following Crimson Heart, they couldn't help but gape. The highest leveled player among them had reached level 61. At that level, one could rank among the top 30 experts on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. Moreover, all 3 players were level 60 equipment, with the weakest piece at Secret Silver rank. Level 60 Secret Silver equipment was currently considered top-tier equipment, and not even the various superpowers had many pieces. In addition, these 3 players had a few pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment on them. Most importantly, they all wore 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Many of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons were stupefied to see these 3 players as well. They had never considered that Crimson Heart's development in the Holy Hill Kingdom had been so profitable. Crimson, you're finally here. And here I thought that you planned to abandon the 100 Flowers Palace. A level 60, Tier 2 male berserker carrying a great sword on his back commented, smiling when he saw Crimson Heart enter the meeting room. My opinions simply differ from the guild leaders, but I am still a member of the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, I have to make an appearance for such an important matter. Moreover, Rue has fallen too far. The 100 Flowers Pavilion can solve its own problems. We don't need outsiders' help. Crimson Heart sapped, frowning as a flash of rage lit her eyes. As soon as Crimson Heart fell silent, a commotion broke out outside of the meeting room. Shortly after, cleansed Rue joined the guild's upper echelons with a dozen or so players trailing behind her, all of which wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests.